Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars, and I'm going places. Better tell a Uber, cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars, and I'm going places. Better tell a Uber, cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars, and I'm going places. Better tell a Uber, cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
super
that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
super
that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars, and I'm going places. Better tell a Uber, cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
super
that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars, and I'm going places. Better tell a Uber, cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
super
that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars, and I'm going places. Better tell a Uber, cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got no, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do
Don't
is-
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
sick of
keep
this.
that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young whoop, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender? I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, work to Carnito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stuntin', but really be Steve-O. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
Mics are hot. Yeah. It's just a different generation of kind of thing. So
It is what it is, but we getting through.
Getting through as always.
Mic checks, you know what I'm saying? So let's see. I see my levels was pretty good. Let me get a Solve level.
Hello.
Yeah, there we go. Solve's face. So look, man. So as y'all can see, we just got tired of these other two lords. You know what I'm saying?
I got these dudes out of here.
This is what is the initial intention of ILP podcast.
That's what it always was. Clark Junior High School in the building.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? PS31 in the building.
PS31 in the building.
You know what I'm saying? What for? Look, man. Look, y'all, this is what y'all really wanted, right? Y'all didn't want no addict. Y'all don't want no. Y'all want the nuanced lords. Y'all want the reasonable lords. Y'all want
reasonable minds that agree most of the time on what logically
exactly
should be happening.
You know what I'm saying? So look, man, when we gonna come, we gonna be like Belle Biv DeVoe. We gonna be like a spinoff of ILP. We just do this. This the Poison album. This the Poison album, man. Y'all don't want New Edition no more.
Yeah.
Nah, real talk. We will discuss. discuss what's going on with our brothers. Yo, ask your parents too. He said, "God damn right, I want to Arkansas." Yeah, Rook. ILP as a buddy comedy. What's up, Rook? I'll use some conversation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Ebony and not ivory. Ebony and caramel or something in the middle.
Caramel. Facts. The uncompromising duo. Let's go. Oh, we got a member chat already.
We have Amon Burns, member for 9 months, Lord Bronze. So what's the crack, boys? Hollow Knight Silksong on Game Pass is bad and still sells well every other place. PS5 cutting HD space still overpriced. Oops.
Oh man, we're gonna get into it. So hear ye, and we are live. Welcome to the ILP Podcast LLC at lordsofgaming.net, episode number 416, Football Sunday, baby. Another glorious Sunday. We're back at the round table on the Lord's Day, and today we've got that Hollow Knight Silksong, y'all. Big one in these streets. Xbox Game Pass developer tension. It's a new one. This is hot off the press. Had to change the topic. It's a new one. And we got PS5 storage downgrade. I wonder whose topic is that.
Why is this a topic? This is what I'm talking about here.
See, this is why we got to take over. You know what I'm saying?
Scraping the dregs of the barrel.
Always finding.
To talk about hard drive space.
Well, wonder whose topic that is. And Take-Two almost saving Perfect Dark to discuss. So we're going to get right into it. So let's introduce the elephant in the room, two lords that are missing. First of all, shout out to all jokes aside, shout out to Lord Addict. I just spoke to him. I was up late with him last night. So right when we were talking, because we always strategizing, scheming, doing
in the
things
middle of the night.
In the middle of the night. We're the night owls of the crew, and that's my brother. So we rocking. Then it was late, like 3 a.m. And then I got a sharp cutoff from the call, and he hit me back. He was like, "Yo, power outage." So he's got an outage in his area, and it's like I guess there's an app that lets you know whatever. So shout out to Addict. But I did speak to him. He will join in progress. They said he gonna get about an hour, could be an hour or so he could join in process. And then our other Lord, you know what I'm saying, the King, you know what I'm saying, back from vacay, whatever. So he'll be he just run a little bit late. But yeah, all jokes aside, hopefully our brothers will be here. But we still got the tag team. We still got BBD up in here. Most technical gaming lord. East Coast family. Most technical gaming lord, the solo game list for the single player selfish experience, and also the Sostradamus, the Lord of Clarity, Messiah, and Lord Patron of the Iron Bank, PC Master Race's own Lord Sovereign. How we doing, sir?
I'm doing good, man. I'm doing very, very well. A lot of stuff to talk about. Like this past week has been bonkers. Crazy. So let me start with Shinobi Art of Vengeance has been completed. Lord Ruse has been deposed.
Woo! Okay. Before we get into that, I just need to know, what was the build? What amulets did you go with? What was the nimpos? What was the flow of choice that really stuck through he messed up BBD. We was doing good. We was about to drop the dual album, and then man. No. So we about to do BBD. Poison's about to drop, so we don't need Bobby Brown no more. We don't need Bobby right now.
Bobby did good on his
Bobby's
own, man.
good on his own, off of his own.
Ain't no Ralph Tresvant over here.
Every little step you take is over there, sir.
Yo, it's my prerogative.
Do what I want to do. It's
Oh my God, I was breaking my neck to get in here.
You good. I got you the intro right after. But guys, so what was the flow for what was some of the builds, things you was using? So
my flow was mostly like I talked about when we talked about it, a lot of juggling. I love juggling. As soon as I get you up in the air, I'm jumping up. I'm hitting you with the dash slash. I'm hitting you with the multi kunai. When it came to nimpons,
what's the nimpo? What you doing?
Obviously the water nimpon, the counter nimpon. I gotta go with that. The fire one. I started being beastie with the dragon one because you know the dragon one has yeah. I started being beastie with the dragon one because the dragon one takes time. So you have to time it a certain way. So I said, let me be a jerk and try to really get this off on like beastie, like certain enemies that you really shouldn't be trying this on. And it was successful because I also had the amulet equipped that it sped it up.
Sped it up.
Yeah, so I was doing that. So I was doing that. That's pretty much it. Kept it pretty basic.
What
like
ninjutsu, what ninja magic? What's the main one?
Mostly, I used to heal a lot.
Yeah,
I used
me too.
to heal a lot.
Water.
There were moments when I wanted to when I wanted to use the dragon. The dragon was my favorite one overall. Moments I wanted to use that one, and I'm like, nope, I need to re-up my power bar, so I need to use my heal. So I used the heal a lot and the dragon. That was kind of my two go-tos. And obviously assassinations as much as I possibly could. Like I would do stupid things like get certain enemies to that point and then leave them alone, and then just and then I have 5 or 6 enemies on screen and I just whiz through them.
Yes.
Very, very satisfying. But to hell with Lord Ruse's second form. It was like it's fine except for one thing that's so cheap. That it's like it takes up the whole screen. You're not avoiding it. You're not avoiding it. You're not phasing through it. There's just nothing. You're not avoiding it. So if you don't have enough, that was one of the instances where I was like, damn, I could try to fight this out and try to end it nicely, or just let me re-up my power bar and be sure I get this done.
Yes.
So I couldn't be as nice as I wanted to be with it.
I got you.
I did it. And then I was like, I hadn't done a bunch of the riffs yet. So I still have a few riffs left. I have basically most of the combat challenges done. So I just have a few riffs left. There's a couple of them that are just
Excuse me, sir. How are you playing this game?
I am playing this game on PC at 120 frames per second.
No, I thought you took your Steam Deck or something like that when you was at work.
Oh, not because I have my laptop at work, so I have the laptop.
He beastie.
And if y'all know his laptop is crazy.
Yeah, exactly. But both of my laptops is the same. So like, I just I'm doing it like that. So my eyes are getting worse and worse, and I find myself like when I use my ROG, I try to use our our glasses, I throw on the glasses, the that gives us the big super screen. So that's how I play a lot with my ROG now because I'm just getting worried. My eyes.
Oh, you mean the X-Rails?
The X-Rails. There you go. So
shout out to X-Rail.
So that's done. That's done. Fantastic, wonderful game. Oh my gosh! Shout out to Ben Fike and the team. Lizard Cube.
Facts.
I'm jealous.
Yeah. Fantastic. And then, like I said, I've been playing. There's so much stuff to play. Obviously, we'll talk some about Adventure of Samsara. We've had that game for a little bit from our friends over at Atari.
Yes, sir.
I played Hell Is Us, which is a third-person, crazy
you played
third-person
the demo,
action game.
or you played the game?
No, I got the game. I picked up the game. I had to, these are the times when the bank gets put to the side, and I just kind of. So I got that. I got Chronos New Dawn, Bloober's new game.
You picked that up too?
Oh yes, I did, sir.
That man going in.
Yeah, I needed to be part of the conversation. I'll be playing all of these on the plane to Japan.
He got a lot to play.
Yes. So that again, just a couple of hours into each one of them, so I don't have all that much to say. I guess I don't know. I will get into it a little bit later and talk a little bit more in depth about them. And also, shout out to our friends over at Ubisoft for sending over a code for the Switch 2 port of Star Wars Outlaws.
Salute.
It's funny because we joked about it in our chat. Like, oh, slideshow, here we go.
How that performance?
It looked good,
bro.
It looked real good,
bro.
Really?
Yep.
It's 30. It's 30.
Okay.
And the thing is, for me, for all of us, really, we are so used to playing at minimum 60 now that even a solid 30 takes a while for your eyes to get adjusted to, and it feels choppy because you're just not playing at 30 anymore. But it's a mostly solid 30. It is a full RTGI game. There's full ray tracing. This game was not built. with rasterized lighting or shadowing anything. Wow. It's a fully ray traced game, and that translates to the Switch 2.
Wow.
Fully ray traced game. Okay. Performance wise, it kind of it usurps Series S in a lot of ways, simply because on paper it's not as strong a platform as the Series S, right? Right. But it's it's come out 5 years later than the Series S. The hardware in there is just more advanced. Obviously they're using DLSS, they're using upscaling. Just the way the machine is built allows it to punch above its weight, even though at a base level.
Hold on, pump your brakes.
Here you go. Here come the hate.
Listen, I just gotta say, noticeably, there's a lot of things missing to achieve said frame rate that you're talking about. It's not a 1-for-1 because there's a lot of boxes and stuff in the background that is missing, but it's a nice port.
It's overall, it's a pretty important than the Series S version. Well, I mean, there are things missing, and if those boxes mean that much to you, that's fine.
Well, I mean, if you put the boxes there, if you put the boxes there, then it won't run like that.
Got you. Got you.
Yeah.
But,
no. I mean, we're not going to admit.
Why you argue? But why you argue over like it's a 5? There's a 5-year difference in hardware. Like it should be superior.
Little man, it should be, but little man got all his boxes though.
I don't know about that.
All his boxes.
I can see if your joint showed up with all the boxes. Like you came 5 years late.
I would
and
say
you ain't got all your boxes.
I would say that my friends at Digital Foundry. I know they're not your friends. My friends at Digital Foundry.
They're my friends when they do stuff that I like.
That you like. No. Yeah.
They haven't been his friends since Resolution Gate. He's not about them since Resolution Gate.
Now that they got their independence, I think I kind of like them.
Continue, sir.
Yeah, but it is again, as we. In the previews, people was like, "Oh, this is the worst thing ever." Oh, wow. And the final product, they got it across the finish line.
They removed the boxes.
They removed the boxes.
Get them damn boxes out of there.
Yeah. And docked looks very nice. On again. What I really don't like about the Switch 2 is that damn screen, man. Like, I just like, man, I would have paid more for just giving me more. Like, it's fine. Like I talk about quickly, Silksong, right? Yeah. So when Silksong went live, I forgot it was on Game Pass, so I went right to Steam. Steam was bricked.
Wow.
Yeah, bro, we're gonna talk about it broke all the stores.
Bricked.
All the stores broke.
Steam was bricked.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, wait a minute, Game Pass. I go to Game Pass, bricked.
eShop, bricked.
eShop bricked, and then it loaded, and it came up. I was like, well, I guess I'm getting this. So that's the first one I was able to actually download, so I got it. And so they got my money there, and they got me on Game Pass now.
Nice thing. Saved some of for
all he did was just put 5 games in the backlog.
Facts. 5 games that I'm going to play like 2 hours of each on the flight to
Tokyo. Yeah, to Tokyo. That's Tokyo backlog. We're going to get bad stuff done on that flight. I'm telling you right now.
Oh,
you're going to get stuff done on that flight, bro.
I kind of can't wait.
I actually look forward to it.
I never have that much time to sit down and play games.
So I'm telling you, it's funny you say that because it's like now y'all in my travel bag so much. So it's like you gonna get games done. Because you gonna get like 75% of it done there, and then you can continue most likely, once you land when you get home.
Once we get back, exactly, and then in the evenings when we get back to the hotel before you go to bed or whatever,
could get games done, bro. I'm telling you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. That's it's funny. You're going to Japan, and that's one of the things I'm looking forward to most is to be able to game.
to have time to actually play.
Facts.
Facts. So that's it. We'll talk more in depth about this stuff later.
And of course, we have the incredible Hulk of this, aka the XS Gamer. Ooh. The prophet of Xbox.
Swami.
King of the statues, who demands nothing less than that premium experience, and is the ascendant one of the Xbox platform movement. Ooh. Beloved Lord King, fresh off the Vaca show.
Yes, man.
I'm sorry. They told you not to forget to pack your Depends, Scott.
Oh, yeah, I got those. Yeah, for sure. For 13 hours, or me and Dion, we all in, baby. You want Bladder Gang, baby.
My apologies. Continue.
No, definitely. What's up? Depends. What's up?
You
What's
know
up?
what? He
I'm
had
outside.
to do that on my joint. Like, he had to throw the Depends on my side. Hog will not be taking Depends.
Listen.
Listen, because
King gonna take them out of his backpack in his suitcase.
as soon as we get over there, because listen,
Manscaped ain't doing what they supposed to do. Depends look like they right up.
he has a carry-on bag now. I made sure that thing will never happen again. So he's gonna have this carry-on bag with him. We're never looking at Depends again as an option. It was never an option. So again, I want you guys to leave me alone in my DMs about Cogs Depends. It's over.
Why they hit you up?
Because like on Fight Night Fridays, right? So shout out to Fight Night Fridays. The dudes came through, and you do like the topic. Like I don't know why you the topic on what Cog doing on Friday. I said first of all, why don't you ask Cog what he doing on a Friday? Can't you just DM him? Or nah, he don't talk to me. I said, I wonder why. I wonder why.
I haven't talked to anybody this week, man. I've been in the cut.
If you look at those streams, you definitely stay away. I told him, I said,
he said you definitely stay away.
I said, if he hears this stuff, he ain't gonna show up here. All right. So International Kings, fresh off the vacation.
Yeah.
Nice. Took wifey on a cruise. I didn't even put all of them up. Right. So this is the first time we went to Atlantic City. We went to the Jersey. Remember the thing that we did? We did, little spot stuff. But this is the first time I said, because, listen, we going to Japan.
Yeah, we going. We're going to be back in Japan.
The kid going to be gone for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wifey situations.
I had stashed away some bread.
Yeah.
I want y'all all to come close, right?
Nobody don't know.
Listen, everybody, this is how you do it so you don't get murdered or divorced.
Exactly. We're about to give y'all a game. Go ahead.
You got to finesse the game. So what you do is you give them what they desperately want. To be idolized, loved, and put on a pedestal, right? So what I did was I made sure that I put a $500 budget for swim attire for her.
Okay.
All right, so I was like, yo, get whatever you want. Now I know she's not gonna go over 500 because what she do is she go to Macy's and get them on clearance and stuff like that. Because because I'm like, get that, right? So they showing up and she's like, should I get slippers? Yeah, get what you want.
Get the flyers.
So I took her. I said, let's go get a manis and petties. So I got petty, but she got the mani and the petty. Go do that.
Fine.
Go do that.
Fine. We gotta look our best.
Facts. So this is the first time me and her had a mani petty. We was in a joint together. They see husband and wife in there. All the girls are jealous.
All the girls are jealous of that because the men don't come. Yeah, it's a fact.
So got the toes done, and I said, let me bounce out of here. She don't know. I brought her special candies. Now, on the cruise don't blow your pocket out. Yeah. Shout out to Margaritaville for being the best cruise line going for the affordable prices. Okay. Like all the stuff that you got going on there. So it took us to the Bahamas. We went to Nassau. Right? So we flew into Florida to West Palm Beach. And as soon as we got there, jumped on the ship, did our stuff, right? And then you go out to sea for a couple of days, and then you go to Bahamas, and then you go on your way back. But we stayed in West Palm Beach for an extra day.
Nice.
Because I wanted to take her to a nice hotel.
Yeah.
Pamper her. Give her all the time that she needed.
There we go.
And then she got a chance to see Grown Man King all the time. Because normally I have on
Iron Lords working. Sweatpants. Nah, it was grown and sexy time.
Yes, it was linen all day. I had linen in every color. Linen. Woo! Speaking that out, right? Okay, so check it out. Okay. Yes, Egyptian cotton. So check it out. We get to the Bahamas. Right? Now, I had something happen to me.
Okay.
I'm in the water, playing around, doing the king thing, having fun.
Yes.
Now, before we got in the water, I saw crabs on the beach. Right? So the crabs on the beach, they, go side to side. So I'm like, stupid little crabs. I'm getting in the water. So the water's crystal clear. Beautiful. And they got these little birds over there. They look like road runners, but they're not road runners, right? and they just like Bahama birds, and they just like pestering you. They want your food, right? But they go, right? That's their joint, right? So I'm like, oh, there you go, right? Whatever. And I get in the water. We playing around. Tell me why a crab pinched my toe.
Hey, yo.
So I scream out. Wifey think I'm making fun of the birds. So she laughing, and I'm trying to get out the water because I think my toe came off. Right?
Yo, that don't sound. Yo, that crab joint is sharp.
Oh, yeah. So on the top of his, their crabs is different. Their crab got a little, they got a little bottom piece, but on the top, they joint is bulbous, right? So I said, and on the other hand is weak. They got a weak link hand, right? So yeah. So I said, if he hit me with the bulbus,
yeah, so
my toe was gone.
Yeah, you lost.
Right? But he didn't, son. He gave me a little love tap. He was like, yo, shout out to you.
Shout out to you.
Westchester. But I had to get out the water, and they had a stingray in there. Stingray there.
Ooh,
So he was at the beach. He was just chewing, doing his thing. And it was a turtle in the water swimming around. This is what happens in the Bahamas.
Nah.
Now check this out. Nah. Get worse.
What?
The whole time, wifey's saying, I want to swim with the dolphins. The whole time before we get there, I want to swim with the dolphins. They had a dolphin package to go swim. So I was like, you want to go swim with dolphins? She was like, nah. If I see them out there, I like to swim with the dolphins, right? She's like, don't spend the $500 so we go to swim with the dolphins. I said, all right, cool.
Okay.
We get to West Palm Beach.
Right.
We're in the water. We got the cabana joint. We doing it up. We got the food. Everything's nice.
Fire.
In the water.
What?
Before we get into the water too deep, there's another stingray there.
Hey, yo,
so
stingrays,
I'm like, yo, he came all the way from the Bahamas to see us, right? I said, my man know how to travel. What's up? All right, cool. Not paying the stingray no mind, just making sure that it ain't the Irwin, the
stingray, remember that? Right? That's how he died.
Yeah, so I'm not up on him. I'm out because you got to be out of his distance. All right, cool. Tell me why wifey's back is facing the water.
Okay.
And my back is facing the beach.
Right.
And we're talking and we're having a great time. So,
what's up?
I seen a giant mass go up behind her.
What? A creature? What?
Giant?
Yeah.
A giant mass. I said, oh no.
She's out of here.
Because I can say nothing. I can say, you know, in Jaws when he sees the shark for the first time and his neck go like that.
Yeah. Wait.
Right,
so okay.
I'm gonna tell you what it is. Right, so my neck go like that, and she look at my eyes, and she's like, and she starts to get out the water, and I'm backing up, and I'm like, I don't see a fin. In my head, I'm like, Florida alligator.
Oh, the alligator. So okay.
I said, we done, man. We done. I said, did I bring her here to get sacrificed? Yo, oh my God. I said, man, this trip is gonna suck so bad if she did, right? Because I was a distance away.
The chat said no, Rebecca.
Yo,
he's stupid.
I see scales. Scared to death. Then I look, I see a whole eyeball.
What?
A whole eyeball look at me. It go like this. An eyeball look at me out the water and keep it moving. I go to get out the beach. I still don't know what it is. All right, shout out to the Caucasian people in the room. I just want to tell you, y'all the most fearless people on the face of this. You guys, us with the tan, us guys with the tan, out the water. We don't care what's
we
in
ain't
the
playing
water.
that game.
It's a mass in the water, we out the water.
A mass.
This dude is running down the beach with his wife and said, do you see the manatees?
I'm done.
Do you see the manatees?
The manatees.
I said, the manatees is over there. He jumps in the water to go play with the manatees.
I'm done.
Now, apparently, they are harmless.
They are very, very docile, yes.
Yeah, they'll kiss you in the mouth and all that other good stuff.
Right? I've never seen one of these.
They are sea cows, right? Manatees. They don't bother.
Okay.
I said, I'm not worrying about
manatees in Florida. Yep. Wow.
I said, I'm not worried about. He ugly.
They're not the prettiest.
He got the snout with the jaw. Nah, I'm good.
Listen, I got to say this.
I'm very biased if it's not an attractive animal.
Especially if they're ugly, right?
Yeah, like, isn't it messed up that certain animals, we just have a natural bias because we don't like the way they look?
And they could be the most dangerous.
I know.
Right? So, listen, he looked like three of me. He was the size of 3 of me in the water. That's how the mass was moving. And all right, so I back out, right?
Yeah.
I said, I'm not worrying about him.
Astro Parrot King, though, he Florida. He like, they the best. He knows. He going in.
Yeah.
He defends. He said they're harmless.
That's nice. They harmless. But the dudes that know that they a sucker, that's the one I'm worried about.
True.
The dude that know that he don't fight back. Right? That dude. The dude that know he can punch him in the face and just get off with his lunch money.
Right.
That's the guy I'm afraid of. So I'm thinking sharks, alligator, whatever the hell hunts him. Because he's food for somebody. being that he's so, you know, in school, you had those dudes in the lunchroom that didn't fight back. Those dudes, they always got picked on by the sharks.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, wifey saw it. She's sheet white now. She said,
Oh my God.
that's it. That's it.
That's it.
That's it. So we get to the beach and we gathering up our stuff, right? And we're leaving. So this is a little like an area to leave because we're on a private beach. So it's on an area to leave. It's a little pathway and it looks like a little jungle and it has a canopy over the top with trees. I hear her go, yeah.
What is going on in this
I said, what the hell is yeah? Now, mind you, for context, I'm half naked putting on my clothes.
That part.
Right? So I have on no shirt and I'm putting on my pants. And I hear, yeah. What the hell is yeah?
Right.
Like, we're in the bush. So I'm thinking something then came up in the bush to get us. So I'm thinking about, y'all got to get out of here. Right?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Yo, I put on my pants as fast as possible. My shirt is hanging off my sleeve. I'm coming out. What happened? Yeah, what happened? It is a gecko. A bearded dragon. Sorry. Is a bearded dragon about this big. Stand and watch while we change our clothes. Like,
Yeah, what's up? What's up?
The king ain't taking no no autographs. I'm like,
Manatees and dragons.
I'm like, you are Dominican. You come from the Dominican Republic. You see a lizard and you yell out, yeah? I said, you're supposed to look at it and be like, mi amigo. That's it. I mean, like, yo, what's going on? I could not believe it. So she was like, listen, I'm definitely done with this beach. Even though it was the most beautiful beach. We left out of there. We went to the swimming pool at the hotel. All right. So in the airport, all I was playing was Switch 2, Mario Kart
You brought the
World.
Switch. Wow.
Oh, yeah. No, I took it with him. Wifey said I could take it in the airport because she liked to be in the airport for no reason for a long time.
All right. Switch. All right.
So I played that this week. I also played 2 NDA games that we're going to talk about later. And I've been playing a whole lot of Black Myth Wukong. I am absolutely addicted to that game.
Salute.
I think that game for an exploration junkie like myself, it's a horrible game to have because it lets you explore as much as possible, right? And hold on.
You good?
It lets you explore as much as possible. And I didn't know that there was crafting in the game, stuff that you can do. So the game is a lot deeper than I was led to believe. So that's been consuming 90% of my time. I haven't even been playing Marvel Rivals like that. There's a couple of games that I wanted to get done. So when y'all saying Shinobi, I was like, I'm mad, I'm jealous. But right now, he got the move. Now, you know the move from Naruto when he does Shadow Clone Jitsu. He can make at least 8 other monkeys.
Oh, that's fire.
And they get to whipping on your ass. They got them sticks. It is the best. It's the best feeling to jump a dude. Like to jump a dude, like especially if he think he tough. If he think he tough, I got this move that I can freeze him, and he be like, and I call out all the monkeys.
Get him.
And then I got this other dude that I put a staff on the floor that give us critical that put our hit powers up. We start the wheeling on dudes. If you see us, run. Because we start the wheeling on you, it is. I can see why they was mad that they didn't get Game of the Year.
Okay.
I can see. So it's a definitely dope game. If you don't have Black Myth and you got an Xbox, go out and get that. If you have a PlayStation, go get that. If you got it on Steam, go get it on Steam. But it's a dope game if you was thinking about it. That's about it.
And of course, we have the gaming ninja himself, the Shinobi, Lord Cognito, spread that riddles in the realm of the ILP. Not tell you what you want to hear, but what you need there. Shout out to my man Matty Plays Duke. We were talking about the Perfect Dark stuff, which we'll get into. Shout out to Sega, man. Shout out to Shinobi, man. They did a pop-up in Soho, bro. Like, it was super dope, almost like art gallery vibe. Top was kind of like clothing and stuff, and a lot of exclusive merch. And yeah, definitely Sega was in the building. And then downstairs they had like the lounge with the bar. They had Art of Vengeance on one screen, big 50, 60-inch joint. And then they had Shinobi 3, Revenge of the Ninja Master, right next to it. And then on a panel, it had it like almost like, again, it was like an art gallery joint. They had like these, bro. You ever went to something that is so about what you like?
But how much?
Right, but nothing's for sale.
Oh.
And for the first time, Young Cog was like, I want to steal that. like you know when you got bad thoughts, like, bro, they got everything, bro. It was like Mona Lisa paintings of every Shinobi game with the arcade panels, bro. It was beautiful. I put the pictures off. They had Shadow Dancer. They had the Master System cover one.
My God,
they had them all, and I'm like, if I could just steal something and get out of here. Like, nothing. All they was selling was one pick, and I'm like. So needless to say, I brought the one pick, and I brought they had the merch, they had the pen and all that. You know what I'm saying? It was fire, right? I'm not even gonna hold you. They had the little liquor. They had the sake. They had like Shinobi themed, Japanese themed liquor. They had the whiskey sours and all that. You know what I'm saying? Yes, but bro, I ain't gonna hold you. Like the event was so dope. I was just like, man, y'all not selling nothing. Like, I wanted it to be an auction. Like, yo, put these up for sale or something. Like, let me get busy. Going once, going twice. Like, come on, like, bro, you can't put me in that type of situation. You tested me. You know what I'm saying? So I kept it cool. Shout out to my man. What's my man name? My man from he was at the Atari joint with us. He was at the 7800 soft.
Bars?
Yeah, I think your man that was we was doing the 7800 together.
Oh my God, what's his name?
I forget his name right now. It's the second time we ran into each other, and then hip hop.
I know you talk about. You talk about the dude from Level 1 Gaming.
No. This is a new it's a local cat.
This is the Atari rep. Like, he's the one that was
Jason.
Yeah,
no, not Jason.
Not Jason. It was another creator who when we had solved went to do the 7800 Pac-Man.
He was showing us the 2600 slash
no.
Pac-Man.
Not the guy that was showing. The guy that he was in there playing.
He was playing.
And we
him.
came.
Okay,
yeah. Man, bro, I'm so sorry. I'm blanking right now. But yo, you cool as hell. We exchanged whatever. And then there was another cat, hip hop cat, that me and him was building, and then we ended up finding out we had mutuals, and then he's like, you know, Gerard, I'm like, hip hop? He's like, yeah. He throw hip hop on FaceTime right there. He's like, yo, you don't give up. Like, yo, son, what up? What you doing this Soho, son? What's up? So I'm like, yo, what up? So we it was super dope. It was a vibe. Shout out to the Shinobi pop-up joint. I just like what I like that they said is that they're trying to be better, because even though Sega, what it is they have a problem because Sonic is so big. But they're like, they gotta get the other IPs that level of love that they're giving the Sonic and stuff like that. So I'm like,
they're off to a great start.
Yeah, keep doing what they're doing. So salute to them on that.
Streets of Rage is fantastic, and this Shinobi is incredible.
Salute to that. But as far as the games, obviously we're gonna talk about stuff that we're gonna talk about in a minute, which is Samsara. Also, I'm playing a lot of Demio, man. It's about
you
like,
need to hit me up, bro.
Yes,
like, cause I got my 3
you back now. You back now. So it's up.
Yeah.
It's up. Like, I really feel to play with you because this joint is fire, bro.
I put wifey in to see what AR was.
Yes, to see how to do the.
Okay, so VR blows her mind.
Yeah,
the AR.
She
said, "It's here.
It's here.
It's here." I said, "You can pick it up."
It's real. You know what it remind me of? It remind me of when we first saw the demo for HoloLens.
Oh, yeah.
And we was like, that's a reality now. Like, that's it. Yeah. That's what the AR, because you're literally manipulating the whole thing in your house. You know what I'm saying? Yep. So that kind of thing. But yeah, man, it was dope. So I've been doing that, and then obviously Shinobi, like, so I'm trying to go for the 100%. I got a couple more riffs and stuff like that. But yeah, let's get the super chats. Then we can talk about this other game that all of us are playing.
No doubt. Hold on a second. We have a Fia Marie, £2 super chat. Greetings, my liege, lords, and loves. Lady Fee in the building. Has actually a little Japanese flag there, kimono. Yes. Awesome. It is nearly upon us. Amon Burns, I read this before. Thank you, Amon. Appreciate you.
No more crazy tricks that we got to do. I was so scared last week when I wasn't here. I was like, what did they make me do? Like,
what do I got to come back to? There we have Hector the Macho Man, $2 super chat. Football, gaming, and the Lord's perfect Sunday.
Salute. Appreciate y'all being here. We know what's going on.
We know how it goes. Y'all. You know how it goes.
Yeah, speaking of which, Jeff, y'all got Aaron, right? Y'all got King. Okay. Oh, you going against? Oh, your face. Why you got the face? What happened?
He got the face.
Don't talk to me about those dudes. Hey, yo, our offensive line, the best dude that we had on our offensive line tears out both his pecs.
Oh, damn.
I mean, he said his bicep. He ripped his chest. Yo, listen. It's worse than that. He ripped out his biceps.
I'm done.
I'm like, why was you going so hard? Like, I'm done with them. But I love them to death. I just got to sit it. So, I am a hostage.
Yeah. You remind me of the Mets for the prior years before, where it's just like, you kind of know, and it's just like, yeah, this ain't going to be.
You know when dudes be like, yo, you ready for football season? I said, for what? Like, for what?
Well, you're not putting out a good product, and it's just like, I do want to see what Justin Fields is going to do. I want to see what Justin Fields.
For who? He ain't on my team?
No, he on the quarterback. Your quarterback.
We got Justin Fields?
Yeah, you haven't been paying attention. Y'all got Justin Fields.
Exactly.
No, I'm just saying, I just want to see what he do.
When I said don't get Aaron Rodgers and they did, it did exactly what I knew it would do. I said, I'm so sick and tired of y'all dudes chasing names.
I feel you.
Let's go build a team like everybody else. Why can't you do it? And they can start building a team.
Yeah,
then right before they put the final piece, they go get something stupid.
Yeah, what it is y'all got they remind me of the Will Paul. Like, Woody Johnson just gets in the way. He gets in the way too much. But we'll talk about it. We got any more super chat. I'm sorry.
And we got Hargit Chani, $5 super chat. The King and Those Dudes podcast without King.
BBD. He's about to drop Poison. Me and Saul about to go solo, about to do the album.
Joking. Happy Sunday to the Lords on this Sunday. Happy Sunday to you, my brother. Blessings. There you have AKW, £5 super chat. I don't want just these two. I'd rather have a dance from Danny in Grease. Yeah, so I still don't understand what version of Grease you watch.
Yeah, Grease.
Yeah, it wasn't Grease. It was Grease.
Oiled up.
You were in Spain. You were in Spain, so it was grata. Then we have Nathan Borman with the £2 super chat. Just 100% of Shinobi. Shout out to you. There's some skills there, sir.
Oh, bro. Salute. I got to get the riffs. The riffs are done. There's a couple more joints. I got to get the secrets, the fragments.
Exactly. I'm surprised that he did it ahead of you.
Yeah, bro. It's
some of those platform challenges, bro, you need to stop and take a breather. Sometimes,
they on some joint, bro. They try to break your spirit with some of these, man. Good.
So yeah, just 100% of Shinobi, 10 out of 10. This is effing great. Yes, it absolutely is.
Yeah.
And we have Hollywood Rules member for 43 months, Lord Silver. Happy Sunday to my NYC cousins. Y'all know this is Xmas to football fans, so I'll be listening in the background. Number one pod. Sucks the Shinobi isn't play anywhere. Yeah. You got to pick. You got
to buy it in multiple spots. That's
brutal.
Yeah. Then we have the Iron Rook, $5 super chat. Cog won't need to get out of his seat the entire flight. He just gets comfortable and locks in for 13 hours.
That's nasty work.
He won't need to move.
That's nasty work.
Yo,
whoever just sitting next to Cog got a problem.
He just make faces.
So just so y'all know, we're mostly not sitting next to each other because again, I wanted to make sure that Addict and King had seats leg room, so that cost more, and I had to make the executive decision. Okay, we'll pay more for their tickets, and Cog and I will have more regular tickets. Yeah, so exactly. So yeah, so none of us will have to smell that, thankfully.
Y'all want to sit next to me about the pen?
yeah. No good.
Stop talking about that. You're not wearing the pants.
The crazy thing is that we say this like at no point in time would he consider changing.
Like he gonna do that from flight to flight. Like you're changing a diaper. This is not good. I don't like none of this.
You don't like none of this? Me and my man Prime.
You see Cog on the changing table.
Yo, changing himself on the changing table.
Yo, you wildin' for that.
Nah.
It's at the changing table.
Nah.
You wildin'.
He has underwear, y'all. Okay, I don't want y'all believing this thing to be real.
Talk about a grown man on a that is not for a grown man, so don't be putting me in a situation.
Baby lotion,
a big muscle bound man on with his legs
with a binky.
That's nasty work. That's nasty work. I don't ever want to see that visual again. Solve to mess me up for the show. Man. That was wild. That little table for a grown man. Yo!
Astro Parrot, you know what to do, man.
Oh, man. That's wild. That's nasty. Don't do that, Astro Parrot.
Wow. Let me see. Hollywood Rules, $5 super chat. Gotta apologize to my boy Lord Cog. Sorry, I missed the invite. Good luck to your 49ers. Hope General had a great vacation. Have a great show, brothers. Thank you.
Niners, baby. We need this, man. They picking against us right now. We gotta show them.
Then we have the Iron Rook, $5 super chat. I got bullied by a very small fish in the ocean in Italy. Wouldn't let me go in more than a few feet. Kept biting the deadlift scars on my shins.
Hey, yo.
Yeah.
I'm a bold
That's crazy. Yeah.
That's great. PR don't got that though, right?
Yeah, like PR, like I mean, the very frequented beaches, you won't see as much of that. Like when over like there's a beach called Crash Boat that a lot of surfers go to. That one is kind of more it sits as a surfer beach. You're not really swimming like that, so you will see more of the animal life, the wildlife coming to the shore. But like regularly like frequented beaches, you're not really gonna see a whole lot of that like that. You'll see the crabs and stuff like that, but nothing crazy.
Shout out to Golden on PR, bang bang 9 game salute, dip down cowboy. Oh man, y'all should have won that, man. What's up with your man CD Lamb dropping the passes, man? Anyway, continue.
Then we got Daddy Passion official, $2 super chat. Should Team Cherry make Ori 3?
Wow.
I mean, there is a team that makes Ori.
There's a team that makes Ori now. Like, are we doing that? Because the Ori bros ain't feeling it. I feel like the Ori feel like they never get the respect they deserve, and they can hang with them dudes. They better than them dudes.
I mean, facts, they can. But it is true. It's weird. Like in the conversation around Metroidvanias, for whatever reason, people forget about Ori. And Ori, like, you know, the first one and Will of the Wisp were like ridiculous games. Yeah. And we got Halo Reach Around, $5 super chat. Attic gonna be late.
He back.
Attic gonna be late. I was filling up his Hollow Knight with my Master Sword last night. Wow.
That's wow. That's crazy, bro.
That's Fight Night Friday energy.
Then we have Darn Thread with the 50 Swedish krona, aka sex.
Yeah, favorite currency.
I like that.
Love that currency.
Watching Attic play Silksong, hearing him whining about it not having abilities unlocked at the start was hilarious. It's a Metroidvania, my God.
That's so Attic. Like he would complain about that.
He would complain about the main tenet of what this game is about.
Oh, look at Down Taco going hard for Ori. Everybody all right? The Ori gang is in the building. They not feeling
I don't know why y'all doing that. Listen, you don't got the lineage of Shinobi. You was never going to win that battle. If that game comes out how it's supposed to, and it did, you're an afterthought.
No, but they talk about the Ori versus Hollow Knight.
Silksong,
right now, the Ori guys is not feeling. I
don't care about that. Y'all, they've been looking for this game for years. Again, ain't nobody checking for y'all like that. Like Y'all gotta really know how to pick your battles, bro. I'm just saying, y'all got the 2 games. Go sit down, relax. Go play this new one because this new one's
It
out for
is
$20.
weird to you just jump into the line of fire for no reason.
I like doing it.
No, not you. I'm just saying the whataboutism of like, everybody's talking about Silksong and how it's affecting games that are out now. Everybody's like, what about Ori?
I mean, but we gotta be real. Ori never got the because of the platform it was on. It never got.
That's that, yeah, and we know how that happens. If it lands over here, they snub us until they get it. and when they get it, it's the best thing since sliced bread. So I cannot wait for them to get
see the vision.
Yo, when they get Starfield, they're gonna be like, yo, this is the game of the generation. I can't wait for them to get Starfield, son.
Oh, man. Continue.
Let me see. Hold on. That was it. We caught up.
No doubt. All right. So before we get into the joints, we gotta talk about shout out to Atari and ILP Games, a little small Brazilian team adventure of Samsara, man. And shout out to Sam. This is something we got a chance to check out. New York City, Atari, and all that. And yeah, look, it was classic Atari feel. Metroidvania. Now I'm obviously defer to you two because you're more I was a Coleco kid, right? I didn't have any, but Dad, when he had visitation, right, he's like, you go get a console. Like, I don't care what your mom talking about with this no game nonsense. Like,
that's right.
You get that. So I came later on that where I was jealous of you guys because you guys had the Ataris and stuff like that. So I'll start with you, Sav. As far as your connection to the original game or knowledge of it, and then obviously what we play now, Adventure of Samsara, that is out.
Yeah. So, I mean, first of all, big shout out to our friends over at Atari, Jason Barzelli, and the team over at ILEX. Is it ELEX or ILEX?
I don't know. I'm butchering.
Yeah.
Probably. Sorry.
So Adventure of Samsara had like a really like cool and strange sort of timeline. This game was originally called Tower of Samsara. And it was a failed Kickstarter in 2016. So all the way back in 2016, nearly 10 years ago.
That's crazy.
Wow.
And basically, once the game did not sort of reach its Kickstarter goals, the devs of the team still were like, hey, we still want to make this game. I think we have something here. And, in some way, shape, or form, they came into contact with Atari. And Atari looked at the game. And again, the game wasn't completed at that time, but they saw a lot of DNA in the game that kind of could be related to Adventure, the classic, Warren Robinette game from 1980 that, I played, King played. Adventure to me was really the first action adventure / RPG game that I played. I mean, before then it was really just text adventures, and this was the first game to try to take what you got in the text adventure and put it into a game. And you were literally a square that were tasked with bringing a treasure, a chalice, to the golden to the golden castle. Okay. And you had to. There were dragons, 3 dragons that you had to slay, and a bat that would steal. Anytime you had the treasure, the bat would come out and steal the treasure and put it in different places, and you had to go get it. Again, my first experience was something that was resembling a true action adventure / RPG. So adventure is the basis in a lot of ways for all modern games, all modern games, really. Because most modern games have some sort of RPG element or action adventure element. So it's all very, adventure is that game. So as they continued to develop the game, they said, okay, let's put more elements that make it feel like this true spiritual successor to Adventure. And what they've done here with this game is exactly that. You look at the game and it has this beautiful pixel art style to it that is very evocative of I don't know, guys, if you remember this game, Sword and Sorcery, it's called Super Brothers Sword and Sorcery. The art style is very similar. It also reminded me of Below, if you guys remember that game.
Yes, from Xbox. I remember Below.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then in terms of the way the character moves and whatnot, it reminds me a lot of Prince of Persia, where the movement is very deliberate. It's not Prince of Persia / Tomb Raider, where it was like 1 box, 2 box, whatever. But it is very kind of more, I won't say plotting, but very deliberate. The movement is deliberate.
Word.
Yeah, it's a little plotting and a little like deliberate. And so basically in this game, again, spiritual successor. So this game feels a lot. It is this mix between sci-fi and classic fantasy, where you do have the fantasy elements. Your character is the reincarnated solar champion, and he's tasked with sort of fixing these rifts between like timelines, basically between worlds, between timelines, and so you have something that when you look at it, there are aspects of it that looks like very futuristic with like elevators and stuff like that. And then on the other hand, you're dressed like somebody out of a fantasy game.
Yeah, like some medieval drug.
Exactly. So you have both of these elements that come together like in very, very cool ways. If you guys go to our original coverage, where shout out to Hip Hop, and that he was in on that coverage with us. It was funny because he was lamenting the fact that he couldn't cheat.
He was like, if I was playing this, I'd have been putting cheats on where I got limited health.
Yeah, he needs plitch.
He needs plitch for everything.
He was shouting that out. Yes.
Yo, that is his. He defaults. He's like plitch enabled. Plitch enabled. So, but yeah, look at that coverage because that was our first reaction to the game, and the first thing that really, besides how the game looked in playing it, I was like, okay, it looks like a very simple game, and then you go into the menus, and all of a sudden you have like upgrades to your armor, different things you could put on, gauntlets and stuff to sort of improve your stats. You have a number of different weapons that you can utilize. In terms of combat, the combat again is very much I hate using this, but it does. It's more deliberate, so it feels soulsy, but not that it is not
a
difficult
little,
in that way.
Okay.
But it is deliberate in that, like, you have to be very respectful of timing and things like that. Where it's not. So part of the story around this game is that in the time that it was being completed after the failed Kickstarter. We got Hollow Knight. and then so at some point there were discussions around it being like, hey, why don't you make it more like this? And it's like, it's not the game we're making, right? We're trying to make this game in this way. We want it to feel this way.
The name of this game is Adventure of Samsara.
Samsara. It's Adventure of Samsara.
Yes.
So when you look at the combat, it is very much that. You have a parry, which me and parries. I love my parries.
He loved that parry. Once he found that out, King, in the demo,
I beat the first boss with the parry. I just stood in front of him parrying.
You got to get the timing down well, though.
The time, because it is, like I said, it is more deliberate. So you have to look for the clues in the animation. And again, beautiful 2D pixel art animation. It just, when you do that type of art correctly, it doesn't matter how simple it is. It's still, there's so much little nuance and detail to how it moves and how it plays. And I'll tell you this right now, in the build that we played, which was basically the final build, I found that the Solar Champion moved a little heavier. In the final build that we played, I don't know if you guys noticed,
he's a little lighter.
He's lighter. He is lighter, and he jumps lighter, and it's like he doesn't, when he falls, it doesn't feel as heavy. So I was like, okay, they made some tweaks here to make it feel a little bit more kinetic, but it's still very much a different game than like a Shinobi or a Ragebound or something like that. So that stuff, the combat stuff is great. You get a bunch of different weapons that react differently depending on, like, you have your great sword, you have your staff that reacts differently. Even like when you're looking at even like the simplest sort of enemy, they all have patterns that you have to really like pay attention to, or else they're gonna get you. And in classic old school platformer sort of style, if you catch a couple of different enemies in an area together and they're all following their distinct patterns, be wary, because they will kill you quickly.
They'll play.
They don't play in that sense. And there's aspects of the game again that harken back to old school games where it's like it's difficult, like maybe even frustratingly difficult. Because like, come on, man, like let me get through this thing. But you don't have those tools at your disposal because again, it is a simpler game. In terms of the story, I like the whole idea of so the word samsara means resurrection. It has to do with the cycle of life and death in Hinduism and Buddhism. So it is this story of this reincarnated champion set forth to sort of set things right in the universe. So, and as the game progresses, as Metroidvanias do, Addict, if you're listening,
Addict, if you're listening,
more of the game reveals itself.
you gotta explain it like he's 5.
No, it is that thing. Like, I get it. Like, if somebody's never played Hollow Knight or never played Silksong, and even going back to
I can hear him raging. Right now. I can hear him. That's not what I'm saying.
That's not what I'm saying.
He can be raging right now.
I'm messing with you. I'm messing with you. But like, again, like a Symphony of the Night. You go into Symphony of the Night, you know it's Castlevania, so you're invested. Like, it's Castlevania, I'm invested. I know it's gonna get good, and I'm gonna get more stuff. If you go into a game that you know nothing about, it's a you know, an independent IP, whatever. If you don't get that wow right at the beginning, you're like, what is this? And how long is it gonna take to quote unquote get good? It is that thing where the game reveals its secrets as you play. And for me, the investment came from the fact that the world looks so beautiful. This mixture of fantasy and sci-fi, the art style, all of that. I'm gonna be honest with you, and I'm what, like 5, 6 hours in, and from scene to scene, moment to moment, biome to biome. I'm constantly like so happily surprised by the way these scenes look and the way they play out. And again, and the little touch points that really do harken back to adventure. And again, harkening back to adventure is a broad thing.
You got a break protocol. Rook just put a hilarious super chat right now. You got to hit that.
Iron Rook $5 super chat. This discussion is going to single-handedly restore addicts. Yo, all of a sudden, the addict will be
gonna come back. He's gonna be able to go because he gonna want to rebut anything you saying right now. You know that he gonna get all his power back. He's not.
So yeah, man, I am really, really enjoying this game. You know, yes. There is another game out there that is taking all the oxygen out of the room, and they you know, and we've had this game for a bit already. We've had the game already for a bit already. So they could have made. There's another game that, you know, there was some controversy around. I think it was Demon School or something like that. That they made the decision to push the game. The game's done, and it's been in the press's hands forever. And they're like, now we're pushing it. This didn't happen with Adventure of Samsara. It's out there.
That's right. They said this is my date.
I mean, and
they put the tweet out. I don't know if you saw.
I didn't see that.
They pretty much they put the tweet out. They were like, hey, by the way, Team Cherry, you know what I'm saying? They were kind of like, you know, we're releasing a Metroidvania as well, same day as you. Let's do a bundle together. So almost like how Detemo, remember when
did it with Ragebound
and Shinobi. That would be dope if they like they shot the shot. They actually added Team Cherry and was like, let's do a bundle. So if they maybe get a little Steam bundle together. You know what I'm saying? That'd be dope.
That'd be
but
nice.
I wonder if Team
That'd be
Cherry
nice.
looking at it like
Team Cherry, Team Cherry head is in the cloud.
in the cloud could be right now.
I mean, look, I mean, it's right. It sucks, but again, and Team Cherry is not beholden to anyone. I'm sure if we look back the day that the original Hollow Knight launched, everybody was like, oh, another one of these. Nobody knew what that game would be or become, and I'm sure that they had some stiff competition in probably the AA or AAA space when that original game launched. So it's just the nature of things.
And then remember Team Cherry, it was kind of like almost like a shadow drop, which we will discuss. Like they didn't, a lot of people didn't have enough lead time to get out the way.
To get out of the way,
So you may have been locked in
and just knock people out. Shout out to Baby Steps for dipping.
So you know, it's a sad thing. I only saw like 2 reviews. Not even one was like Steam reviews, and then the other one was like Nintendo Life or something like that. So that is disheartening because again, and beyond just Silksong, they came out at a time when a lot of games were coming out, for sure. And even games that came out last week. They're longer, bigger games, so the conversation is not, you know, 1 or 2 days. The conversation continues. So it came out at a tough time, but I would definitely recommend playing this game. If you're a fan of retro styled sort of Metroidvanias, old school graphics, and if you're a fan of old Atari IP and you're a boomer like me and King, that played this game back in the day, the original Adventure. It's a heartening thing to see something kind of try to harken back so directly to it, but again, doing its own thing, man. Shout out to them.
King, any balls on Adventure Samsara before I go?
Definitely. All right. So I had covered that game like a week before we actually got the NDA on it.
Yeah, you was ahead of this one.
Right.
I forget.
Because I follow Atari heavy and I try I like the nostalgic aspect of what they're trying to do and trying to bring back gaming in its purest form. Right? So any of you guys that's out there that's going to think they're going to run up into Adventures of Samsara and it's going to be a modern game, it's a modern game adjacent. Right? It's a modern game only because it's been released in 2025. Right. Other than that, it has all the old school sensibilities of a game of that nature. Right? So what I mean by saying is the movement of the characters, the way that the world interacts, I got shout out to Silent Cypher for gifting me I think it was the 20-year anniversary of Outer Worlds. So it reminds me of Out of Worlds, right? With how the art looks in certain aspects, not all, in certain aspects. And I'm not talking about the animation. I'm just talking about in certain aspects of the game. Is a very distinct artwork that the game uses. Now, knowing that this game is going to be used that way, it's hearkening back to old school styles with a new update to it. Like a lot of Atari games didn't have cutscenes. Right. This has cutscenes in it. And it gives you more added flavor to what the story is. Now, like you can walk around with the analog or you can move with the D-pad, pushing up to go into a level, into the thing. Right.
Press up.
It's different things that I like that it brings to the forefront that it couldn't do back then. So it's not trying to get too big, but it's trying to also keep old school gaming alive. So it's good seeing Atari back. I'm probably like an hour and some change into the game because, again, I was playing a whole bunch of other stuff and my Black Myth got my soul. But, again, I was looking forward to this game before all of that other stuff. And the fact that they actually did keep their date, didn't run from any smoke, and said, hey, man, why don't we partner up? Like, you're going to be a juggernaut out here. You out here blowing up people's storefronts. Why don't you take me with you so we can get some sales off of that? And listen, if you are a Metrovania type of dude and you are a person that like old school games, like brought back, Atari has these games that are coming out for you, and Adventures of Samsara is definitely one of the games that you should take a look at. Look at some of the trailers on it. The game.
Look at our coverage on Lords of Gaming. We got some coverage up there.
lordsofgaming.net. Go check that out.
And Lords of Gaming YouTube is pinned in the chat. If you guys want to check it out. You know what I'm saying?
I apologize.
No, you good. You good.
Kyle got a channel.
You good.
But what I like about the game, it's exactly what it's supposed to be, and Atari did it the best with going back to old school and not just bringing back the same thing. They just did it a little bit of more flavor because, like before, Adventure was a little box, and this game is definitely not a little box. So, shout out to them for doing it. I wish I was at that event. I didn't get a chance to go to that event, because when Saab says that he wants to go to,
we Saab's available. So I'll get that. So King would have went. But yeah, I'll keep it brief because you guys said a lot of the points I was going to say. Look, I have no connection to the original. So my perspective is different, but it's a very retro art style. But like you said, kid, with modern sensibilities. I like what Saab said about the fusion of kind of like medieval, but with this futuristic thing. And it's one of them, I call them cog artsy fartsy game, those esoteric environmental music. You don't know what's going on. The game is not hand holding you too much.
No,
you
it
know what I'm
just
saying?
throw you out there.
Yeah, and then with me, it gives me another world vibes because I like whenever you do anything with significance in the game, this little art drawing, cinematic, letting you know, hey, you just grabbed that stone and this became this. And you know what I'm saying? I love that. The characters that you do interact with in the game, they almost talk to you in harmonies. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of funny, like harmonic joint. I like the way to the game, the jumping.
Give me 1 second, I gotta let the dog say.
Do what you go. I love the way the game when they jump. They got a very unique, like hanging from a bar mechanic, which you gotta you jump up, you grab a bar, and then you kind of climb up, and then also when you descend, you can kind of like hang off it. Like it's a flow to it. And I was actually getting into it. So, and it's deeper than what you think. It's like there's a menu system. You got your items. You got, you got spells, and you got this gauntlet thing where the game started to open up. Well, I thought it was just simple. Okay, sword, shield, platforming. Okay. Where it opened up with me was yes to parry, but to be honest with you, I'm a dash guy, so I like using that dash to go between the enemies, get to the other side
behind them,
because some of them enemies you a beast with parrying. Some of them enemies, them dudes with the long spears that be bad quick. Like I was like, come on, fam, I can't time
they
this.
do like a little jump, a hiccup.
Yeah, no fake out. I was like, fair. But what I like is you got a little bit of the soulsy, and then you got the boss encounters. And I was like, oh, this is what's up. So yeah, like I like that. Obviously, you got your typical kind of Souls thing where you find the golden anvils in the world. You could save there. You hit rest. Things spawn back if you do that. That kind of thing. But where the game really shined to me, where I knew it was going to be way more. I was like, damn, I kind of like this. Like, I was coming like, okay, this probably not for me, but we'll see. Where it opened up for me is when you start getting the ability, when you get the little ghost thing, and then you start burning things around, and you moving it, and it controls unique because you using the right analog to use that while you moving the left analog to move. And then I started getting this little burst power to push back people. And I was like, yo, this game. I slept. I ain't go for. I came in like, this is a king and Sov game. They got the connection. And then my joint turned from, all right, well, let me get a couple more hours. Let's see what I'm going to get next. And it kept going. So, yeah, Samsara, man. Like, check this game out, y'all. Like I said, we know the zeitgeist right now is what it is with Hollow Knight. But this game is worth checking out. I was pleasantly surprised. So shout out to them. Go check it out. I'll put the link to the channel on the top. And if you guys want to get an idea of what we're talking about. And yeah, that's pretty much all I got on that. Let's get these super chats, then we get into these
What up, Bone?
What up, Bone?
We got the Iron Rook with a bone. Oh, Bone in the chat,
Yeah.
The Iron Rook, $2 super chat. Interview those guys next. Keep it rolling.
Yeah, we possibly could because we got a good relationship.
We definitely could get that done. Yeah, we could definitely done. So shout out to Atari and those guys and Jason.
Hey, shout out to Jason. Shout out again, ILP, I believe, Brazilian team. Yeah. Yo, go check them out. Adventure Samsara. Now, only like $20, y'all. It's like nothing.
Yep.
That's it. We are caught up.
Right. And if you think about it, if you have Game Pass, you can don't buy Silksong and take that $20 and go buy
Be careful though, Pete ain't gonna like that. I'm just joking. We'll talk about I'm messing with you. I'm starting trouble.
I did call for Pete to be gone. So
all right, we gonna get into that. We gonna get into all that later. But so main event time, man. Main event time. This is you. Hollow Knight Silksong out now. Massive zeitgeist. Shadow drop in a way, kind of to the backers first. There's currently no Metacritic right now because I guess it was shadow drop to the reviewers.
Everybody,
which is also stemmed its own little bit of controversy as far as I don't know if you saw certain publications were kind of like it was a disservice to the industry.
We'll talk about that.
We'll talk about that. So we got that, but breaking every storefront known to man, $20, and also as King stated in Game Pass. So Hollow Knight Silksong. This was
Game Pass Ultimate.
Don't get it twisted. Don't come in here with the value plan.
That core and that standard.
That's not. You are not enough. You are not enough.
You're not enough.
You are not welcome. You are not a black card carrying member of the Xbox Game Pass
It's not
coalition.
tapped to proceed and pay for that.
Yeah, you got to be verified.
Okay.
All right.
So there's an ultimate situation.
Yeah, it's not for y'all. It's not for y'all. It's a different rope. We got a different rope.
Different rope for you.
Yeah. You on that side of the building.
You get a different wristband.
Yeah. See you in 6 months. God bless.
You're ridiculous. Anyway, so this is your topic. Let's talk about it, man. So how we feeling?
Yeah, man. Silksong, this game that was on the cusp of being called vaporware. Where is it? Right. Everybody assuming that it's in development hell. What's going on? And no, Team Cherry just taking their sweet time because their pockets are fat with money, and they could take their sweet time to make the game that they wanted to make. And here, 8 years later, pretty much from the release of the original Hollow Knight, 8 years and 15 million sales of Hollow Knight. Later, we have the sequel. Hollow Knight Silksong. And you know, it's hard for a game with this much hype and expectation behind it to at this point still be living up to it. I don't know that I've heard a lot of negatives apart from the conversations around
God
what about Ori
forbid
and
the one person
like
that says something negative about it. God forbid.
Yeah. Oh no. Again, it's one of those things. I love the fact that the conversation is organic and it's happening with everybody, and nobody's ahead of anybody. You know, everybody's in on the conversation. I love that. This is a game that could have shadow dropped, not even given the 2 weeks notice, and it would have been even crazier. The fact that it bricked every single storefront that it came out on, it's this year's GTA
That's
6.
GTA level, like that's
like craziness. Yeah. But again, GTA 6, you knew when it was going to be up on. You're going to know when it's up on the store. You're going to be able to pre-download it. You're going to be able to do all that stuff. So that doesn't necessarily happen.
And you're going to have the Metacritic, and you're going to have all this ahead of time.
You're going to have it ready to rock. And here they said, nah, everybody just gets it at the same time. So yeah, Silksong is the story of Hornet. Hornet is the princess of the original setting of the first game, the Hollow Nest. She's the former princess of Hollow Nest, and she was a pretty prominent. I would say antagonistic character to Hollow Knight in the first game. Like there are at least 2 battles with Hornet that Hollow Knight had. But she was always she was never an enemy in the sense that her intentions were always noble. Right.
She's an anti-hero.
Yeah, exactly. So basically what they had wanted to do initially was for Hornet's story to be DLC for Hollow Knight. And you know, as we've seen in the past with other games, DLC just turns into a second game. And they said, okay, well, the sequel will be Hornet's story. And in this story, we start out with Hornet being kidnapped by these kind of like these mysterious sort of cultist characters.
they got a lock, sir.
They got her locked up. I'm like, oh, whoa, what's going on? Because she's gangster. So I'm like, oh, they got her. Like, what's going on here? And they are en route to take her to this sacred sort of peak of a mountain in this place called Farloom, where something happens. She's able to escape. They're attacked, and she's able to escape. And she's in now the land of Farloom, trying to make her way to where they were going to take her to find out why the hell did you kidnap me? Why did you want to bring me here? And again, in that is kind of
murder,
the story,
of course.
So that's basically kind of the crux of what the story is. And what I've been able to play so far, I've played a couple of hours. It's great. The art style is always the most striking thing to me. The art style, the music, the sort of ambiance that the music creates. It's funny. I was playing it last night, and my wife comes out, and she's like, because she hears the characters like doing their mumbo jumbo, like, and she's like, "What the hell is that?" I'm like, "Well, this is their language." She's like, "But who understands it?" I'm like, "Well." They're translating it in English so I can understand what they're trying to say. You know what I mean?
Who is this for?
She thought he spoke Floanese.
And I'm like, well, this is part of the sort of the artistry of the game. That it's like they created their own language for this game. They translated for you to understand what's going on. But this is the world that they've created. And she's like, and that's art. I'm like, get out of here.
You threw wifey out the room.
What you should have did is like what I did with my mom's. My mom's thought I spoke Japanese and I could read Japanese when I finished Final Fantasy 3. Yeah, you should have just went with it. Yeah, I speak Floanese.
So I can see how disgusted you were. But she's like, why is this? This is nonsensical. Like she had the nonsensical energy.
Because she's listening to something. She was in the kitchen doing something, and she was listening to something on her phone. And then it interrupted what she was listening to, and all she hears is like, what are you saying? So she's like tight, really.
She's tight. Like, what is this?
She comes to see it. She's like, this is art. I'm like, get out of here, man. Just go. Just go.
Yo, ain't that worse than when a family member or someone significant other try to disrespect when you in your game and then something that's passionate is hot and you like, man, if you don't get out the room,
for real, I was like, just go. She's like, okay, if you say so. I'm like, yeah, I say so. Go.
Continue.
So, I've only a couple of hours in.
Yeah.
haven't really unlocked much of anything. So I'm just kind of just getting a feel for the world. Hornet controls a little bit differently than Hollow Knight in that she's a taller character, so her animations are a little bit different. Like it's just you know, having gone back to Hollow Knight and played some of that, you know, in the past couple of weeks, there is a little more bounciness to him where she feels slightly heavier and slightly floatier in some ways. But yeah, man, I don't have that much to say other than that. It feels like, you know, story-wise, it is that thing where, again, like, and I don't mean as you know, people pointing, you know, making for the addict or whatever, this, that, the other. But that's kind of the crux of a Metroidvania, and some people can take it or leave it. I definitely know that. A lot of the criticism that we had around how we felt about Shinobi was like, people don't want Shinobi to be a Metroidvania, but it is the type of one person,
one
individual in our chat, in our comment section. But
go play the old ones.
Yeah. So this game, again, it's the story around why they were trying to bring her there. Like, I have my own sort of thoughts about what it could be. Like, she might be some truly special being. And again, the fun part of Silksong is, and Hollow Knight in general is, and I think what kind of might have turned some people off from the original Hollow Knight is that the whole point to the game is to get lost and figure it out. As opposed to other Metroid, like you will find maps, you will find ways to sort of mark down maps and show where you are. But at the end of the day, it kind of is about you just getting exploring and getting lost in these caverns. And because again, the characters that you encounter in there are all sort of it speaks to how the game is written as well too. It's a very sort of emotional and sort of almost sort of religious experience in terms of not for necessarily playing it, but the characters in the game and why in this particular game, all of them are on this pilgrimage to try to reach that peak. Most of them knowing they'll never get there. They'll never get there. And it's, you meet these people along the way and you see their different plights. And, you know, it's when you, a game like this that doesn't have, it's not in English. You don't hear the characters speaking. They're just kind of talking in bleeps and bloops and whatever. For then their story to be like, hey, I see the carcasses of my kin on the road to this thing that I'm supposed to do as well. I'm gonna sit here and ponder life a little bit before I take that step, knowing full well that I'm probably not gonna make it. It's deep in that way, and then you couple that with the music, which can be very minimalistic at times, and just the sound effects that it kind of feels like you're in this deep and dark and dank place. And you couple that with the art and again, and all of that, and then you take it, and then you're like, oh, and it's a great playing and feeling game. You know, it's a recipe for success. So I have no doubt that as I continue to play this game, I'm going to continue to be wowed, because that's the way I felt when I played the original Hollow Knight. These guys seemed like they were very, very, very confident in this game. So I'm just excited to keep playing more. You know, shout out to Team Cherry.
Shout out to Cherry.
These guys really, again, they had great success with that first game, and they were now able to parlay it into basically whatever they want to do moving forward. They could take their sweet time doing whatever they want to do, and the thing is that their commitment to quality is utmost, because it's still when you talk about a real small team, it's like 3 of them in addition to whatever contract work they for certain
all
things
that money for them.
It's a lot of bread.
And no publisher, right? This is all
this is them.
Nobody, they had to play nobody.
Straight
and I'm sure people went to them with the bag. I mean, obviously
they got a Game Pass bag, right?
Game Pass bag.
Microsoft had them in pockets, son. Microsoft, dude, big Microsoft come through the room. They had them in pockets.
Yeah. So again, I'm excited to keep playing this game. Shout out to them for the zeitgeist moment. And the only thing that makes me sad is that it might outshine my beloved Shinobi.
Yeah, bro. Like, remember when we interviewed Ben for K at that very end, he's like, damn it, it just came out. We just got, he literally curses at the end. If you're listening to the interview, he keeps it so, I said, Ben, you don't want me to cut that out?
Nah, he said, nah, leave that in.
If you don't leave that in there, he said it's all fun. Respect to Team Cherry and all of them. But that, like, it's that energy. Like, the indie scene is like acting like this is GTA.
Yes.
And it is literally moving mountains. And unfortunately for a lot of people, it's just like, God damn, because like no one knew. It's one thing like to be able to prepare for it.
One dude knew.
Yeah.
One dude. Xbox knew about that.
And hey, shout out to what is Demon School. They were like, nope, we out.
Yep. Salute. If you had enough time to get out of the new ball,
them baby steps. Said, yo,
we good.
You want some smoke, old man? Said, nope.
And I'm not mad at that.
Old man?
I'm not mad at that.
Yeah, so I mean, for Silksong to be like the Thanos snap of games is crazy. But I love it. I love the fact that a game that comes from like these sort of humble beginnings can have this impact because and Maddie said something to this point. He was like, it shows that at least some of the industry realizes that in some ways it has to get smaller.
Yeah.
It has to get smaller. Yeah. And you can have that same level of success with something that's smaller. So hopefully the big publishers
now dudes want small. Y'all are hypocrites, bro.
Here we go.
I'm just saying
not you. When I say y'all are hypocrites, I don't ever be going at my panel. Never one time do I go at y'all unless y'all go at me. Don't come for me unless it's empty.
All right. We get that.
But the fact of the matter is this. Dudes are hypocrites. They love that big budget games. They love those cinematic graphics. They love all of that. They love that $500 million games until it fails. Right? So I don't want to hear none of that stuff. Y'all gonna have to stand on your square. Whatever that square was, listen, I'm a graphics whore. I ain't gonna lie to you. And I'm gonna stand on that square, right? But when it's me, I'ma tear this up.
Well, it looks like it's you. Let's stop as a boss.
Yeah, no, I'm good, man. I'm just happy for them.
Yeah, shout out to Team Cherry. King, Hollow Knight, Silksong out in the streets, breaking internet, in Game Pass, doing what it do. How we feeling? And get a chance. I know you're coming back from vacation. I don't know if you got any chance to just jump in there, get your touch on real quick, get your Silksong on.
My battery died. So I gotta put a new battery.
All right, so
definitely fraud on you.
What's up?
All right, so y'all know how I rep the Xbox, right? And anytime we can get like Expedition 33, Metaphor, I'm talking about Game of the Year inside Game Pass Day One. I'm talking about the best service in the world, bar none. I'm talking about that dude that you like, that you ran is breaking the internet, is over here for us for the same cost that it costs to buy him. So if you happen to buy Game Pass Ultimate this month, right? Just let's say you wanted to buy it this month for the $20. Hundreds of games come with, little man. Like, that's crazy. No other place can you get Hollow Knight with all, Silksong with all those other games with it. You buy, if you're in Steam, you buy it on Steam. If you're in GOG, you buy it on GOG. If you're in PlayStation, wherever you go, other than the Xbox ecosystem with Ultimate Game Pass, you don't get anything extra. So, over here, we have privileges, and I believe Game Pass is the ultimate. With that being said, the king has not played it. All right, so I'm going to let y'all know I'm afforded the luxury of partaking when I choose. So when the internet was crashing for y'all, it was not crashing for me, right? I will choose to play it when it's available, ready to go. So shout out to them giving you 2 weeks notice for the bomb.
Yeah.
And see, I thought it was going to be in October when the Xbox ROG Ally X comes out. I thought they was going to try to line it up with that. Listen, they said, we don't care about giving y'all review copies.
Yeah, that's a very interesting discussion.
We don't care about anything normal. We don't care about pricing structure being normal. We said $20. It's 3 of us, and we gonna split this dough. They said, yo, do you need a publishing dude? Nah, I do my own contract. I don't need no lawyers. I can read. Shout out to them for getting every ounce of their money. Shout out to them for getting that Game Pass cash, right? Because they looked at Sony. Sony was like, well, we can only offer you Nintendo said, we definitely Steam was like, we can do a humble bundle. Microsoft said, whatever you want. We just want you to be welcome. Is there anything that's going to stop us from selling and getting the money anyplace else? Xbox said, didn't you know we're third party?
Didn't you know?
Did you not know
Did
that
you
we
not
do this
know?
third party thing? You over there, we over there too. you selling over there, we selling over there too. We competing with you. So listen, we got a deal for you. They got the bag early. They secured their bread early off the rip with Microsoft, right? And then whatever stuff they still broke. Listen, it's free in Game Pass. They still broke the store.
Yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy. I'm not gonna hold you. That is impressive.
So now you got these people running around here talking about, oh, we should all go smaller because what? Because this game is a success by all metrics of everything. And I think it's like bulletproof.
Okay.
I think people are afraid, even if they don't like something about it, to say something negative to it, because it is right now unstoppable. I didn't know this little indie game had this much gravitas. Yeah,
this is.
Yeah, like when they were saying it, they was like, "Yo, Silksong coming out." I said, "So." Like, okay, I played a Hollow Knight. I'm not really on it like that. It's a good game. I'm not saying it is not.
Right.
But to have Game Pass have this level of AAA titles, even from indies, inside the service, only bolsters the service to a greater height. And the fact that it's $20, that's bigger than anything. They could have easily charged $40. They could have easily charged 60. A lot of you dudes that are standing in line right now, y'all would have paid $50 for this cash, easy, without saying anything. I think they understand what they had. They didn't gouge the public. They kept it respectful. And the fact that they're getting all their bread, I just say, I salute you, soldier, because now you got everybody waiting for you.
I want to ask both of y'all this one. I think let's start with you, King, because one of the controversies that's come up is like, well, I'm not going to name names, but it has been said that, hey, this is not fair what they did in terms of like almost shadow dropping, like only giving the industry a week. Some people are saying it's not fair to the industry and up to journalists, number one, because they didn't get review copies. And then Hollow Knight,
I'm trying to get free stuff.
Team Cherry said they wanted to give it to their backers first,
That's
people
right.
with the Kickstarter. And then number two, but what about, obviously we just talked about a game like Adventures Samsara. We talked about, Shinobi, other games are in that circumference, right? So the fact that no one knew it was coming, like, we have to be honest. Some people would have moved a date if they knew it was going to be this week. Like, do you
shouldn't have came out this year?
Do you empathize with
No.
it was bad for the industry?
Not one soul. Not one soul. I'm not gonna listen. If you got a good game, stand on your good game and get out there. Right? Mix it up. You're gonna win some. You're gonna lose some. Right? You're not gonna win it all. But you running from fades, I don't respect that. I told y'all all the time. If the game is going to come out, it's going to be a demographic that is going to play your game, that likes your game. Whenever this thing dropped, they could have dropped on Ghost of Yode Day. Ghost of Yode would have moved. I honestly think that, well, no, Sony's stubborn. Sony's stubborn. They done put their name in the stone. Anyway, I honestly believe that this game, no matter where it dropped, it was going to do what it does. But the fact that they're not following your rules. Right? Maybe they don't like Metacritic. Maybe they don't like, and they said it was a good reason for their backers, the people that supported them from the beginning.
I respect that.
They don't want anybody else playing that game before them. And you got to respect that aspect of it, because that's knowing that you're going to get backlash, but standing up for the people that supported you.
Right.
That guarantees whatever game that you get next, whatever backers you need, those dudes that you respected to that degree is going to be there again for you. So all they did was make the industry kind of better, to be honest with you. If a lot of these companies didn't fold like a lawn chair at the sight of everything, then maybe we'll be better off. So, maybe if they stood on their toes and actually did what they're supposed to do.
So King, they spoke. So the next year, based on what you're saying and staying a minute, someone's supposed to go head up with GTA.
Somebody gotta.
So they just tank all your work and go up against the complete zeitgeist in gaming and screw it and put your chest out because there's an audience for us.
The wildest thing is when Grand Theft Auto comes out in March, but I think it's gonna move.
May, right? It's May.
May, whatever.
Yeah,
I think it's gonna move. I think it's gonna come out in November.
Okay.
But whenever it does come out, it's not like no games are gonna be dropping that month. Right? Somebody's gonna have to stand on business. So
move a week or two.
If you want to do that, it ain't gonna affect you at all. Moving 1 week this way or that way ain't gonna affect you at all because those people that want Grand Theft Auto is going to buy it, right? Even let's say they save their money up and they get paid on the day that your game come out. Your game wasn't getting purchased anyway, right? So just keep it a beam. You are who you are. Know who you are. Right? And if you're not these dudes, then you're not those dudes. But some people come out, shout out to Adventures of Samsara. Some people come out and stand on their business. Some people move their dates. Shout out to Baby Steps and all them other dudes that ran. Whenever you come out, you was going to still sell what you going to sell anyway. It don't matter. Be out there anyway. So I think somebody could have respected you more launching around the same time. But once they found out that you dipped, some dudes are like, I was thinking about that game, but now I found out he a sucker. I can't mess with that game.
I can't with this. Why is it gotta be everything hood politics? Everything is running from a fade. Forget business. Let's just put out there and just nuke our sales because we are gangster.
Okay,
when did game development turn into this off?
Okay, so you think that, let's say Baby Steps, right? Just for
you keep going at Baby Steps
because they're the ones that move. No, because Silksong actually did a whole little video of them tripping them up, right? And all right, so let's just take Baby Steps for instance, right? You think Baby Steps because it moved was gonna get more copies sold?
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Did launching around the same day as Hollow Knight?
So
yes.
You know what? So that is not a quantifiable thing because we can't predict the future. Right?
You don't think the success of a game launching away from a zeitgeist game is not good business?
I don't think not one person that was in the market for Baby Steps that wasn't in the market for Silksong would care.
Okay.
I love how we're talking about Baby Steps.
No, I'm just okay, so let's say Demon, what is it?
Demon School.
Yeah. Demon School. Let's say Demon School, right? That person that was waiting for Demon School is going to get it anyway. Let's say the Game Pass. You know what? Let's keep it the beam. Let's talk about the Game Pass Ultimate subscriber.
Here's the thing, though. That logic, in my opinion, only works for big titles that you can compete in the market. You can't compete with a Hollow Knight being a Demon School. No one knows what Demon School is.
Nobody knows who Avengers Samsara is. Right? Yeah, your mic is low. Nobody knows who Avengers Samsara is, but they stood on business. Right? Now,
no, because they had to.
They got no choice. Dudes got to stand up. Sometimes you can't run. Sometimes you got to take the beat.
Is that better?
Right?
Yeah, much better.
Yeah, dope. Yep. What I say is, if somebody's in the market for that particular game, they're going to go get that particular game.
Again, for people who have established audiences, not for brand new IP who no one knows who the hell they are. You wildin'.
They wasn't gonna listen. They weren't.
If there's a room and they siphon all the air out of the room and no one else can breathe in the room because one person's siphoning out of the room.
It's like Drake new album about to drop, but new mumble rapper number 5 is dropping on Drake's day.
I can tell you this, right? So let's say that a person looks and says, I never liked anything that Drake dropped anyway, so I never brought none of his albums, but I do like Rapper RF. Okay. So I'm going to go pick up Rapper RF.
But right? How did they find out about Rapper RF?
Because they've been following Rapper RF for a long period of time. Like, if you actually watch Xbox Frontline News, you would have saw that Adventures of Samsara was up weeks before, right? So at the end of the day, gaming taste is gaming taste. Right now, let's say they don't like 2D games.
Telling these people not to run from Silksong. That's wild.
I'm telling people don't run from anything, right? It's because, listen, let's say some people don't like 3D games, but they like 2D games.
Right.
And the 2D game drops the same day as Grand Theft Auto. Well, that guy's going to go get that 2D game. Right?
No,
Let's say
you
he's
need
a
to run
fighter.
from GTA. I don't care who you are.
Yeah, duck the fade. Duck the fade.
Yeah, duck and
Run.
fade.
Look,
I
yeah.
ain't getting shot. It ain't happening. I ain't getting shot.
See, the problem is
you gonna sit. You gonna sit there and be on the street knowing it's about to have a drive by. You gonna stay there.
well, only if them
They
bullets
gonna
meant
spin
for
the
you.
block. He stand on business.
Listen, only if those bullets is meant for you. Like, see, if they know you there and they was looking for you, you gonna get that. Right?
Because it's not like they ain't casualties and drive-bys.
Yeah, these drive-by guys are not like trained military. They're gonna spray the floor. They're gonna spray the block.
The problem with that is how many times have you been in? Well, not you. Well, I mean, you've been in a situation where
I ain't never been in a drive-by, and I'm proud of that. Okay, I take great pride in that.
Listen, you the one that brought it up. I'm just saying, like, this is your scenario.
This is your scenario.
You mad that I jumped in your scenario with both feet and standing 10 toes down. So if they spray the block and you happen to be outside and you don't get hit, it wasn't meant for you. All right. So apparently you don't know Ice Cube's Today Was a Good Day.
Today was a good day. All right.
Today was a good day. Vengeance and Samsara didn't get shot today.
Yeah, but that video didn't end well though.
No,
The day didn't end well.
The day did not end well.
It didn't end well, but he stood on business.
He has the moral victory from the
That's
hood.
right. Yo, listen. If you're a Game Pass subscriber, Game Pass Ultimate, you had the luxury, and not core. You core and stand over there. I'm not talking to you. Stand with the other dude.
We hurt no there. We going in on the standing the core dude.
You Johnny Basic dude, stand over there.
We doing division now.
Yeah, now
we doing divide and conquer with the tears.
Yo, listen, they got tears for a reason. Get out of here. Get out of here.
I thought we was one Game Pass.
Nah, y'all don't do day and date. Y'all don't down there and where the air's thinner.
Oh, man,
we don't mess with y'all down there.
All right, good.
But I gotta say this, right? If you're a Game Pass Ultimate subscriber, whatever dropped that day,
Okay.
you was up.
You was up. You was good.
Because you had it already. You understand what being taken care of is?
Yeah.
Like, we didn't have to make a choice.
Are we already on the Game Pass? No,
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 we
almost there.
We're
We
not
almost there, but we got to get your boss.
We're not down.
for
we got to get you.
What topic are we on?
We on Hollow Knight.
We holding out.
We did Adventure Samsara, and then we
Yeah.
did Hollow Knight. Now we towards the end of Hollow Knight.
We's holding out for you.
Just
But
holding out.
since you want to spin the block and do drive-bys, you know.
No, I was saying that you like to sit in the mix. I'm out. I'm on that way.
Listen,
Look, before
regardless to what,
finish cake. I'm sorry.
we had this conversation before. If somebody is waiting for something, they're always going to wait for that. You understand? It's not going to be something drop. Whatever money you put aside, let's say you had to put money aside for a game, you're going to wait for that game. And no other game dropping is going to change your mind. Now, you could be like, oh, Grand Theft Auto drop. But if you're a 2K dude and they drop on the same day, Grand Theft Auto is just going to sit in the store and you're going to play 2K, football or basketball or whatever. You're going to do that. I'm just saying you can't run away from something just because. I know you're saying it's smart business sense to duck that fade. But again, some people are not in the market for your game.
I get that part.
Your game is going to sell regardless.
So real quick, no, I mean this is where you standing on that. I'm with you with different genres.
Right.
I'm with you
Completely
there.
different genre, yeah.
But if you're in the same genre,
no. This is when I say Atari stood on way different business.
That's what I'm saying. Like if it's sports game versus whatever. But anyway, that's not my turn. I wanted to finish with Saab, and then Attic is here because we got to get his gameplay thing. So just real quick, sorry about that part about the the stand on business, and then some people feeling what a very small subsection of people feeling what Team Cherry did maybe was not fair to the games industry. Why are you laughing at me?
No, the chat.
Oh, okay.
King literally interrupted Saul and took control of the topic, and I'm the one that
yeah, you know you back. They know that's what we do. Use back. But,
no, he didn't. Nah, he went first here. I don't think he interrupted me, did he? It was so long ago, I might have forgot.
I forgot. I think King did interrupt, but whatever. What I was gonna say. So, do you think that's overblown as far as the journalists not getting the codes, and then also in reference to other indies, was that fair for them to just shadow drop without knowing, that other teams having time to prepare from the indie standpoint?
Business isn't fair, man. Like nobody's beholden to anyone. It's just not. They have, Team Cherry had their own timeline, and right. The thing about it is that no one else knew their timeline. They knew their timeline, and they weren't out there trying to make sure, hey, we don't hurt this game, we don't hurt that game. It's just what business is, and it's on them. They didn't shadow drop it. They gave 2 weeks notice. You know what I mean?
True.
In the past, we've applauded, games for doing stuff like that. I remember when when we found, Fallout 4, it was like, oh, we see it at E3, it's out in October or whatever it was. Like, it's one of those things that it's like, and then you make the decision if you're a game that's coming out in that space, if you feel comfortable staying there, or if it behooves you to move.
Right.
And whether it's they're similar games or comparable games or games that are on the same subscription service or things like that, I don't think it really, it's up to the individual sort of dev team and publisher to decide whether it behooves them to stay or to move. But it's not on Team Cherry. I just that's ridiculous for them to be like, oh, and we need to nurture the rest of the industry. This is on us. It's not on them. Like,
if you get hit, you get hit. If he dies,
what
he
about
dies.
the review codes and journalists not be, right now? There's no Metacritic for it, and the decision for them to give it to the bags as opposed to journalists not getting codes to review the game.
You should have been a part of the Kickstarter.
And this is the thing, like when you do something like that, it's funny. Like I completely forgot that they kickstarted Silksong,
right.
Which is crazy when you consider the success they already had for Hollow Knight. For them to be like, oh, we're gonna kickstart the second game as opposed to just doing it outright. I completely forgot about that. So yeah, you know what? When you have a situation like that, the backers, the people that paid that money and however many tiers they had or however many, like, look, if you're doing that, then yeah. And if you weren't ready to be able to send it to backers before press and still be able to give it to press, before everyone else, then no, then they made the right decision. It's like, well, everybody just gets it at the same time. That way our backers don't feel slighted. And, it's not the first time that press has not gotten, pre-release versions of a game so they could review. And again, they've been working on this game for 8 years. They know what they have. They knew that, quite frankly, they didn't necessarily need good press on it because they knew that once it got into people's hands.
I get it.
Did they know the zeitgeist moment would be like that it was gonna crash all of these all of these storefronts and stuff like that? No, probably not.
They just mad they're not special.
It's just and it's hard when the journalist says that. Obviously, you have to stop for a moment and always think before you open your mouth, because it could feel like you're entitled, right? It can come off like you're entitled. At the end of the day, the argument that it's like, even if you're a journalist, you're not entitled to anything, right? You're not entitled to anything. And we're in this space as well, and we've finally gotten to the point where we're kind of used to getting codes for stuff. And I think our only argument has ever been is like, hey, fantastic, you're giving us this code, you're giving us the honor of having this code early. We appreciate that. Now the next step for us is like, well, if you're saying yes, we're gonna get it. If we can get it at the same time as everybody else, so we have a fighting chance against everybody else, that'd be nice, right? Yeah. But beyond that, if you tell me from the rip, nah, you're not getting it, well, hey, I'm not entitled to it, cool. Maybe next time you will deem me worthy, or whatever the case may be, of getting the code.
Plus, we need 4 codes.
Exactly, and we provide a unique level of coverage in that we are the modern day Game Pro / EGM.
We different like
different
that.
faces.
And when we find y'all different, trying to be like us, we gonna come get you.
We gonna come get you.
Right?
But yeah,
keep doing your reviews how y'all do it.
You have
don't
4
let Addict spin the
perspectives.
block. He's been known
to spray.
I've already spent the block.
So yeah, we provide a unique perspective that I think, again, I hope people look at it and be like, yeah, these guys need these 4 codes so we could see different perspectives on this game. But again, I know no journalists. I don't care how long you've been in the game. You're not entitled to it. Yes, does it facilitate you doing your job? Yes, 100%. But at the end of the day, I think it's still a cool thing that the entire gaming industry is working through this together. And the conversations around the game and the coverage that comes out day by day, minute by minute is organic. And you have to, like, you can't stop and really think about what you're going to write. You're going to experience something and write it in the moment, and it's going to be prescient and it's going to be relevant in the moment, in the way that, you know, a review that you finished, you know, a week ago or whatever, 2 weeks. It's, again, cool. That's great. This game didn't need that. I like the fact that the entire industry is talking about it at the same time. I love it. So, hey,
I respect they're one trick pony. They better learn how to stream and talk. They better learn how to stream and talk. You're a one trick pony putting up your article, talking about, yeah, I played the game for a week and a half and I got everything. You better stream and talk now, boy.
Yeah. No, I mean, that is true, though. Like, it is, you know, that's. I've even heard Colin talk about this sometimes. So Colin doesn't like, he started doing the streaming now, right? And it's like, he sees the benefit of it, but in his mind, he's like, this is like, I'm not doing any hard work to get this done. This is easy content. It's lazy content. I'm like, you have to react in the moment. You don't have the luxury of sitting down and making sure that everything you say is perfect. Like, and people love that. People love raw reactions.
People gonna love having access to raw reaction. And this is the conversation that me and Gene had in reference to. We talk about the changing of the guard. Remember, Gene was one of those people who I feel is very clairvoyant as a person as prominent as who he is for watching to understand where
in traditional media.
To see things are going. So yeah, salute to that. I do want to get Addicts bars because that.
Talk about Gene Park, right?
Yeah. You know, of course, Gene Park, of course.
I thought you were talking about Magic Man.
Oh, the Magic Man is the man. You know what I'm saying? Salute to the Magic Man, Gene Schaefmeyer. Sorry, blood butcher his name. I'm sorry, brother. For all these years, I know y'all should know. Schaefmeyer. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
For all these years, you just Magic Gene to me.
We just got to talk to the linguistics over here.
Over here. My bad. Take me to HR.
He talk flowinese.
Flowinese.
But yeah, let me talk to the mother homie Park. But Addict, man, now you got your power, you're back in there. How's your experience with Hollow Knight, number one, and then number two, obviously breaking the stores and the $20 price point, Game Pass, and how we feeling about, you know, obviously backers getting it, Nicole first in reference to that, and the whole, you know, did people the indies have enough time to react to, you know, the zeitgeist that is Hollow Knight?
Hollow Knight's a great game. I'm really enjoying it. It's like, you know, I know people's probably already said something. I saw someone super chat early about me complaining about the upgrades.
We may have talked about
we may have talked
about your displeasure with certain things.
But did they say what I was complaining that wasn't upgraded? Like,
no, it was very.
Did they give no
general
context to what I was complaining? I said I didn't like that they put dash behind an upgrade.
Yeah.
Like movement speed should not be an upgrade. I'm sorry. Like that should be now. Upgraded movement speeds, where maybe you dash quicker or something. Okay, but you don't mean tell me I need the blessing from the god to move fast to the left or right?
You ain't like that dash. You had to go get that. You had to go work into that. You do.
Yeah. So besides that, you know, but I finally unlocked it last night. I'm enjoying it a lot more than I was. It's just like, look, like, and what's funny is people be acting like they shocked. Like it's like I've always been very clear. I like movement in me in games is go hand to hand. I play any form of game. I play Destiny, COG. Do I not always pick the movement like Titan with the dash or I'm always quick on speed. Speed is what I like doing the most. I'm always an aggressive player, and I just got back from playing Shinobi, which has a dash button. It has a that. And it's a lot faster. So keep in mind, I didn't play the original Hollow Knight either. So I'm coming into this with like double whammy, where I gotta learn Hollow Knight, and right now I just played Shinobi, and like I feel slow. I feel vulnerable. That's what it is. Like I'm sitting there, like at the beginning I felt like I couldn't keep up with the speed of the enemies. But once I got that dash, and the dash is unique because most dashes have like an in frame where you can phase through stuff. This one doesn't. You will get hit. You have to use the dash effectively. But you know, I wouldn't say that like this is going to be like the best game in the world for me this year. It's a fun game and I'm really enjoying it, and it's got some really cool boss encounters. But it's just like that. Be
careful, Addict.
Well, I mean, I don't care. They
Oh, you
come
think?
at me
Oh, you
every
think?
day.
Oh, wait. You think they
Like,
gonna come for him, King, just because he have any criticism of Hollow Knight? You were
Yeah.
not allowed to say you don't like anything about it.
and that's fine because they know I don't care. So it's like, look, at the end of the day, it's like I enjoy it. So it's just like, now if you want me to sit here and say everything's perfect about the game and nothing, I have no nitpicks. No, like, you know, I do feel the game feels slow, even with the dash. It feels better with the dash, but I will say, like, I don't like games that have one speed. Like, because I always feel like it makes sense that people can run. So, but you can run with the dash ability, and she, you know, she runs pretty fast when she has that ability. So it's just taking a little bit to get used to. It's not one of those games where like this dash plays most like other dashes. So, and someone said, do you don't have to unlock any movements? Yes, you have to unlock movies in Shinobi, but it's not the same thing. I didn't have to unlock to dash and move. Like Shinobi's key movements was there from the start. I had to unlock like the down thrust attack and like the things for the Metrovania itself. That's what I had to unlock. So I'm enjoying the game, but as far as like the movement, it does feel a little, you know, movement heavy a little bit. Like I feel like
Sluggish.
my character feels heavy.
I was saying that she feels heavier. Like you didn't play Hollow Knight, but she feels heavier than the character in Hollow
And you
Knight.
would think that she would be lighter.
Yeah.
Got you. Okay.
Attic, I just got one question for Attic. Knowing that how you are a journalist and
If you call me a journalist again, I'm leaving.
I mean, but technically you definitely are. Right?
Call me a journalist again. Call me a journalist one more again.
You gonna spin the block? No, I'm just saying, like, did it affect you that you didn't get a review copy 2 weeks ahead of time to get your review up to your website and to get that out the door?
Here's the thing when it comes to access. Most games need that. Most games need to be in front of as many people as possible. Not every game's a Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight is a very well-known franchise that's loved. Team Cherry has done nothing to tarnish their reputation whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no reason to, and they took 7 years and they've been very clear on the perspectives of that. You know, them just coming out to their fans and say, yo, we were just going to make you a DLC, but we like Silk so much, we're going to make it a whole game.
Yeah.
So it's just like, you know, the reputation of your company can go a long way. And we've seen it with companies in the before that's, you know, risen and fallen from grace. You couldn't have more backing than Team Cherry does at this moment. So, you know, I don't think they necessarily need it, especially with, they didn't need reviewers for one thing and one thing only, that $20 price tag. Because, dude, I spent like $16 at McDonald's for like nothing yesterday. like you can literally easily, you can accidentally spend $20.
Yeah.
So it's just like when your entry is that low, then clearly it's easier to sell no review copies because your entry level is that low. Now, when you get like you know, the next Halo or the next Borderlands, and keep in mind this is only 3 people, so it's easy to get that money back that they invested into it. You know, when you talk about $100 million, $50 million games, that's not as easy. So you're gonna want as many people on as your stuff. Now, do I think the industry as a whole needs codes? I'll say it goes from title to title, depending on like reputation. Like, you know, what was that game that people be talking about right now?
Which one?
What is it? Hold up, Maddie just made a video about it. It is called Metal Eden. Now, Metal Eden, I've been told by a lot of people, really solid game.
Okay.
That game probably needs help because it doesn't have the reputation of a Team Cherry. Right. It doesn't have coming from Hollow Knight. Probably people are so scared of it, they're calling it like the GTA of indies. Yeah. Like, and it's just like, there's levels to this. Shout out, dog.
Shout out.
Yeah, like, and you know, as far as like the media feeling entitled, that one time when this game got announced that it wasn't, they weren't going. I didn't feel like, oh, you should be doing that. I'm like, good. You stand in your ground because you believe in your product.
Yep.
You know, and that's them saying, I don't need to give this to anyone because I know my stuff's gonna sell.
I respect it.
Now it could work out well, and it's looking like it's working out well,
Very well.
or it can't work out well. So, but to like say that the whole industry doesn't need review codes, I'm not quite there yet. I think there's a lot of games, especially new IPs. The Prosmatic game that's coming out from Capcom. I'm sure that has a pretty steadily budget. These games probably need the help because they need to get it out in front of as many people as possible. And not to mention with these games as a service eating up all the time. Huh?
What do you feel about, because part of that argument was like how it takes the oxygen out of the room for smaller games. We were talking about like Adventure of Samsara and like how it didn't move out of the way. It released the same day, and there's really only one review out for it. And that game was in people's hands, for 2 weeks or more before the release date. So people had it early. There were other games also that came out in that window that I'm sure people were reviewing. And then they decided not to move from that, September 4th date, the same as Hollow Knight. And again, it shows nobody else really reviewed it. We talked about it. We did the preview coverage. We did our coverage on it now.
Do you want me to briefly talk about that game? Because I did play it.
Whatever. We went past. I'm just saying, how do you feel about a game like a game like that got kind of like, it's obvious that people were playing other things instead of that game, right?
In my personal opinion, they should have moved it. To me, even if you were able to come out a week before it came out, probably a month after it came out, especially when you put a lot of time into a game such as that game, what's a month? A month to make sure you're as far away from. It's like the Titanic going towards the iceberg, and you can't go left and right. It's like, do I hit it or do I just stop?
This scenarios be death-defying.
They death-defying. That was wild. That was wild.
Spin the block, Titanic is wild, crazy.
So it's just like they thought they could clear the iceberg. I doubt it. That unfortunately, I do think they made the wrong move. I think that's going to tremendously hurt their bottom line when it comes to their game. I think what they should probably do at this point is do a big marketing push like a month from now.
Yeah, they did put out a tweet to say like, hey, we want to do. They added Team Cherry and said Alex Game Studio and was like, hey, let's do. We released the Metrovania 2 the same day as you. Let's do a bundle together. Like remember when Rage Bound?
They lit them. Then they lit them.
But they just put the tweet out. But yeah, they put the tweet out.
There's
no guarantee it can happen. But they put the tweet out.
If they're able to convince them to do a bundle where you could buy both games for like $40 or something, they lit.
They lit.
They especially if they're willing to take the hit on their side, and you buy Hollow Knight for $30 and get this game for free essentially, and they just get that little 10. They'll make more off that $10 than they will off selling the game for $20 at this point.
They did drop the price because it was $20 as well.
It's 17 now.
It's 17.
Oh, 17 now.
It's 17 now. Yeah,
Okay.
17 or 18, something like that.
Son, you go low, you throw that brick out there lower.
Isn't that ducking the fade? Isn't that?
Nah,
that's not
that's
ducking.
business.
That's not
That's
being
business.
scared. That's scared
That's
talk.
business.
That sound like
You
scared
can't-
talk.
Nah,
That don't sound like you confident. But let's do 20 versus 20.
What happened is you came
So
with a knife. They didn't know that you had a
You
knife.
don't want to do a versus now. You don't want to do a ball for ball.
No,
They thought you was gonna knuckle up.
They're gonna raise their stuff to 25.
Yeah.
Nah. You thought they was gonna knuckle up, and then that's when you was wrong. Weapon emptied the building.
Okay. I see
Yeah.
we ain't playing film.
Yeah, shout out to them for knowing exactly how low they could go.
All
They
right.
said, "Oh, you 20? We 17."
Someone said demos do good. Demos do good in a lot of scenarios, but there's a reason the industry went away from it because they're towards
That's
like a
an
360.
inferior services.
It was actually hurting sales more than it was helping sales because sometimes you have a good product and so either A, they don't do a demo, B, they show like the wrong part of the demo and it doesn't really entice people to buy it, or C, you give the best part of the game as the demo and you make a bunch of people mad. So I do think demos has a place to stand. I wouldn't say the Battlefield thing is a demo. That's like more of a play test. But I do think demos are a good, service that they should offer more. But it's just on a matter of like the industry and how they handle putting the demos out and what they put out.
Service, they put out whole games.
So I mean, when it comes to like, it's just look, is business. You know, if you saw that Hollow Knight Silksong release date come out, it was like what, a week and a half ago or something like that.
And what if you had the marketing addict? What if they?
I
had
don't care.
everything?
I don't care.
They have the money to do it. You okay? They got the money.
They definitely ain't gonna have the money to do it.
Right, but,
Like,
what can you do? What can you do if you really can't move? You that close to the iceberg, and
Right.
it's like, damn, you know what I'm saying? Like they just did
Knuckle
this.
up.
You,
Knuckle up.
like,
Knuckle up when the opponent has like a hammer. You
Oh,
can't-
well, listen, you gonna get knocked out anyway. It's better to swing than get a swung on. Like, swing, boy. Listen, go down swinging. Don't be that dude standing in the
it's like-
corner with a puddle of piss, with a snot bugaboo hanging out his nose.
Look,
The
as
opponent.
as a former wrestler, don't swing. When they swing, you double leg them and take them down.
That's right. That's what they did. That's when they went to $17.
and yoke them out. And yoke them out. That's what you do.
I don't
I
think,
think
it's
the,
gonna work,
the
but-
best thing for them to do, they didn't move. I do think their game is decent. I didn't hate it. I think there's some like clunky movement on that game, even worse than Silk for me. But I do think their game is worthy of playing. But at the same time, it's like when you put yourself next to a meteor like that, like and you choose not to move and just get hit by the meteor. Like,
His scenario.
This scenario is always the most.
One,
It's
one is
cataclysmic.
The dinosaurs are gone.
Yeah, so his joints is so
Titanic is out,
morbid.
And,
Like,
and
everything
they spin
is-
the block.
Yeah.
Yo, and what's crazy is it gets progressively worse.
Worse, yeah.
It started off spinning the block, then it was the Titanic, and now it's a whole meteor.
Meteor destroyed the planet.
Oh, what's next?
The crazy thing though is if you look at Hollow Knight and Silksong, like if they had released Hollow Knight, right, and Silksong would have been a sequel that came out 3-4 years after it, like a regular cadence, it would not have had this effect. It wouldn't have as good as it could be just as good as it is now, and it wouldn't have had this effect just because there's nothing around it. Like again, this whole thing about people waiting on this game for so long and like 8 years, and people assuming that it was in like development hell, and then it coming out and most people feeling that it's great. It's just one of those things. Like if it had like a regular release cadence, it would have been just a sequel. Oh, girl, it's a great sequel to Hollow Knight. It's gonna sell another couple of million because I don't know that without that long lead time, that Hollow Knight 1 sells 15 million copies. It may not because people just.
I think this game was going to sell like hotcakes regardless. I think it's like the Cyberpunk effect. Even though that game came out mad buggy, it sold very well because they went off of, The Witcher 3. Witcher 3 is probably arguably like one of the biggest success stories you could have in a while. Because I don't remember Witcher 1. I remember them being popular, but not to the degree Witcher 3 was.
Those were just PC games. Witcher 3 was the first one to come out on everything.
And they sold Cyberpunk strictly off that Witcher name. Man, they making something else that's not The Witcher, and Witcher 3 was like this. So it's just like I personally feel like as long as you keep, first off, you got to treat the core community that buy your games respectfully, and they've always done that. They've been very clear on how they handle updates. Go look at the community tab on Steam for the Hollow Knight. It's crazy. Like they're very big with their community. And then two, doesn't matter how long you have to keep delaying it. You make it into the product that your core fan base is gonna like. And three, it helps when you can drop it for $20.
Yeah, $20 is nice. $20 is nice. Yeah,
I will say that the amount of money that this thing's made, it's great for an indie game with 3 developers. But I don't know because people say, games don't need to be. And I agree. I think you raise $10, $15, $20. I might not agree, but I'm not going to fight it. But they made a decent amount of money, but not every game is able to drop to 20. And you can literally drop some of these big AAA titles to $20, $30, and even if it quadruples the amount, it's not going to make the kind of money that it would have needed to clear that gap. Because a lot of these AAA, developing processes and publishers are bloated like crazy.
So you said that's unsustainable?
We will get to that.
The way it's going for sure. So, I think when it comes down to it,
Kind of like Redfall?
Okay. Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I think I think when it comes to this, I think Team Cherry has built brand friendly. They have the trust of their community. You know, when you see something pop up on the store that had already sold a couple million in the first day, it's going to get people like me that's like, then, you know, most likely I'm willing to bet you that Microsoft paid for the whole development process.
Yo, we got almost 500 people in here. How come we only got 162 likes? This is the problem.
Hey, man, if you
This is the problem.
if you
YouTube algorithm hasn't been friendly lately.
If you do those,
please hit the like.
If we get that above 300 likes, King will.
Don't listen to him.
Here we go. King will do something.
Don't listen to him. He always put King to do something.
Man, just think about King backflipping on that. Man. Come on.
Think about this. If we get to 300 likes, Attic will spin the block.
Hey, let's not get him locked up. But if Attic is finished, I'll get my
just
boss.
leave and show me in my car. I'm going.
That's it.
So yeah, I congratulations for Team Cherry. You know, I love when developers are rewarded for the good practices they make. You know, because they could have easily, because of the success of Hollow Knight, they could have easily dropped this for 30, 40, especially how many people are raising 80, 70. They could have done that, but they realized, look, we could use that. You just imagine if they raise this to 40, they'd probably still get similar sales and double the amount of money they would have made. But they knew, let's keep it 20 because the original game was 15, I believe.
Yes.
Let's keep it 20. So we did raise it by 5. We're making bukus of money for 3 people because we got no publisher.
Buku.
But we're not going to give the illusion of being greedy. And I think a lot of people respect that and they're buying the game too.
Nah, they want that number to hit like 7 million in day one. Like they want an ungodly number.
This is crazy. Yeah, I'll get my balls off. Y'all got most of this stuff off, man. Yeah, shout out to Team Cherry, man. This is magical. This is magical stuff. Like to see this kind of level of engagement. What a zeitgeist. I remember it was E3 2019. I had my hands on this game for Nintendo Switch. I'm like, oh yeah, this is going to be coming out the same year or next year. And look where we are now. But shout out to them, man. Like what a crazy development cycle. Again, like Saab said, where it went from, this is supposed to be just expansion, DLC, Hornet, give her little, you know what I'm saying? And then this turns into this whole thing. But it just goes to show you, like, when you make something from this level of passion that has this kind of backing and everyone. I felt bad for Nintendo because I remember we used to watch Nintendo Direct since 2019. Every time the chat would be like, Silksong when? They was bullying Nintendo. Like, this fan base is insane, ravenous.
You know what's funny? They probably didn't even know when the game come out, so Nintendo definitely didn't know.
Yeah, no, so it's crazy. So that's what's so wild about it. And then
only Microsoft.
To Xbox's credit, them associate. It almost feels like a ROG Ally launch title in a way. Every time you see the ROG Ally, you see this.
That's what I thought it was coming out in October.
Yeah, exactly. So it threw me off when they came out so early. So I'm like, yo. Now I must be honest. Like I do feel bad for the indie scene, man. Because it's like, again, is it Hollow Knight's Team Cherry's fault?
Who do you feel bad for in particular?
I feel bad for anybody who were in that
this
month in 2 weeks. I ain't gonna say no names, but I do feel
anybody that you know that ran from the smoke.
I mean,
you think they are safe now?
I think that they got a better chance to survive. You know what I'm saying? Mama told you got to fight. Sometimes you got to come back, fight, save yourself for another day. You know what I'm saying? You can't always go head into something that's an unwinnable situation just for ego and pride.
Sometimes the bully be right there tomorrow.
Sometimes it's about self-preservation.
Hey, listen, and the bully got sleep and his knuckles.
But sometimes you'll get murdered trying to walk through a block where well, sometimes you get killed. Sometimes it's about trying to live. You know what I'm saying? When you're not on a block what you're supposed to be, and you're not there.
To go.
Yeah,
everybody.
I like this. I like more people fighting with King and not me. This is fun.
It's how it be sometimes. Sometimes you just don't. You're not.
God's been fighting with me since he ascended he descended to the console board.
I'm just saying.
I ascended, and he just came down off the mountain.
All I do is bring up what the industry is doing, and y'all call it something else. But it's cool that y'all gonna label me that. But it's cool. But at the end of I'm just bringing up what people are doing. So yeah,
King be doing that every week, and we claim he can't score.
I'm just bringing up what people are doing.
We talk about his topics, but guess what? It's in the industry.
People in the industry said, that they felt it was unfair. Now I don't agree with that whole review code stuff. Like, listen, Soft said it best. You are not entitled to anything. We are not entitled to anything. I literally, as the biggest Shinobi fan, like, it wasn't going down for me for mad years. You know what I'm saying? Would say, like, that's just how it was. And then eventually my time came for whatever reason they felt, okay, cool. You know what I'm saying? It was a beautiful story when it did happen. It's supposed to happen for a reason. But, to Team Cherry's thing, like, bro, this is, to me, they like that indie group in the garage building, and they said, no, our backers get that. You know what I'm saying? Respect,
I love that.
Respect that. I respect that.
Respect. Like that they get that first. We move on how we
My
move.
day ones.
Yeah, respect.
And then you know what that does?
Yeah.
Because it's 20 and because they made that move. Do you know how many people that's in the industry that probably saw that like, yo, they could have easily tried to make more money by giving it to journalists to boost up but they cared about us. So I'm gonna buy another copy.
You gotta respect. It's the utmost confidence in the product. I mean, now I will say they have the most unrealistic developer cycle I've ever heard of, where they're like, we're just gonna keep, let's add this, let's add that. Let's take 6 years.
Wow.
Let's take 7 years. Like, that's not realistic. Like, listening, don't get me wrong.
I think they was
love the
Game
story.
Pass Ultimate.
I love the story. It's dope, but in this climate, for an indie game to take 6 to 7 years, right, and you be afforded because you just got money coming in, that's not how game development works. So I just want to be clear. There's a lot of people like, yo, that's how you do it, right? No, now what you do is you put a great quality game, and yes, you put your heart in it, and you hope that you get the light, you get the storefront, you get some people to talk about your joint. They just happen to hit lightning in the bottle.
The exception,
yeah,
not the rule.
thank
It's
you. That's what I think.
Yo, did the original Hollow Knight duck the fade from anybody?
Let me see what day it came out. I want to see that. I definitely want to see that.
I think it stood on business.
You stood on. So you say if you just make it, you just spit your bars, you just good.
I think these 3 dudes are business standard.
It'll be interesting to see what it came out with. To your credit, it'll be interesting to see what the first one came out next to. They was head up with like GTA yesterday. That would be wild. I will give you that. I'll give you that. If we find out what their release date was. What
2017? It's 2017, right? So it's this is one of the games that made me like think about like the Switch. The Switch was my indie machine at that point.
Yes.
This is the one I'm playing it on the Switch. And this is obviously before like Steam Deck or anything like that. Let me get the
when you find it. Go ahead.
I'm looking at
that's a good thought exercise. But look, as far as this, I definitely, like I said, I'm just super proud of them. Love what they're doing, and again, no publisher. Wow.
All straight cheese.
Yeah, like that is so rare to have that level of confidence, and then obviously the Kickstarter, then go into the backers, and then as far as the game itself, I mean, what a beautiful looking game. I froze. I froze. I'm still frozen.
Yeah, you're frozen.
All right. Let me check.
Oh, there you go. You back?
I'm back. Okay, cool. So look, obviously I don't have probably the least hours out of everyone here. But what a beautiful looking game. He said, because obviously,
no. I installed it.
Fair enough. Yeah. But it is super, as what's it called? Saab says painterly. You know what I'm saying? And then I love the background and the foreground movement. I love that you can chop things in the foreground and stuff like that. Obviously, Hornet has a very distinct style. I like the platforming. She has a little bit more of a weight. I do like the auto clamber stuff. I'm always a fan of the auto clamber when you're getting close to something that you may not miss or whatever. But yeah, it's like Saab said, this is we're not holding your hand. We're not giving you maps. You gonna figure it out. You gonna go left. You gonna go right. You gonna go down. You gonna figure out how that lead to this. You might walk into a situation where it's on site with something you wasn't ready to be on site with. And it's a wild game. And I like the little, Saul's wife doesn't approve, but I like the little languagey, musical.
I approve. She doesn't.
Yeah. It reminds me of growing up with Charlie Brown and the parents talk.
Yeah.
I like that. You had your little
So sorry, real quick, Cog.
What's the
Lego Worlds Lego
Okay.
Worlds on PS4 and Xbox One,
Again.
and the PC and console versions of Halo Wars 2. This was February 24th, 2017, so it was out.
So basically, it was a light
before-
day. Nobody was
Yeah.
on the block that
Nah,
day. That's
nah.
what that
Out.
was.
They
That's
saw-
what that
they-
was.
They heard that it was a Halo game, and they was like,
Halo
whatever.
Wars,
Yo,
RTS.
Listen, check it out. They didn't know what Halo it was. Whatever Halo it was, they was gonna get a toothpick in the eye. Straight up, they're about that business, son. Yeah, Team Cherry, stand on
And so it
business.
really took off. So it was only for Windows when it dropped, right? And then a month later, we get the Switch. I don't think it was a launch game for Switch, but it might have been very close to it. And to me, that's when it really took off. Like this was like the Switch game for a bit there. So
Hold on. I'm giving King some bars. He said Breath of the Wild, Neo, For Honor, Halo Wars 2, and Horizon
I'm
Zero
talking about
Dawn.
the exact day.
All,
I'm talking
right,
about
he
the
said,
exact
but
day,
he just
like the
said,
month.
right. He said, all,
Yeah,
but I got to give
but-
King this. In fairness to King, he said, like, he revived for King Hall. He's like, he give it all the Horizon Zero Dawn, that's a big game. No, Breath of the Wild, that's big.
Yeah.
In the zeitgeist. In the zeitgeist. So,
Yeah.
fair enough.
And
But
rock them all in the mouth.
I would have
and it
personally ran
only-
for Breath of the Wild.
I would have ran for Breath. Yeah,
And
I'd
it
have ran.
only launched on PC. So it wasn't, again, you can run for Breath of the Wild, but it literally is different platforms. Like
Yeah, it
you're
was just on
not-
PC. Yeah,
different
so
audiences, yeah.
you didn't
Rock
really
them in the
drop.
mouth, though.
You didn't really drop
Rock
on
them
it.
in the
Okay,
mouth,
thank
though,
you,
but-
Saka. You
Yeah,
really
but-
did drop.
yeah.
You
Yeah,
was in the
but
corner.
rock them in the mouth, though.
Nah, he was in
Rock
the
them
corner.
mouth,
He was in the
though.
corner.
Yeah, but what he did say was, I'm outside, regardless of who's outside out here. Whatever y'all doing, I'm doing it too. That's what he said. Team Cherry stands on business.
Stands on
like
business.
always. That's right.
Cherry
Yo, listen,
gang.
y'all move your date. We don't.
Cherry gang. Fair enough.
Breath of the Wild was a month away.
Oh, well, they knew about them. They ain't know about us.
Fair enough.
Hashtag not like us.
Our meat is riding for you. So anyway, but yeah, like I said, like this
guy.
is the game itself. And shout out to the sound design. I love the impactful sounds that it hits when you know what I'm saying, getting that off. The art style is beautiful. That's pretty much all I got to say. I mean, it's just a
When you get rid of your publisher,
Mm-hmm.
you can do anything that you want to do.
You can do what you want to do.
Yeah, and that's probably why this is cost effective to them, because it's like once the game's done, and because they did so well with the first one and gained so much attention and so much trust with the community that bought it, they know, look, as long as we don't drop the ball
Right.
and the game's bad, we could take as much time we want because it's just three of us. There's no publisher we got to pay at the end. There's none of that. So there's just three of us instead
no,
of
look, it's
2,000.
It's one of the most beautiful stories.
Love
And again, I love it. And then shout out to everyone who's again experiencing it on Game Pass. You got it. $20 also low bar entry.
No, wait. Game Pass Ultimate.
Ultimate, yes.
You core and standard dudes. Y'all like everybody else. Get to the side.
I will say though, I am curious on Xbox. This is going to lead into our next topic. Is that because the barrier of entry is so low, do they just buy it? Right? Because I mean, you literally could have a Game Pass Ultimate subscription, or you just buy it. Right? So I'm very curious, like, because it really is such a low, like they could have charged 34. They could have did what they wanted.
I don't think newer people would subscribe for this particular game, but I do think if you already had Game Pass Ultimate and you was considering, turning it off or leaving the subscription, this game would be like, okay, I'll get access to that next month, so I'll stay another month.
Yeah. And this is the perfect handheld game. That's pretty much all I got.
A lot of dudes came over from PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and they just realized that, Game Pass is the ultimate. I was speaking of ultimate. And they were just like, yo, I can get that in hundreds of other games, Game of the Year type contenders. Yeah, I'm going to do that $20 thing. I'm going to go rock with those dudes over there because they spitting science.
If you're on the Xbox, you're doing well as far as this being as part of the
If
service.
you are an ultimate, that core and standard dudes, again,
Yes,
I would like to preface
stop
this.
dividing and
Those
conquering,
stand-
sir.
Well, we got tiers for a reason. Y'all
Sir,
guys
there's
stay over there.
80% of the market is in Ultimate.
That's right. We up here.
Weird.
We up here. Them 20%ers.
How are you shaming people in your own service?
They not in my service. They in another part of the service.
Done.
Like, listen. I'm
Is
up
it
here.
not my people?
Yo,
now
we
you
all-
not
check it-
claiming
check
Game
it out.
Pass guys.
Check it out. We all fly on the same plane. Not all of us fly in first class.
This guy here.
All right, you go get and coach, and let's go see how that food tastes back there.
This
all right?
guy
we
here.
eat different up here in the front of the plane.
Man is subscription
Yo,
warring.
Todd, close the curtain. I don't want them looking at me.
I closed the curtain. You're in the first class.
Listen, they're looking at my snacks.
I can't. This guy's wild. Anyway, so let's get these super chats before we get to the gym.
All right, cool. Hold on a second. We got a couple. Let me see. Yeah, roll back a little bit.
He's gonna get mad at me. I'm a core member, King. Sucks for you.
No, I do think it's an interesting choice to not put that in the base thing. I understand like not the starter one that they replaced it with, but not the base one.
None of that. Y'all don't get none of that. Get out of here. None of that.
This guy here.
Y'all get crackers.
It don't make sense to me, but I don't have the energy to fight it out.
Ultimate, get ultimate.
Get ultimate.
I have ultimate. I can still criticize ultimate.
True. But you got it.
We have 1 Pint Johnny. 10,
I love that name.
10-pound super chat. Sean Layden proclaimed Game Pass bad. Meanwhile, his own employer, Tencent, has many subscription models, one of which is game/music subscriptions. Very hypocritical, and I can't take him seriously.
We'll talk, and I think for the record, he is no longer with Tencent.
Yeah, I don't think he is. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Then we have Darn Thread with the 26.
Yeah.
Addict, aka the master complainer.
Don't do that to my man. Wildin'. Don't do that.
Then we have Richie Torres MMA, $5 super chat.
Just like I took the Colonel Mustard. I'll take all
Colonel Mustard.
I got to be the bad guy so everyone else can be the good guy.
I got to be the villain.
I'm cool with that.
Richie Torres MMA, $5 super chat. Chronos is pretty awesome. 2 hours in, and I'm loving it. Definitely gonna scratch that Dead Space itch. Yes, Dead Space. The character looks like what's his name? What's the villain's name? From he moves like Dead Space, but the helmet makes the character look like
a Big Daddy.
A Big Daddy, yeah. And we have the Iron Rook, $5 super chat.
Pause.
The Big Daddy.
Dip down. You in there. Pause. You're a weirdo.
Then we Addict, another way of looking at it is, are you getting out of the way when I call down a sentry?
He took the hell down his talk.
He gonna move his date.
Then we got Void Lock, $2 super chat. Some games benefit from not being reviewed early.
Some guys are bulletproof.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't like that concept though, because then publishers like start sleazing their way to because then it's like, we know our game's broken and we're not gonna let you play this version of the game. We're gonna make you play other versions.
Case in point, Mind's Eye.
Boy, I knew
as someone who bought Mind's Eye.
Oh, you brought that?
Hell yeah, I bought it day one. I was like, I gotta see.
I gotta see on PC too.
Yeah, you should have hit me up. I could have got you that game.
Yo, when we was out at games, Summer Games Fest, and it wasn't on the floor, and we was at their event, and it was coming out the next week. I said something's up with that game, and then I spoke to a couple of dudes that did get the review copy.
Well, nobody got review copies. I don't know what the hell.
No, I had 2 people that got one.
Really?
Yep. And they said exactly what was happening, because me and another person was talking about it in the crowd, and we was like, it's curious that it's not here, isn't it?
Yeah. Mind's Eye. Yeah.
While I'm over there throwing James Bond in the bushes.
Oh wait, weren't you going to talk about that? Oh, you changed. No. Oh, you changed it. Yeah.
I changed my thing.
I'm going to talk about it. Let me see.
We went from talking about that to talk about PlayStation. Actually, I do agree with King on this particular.
I got it.
We'll talk about it.
Yeah, I got it.
We could have talked. We could have basically talk about the new James Bond game.
I know.
We're talking about freaking hard drives.
We're talking about hard drives.
Well, we ain't talking about. We talk about practice. We talk about practice. You talk about practice. We talk about practice.
Continue, son.
Moving on.
Yes.
Iron Rook, $5 super chat. Starting arm day. Let's up the energy and keep the humor minimal. I don't need to be laughing myself to tears on more training videos.
Salute.
Then we have Danny Passion Official, $2 super chat. Addict, have you unlocked new crests? Anyone?
Yes, I've unlocked some.
Nice.
Okay.
I downloaded them.
Then we have Don Otaku, $5 super chat. Y'all should check out Demon School when it releases, even though they ducked the Silksong phase.
I am going to play that game.
Yeah.
I've actually been looking. That game has been on my radar for like a decade.
I covered that game like 2 separate times at like too many packs.
Nah, I can't catch dudes that run, son.
You can ask Cog. Every time we went to like a PAX,
it was there.
Every time we went to a PAX, I'm like, yeah, I'll go play Dio. Let's see what they're doing this year.
Yeah. What they doing this year? They would be at every PAX.
Running from the fade this year.
Stop hating.
This year they're ducking the
fade. They needed a run from that fade.
And what's crazy is you said that you was gonna buy that game because you've been waiting for that game for years, and they ran from their date.
Yeah, and I'll play it in a month where the game will do better.
And that makes my point right. You was gonna buy it regardless.
But he know about it because he is in the industry. For the casual who knows nothing, it is suicidal to go against this guy. He want everybody to go to everybody opposing projects.
That's right. And you know what's funny? The biggest thing that supports King's statement is just what we're doing today. Everyone knows that the NFL is going on first day.
That's right.
We ain't run for the fence.
What's crazy is all these dudes are standing on business.
That's a fact.
Right now, football is going on. Before we used to move our time.
That's a fact.
You know what we said one year? We tired of running.
True.
We knuckled
I'll
up,
give you that.
And our numbers are good.
Shout
out to all you 500 that's out there. We rocking the NFL in the mouth. Pause.
I respect that.
That's right. See, this is standing on business. They don't want to do it, but they doing it.
You, King. Let me cook.
That's right. That's my guy, son.
Let's stop agreeing with King and move on.
Listen, I missed you.
Right now.
Then we have, let me see. Yeah, he said indie persona inspired tactics RPG. Yes, so check out Demon School.
Yeah.
Then down to Taco, $2 super chat. Witcher 2 was on 360. The first 2 were just mid. I don't count the 360 version of The Witcher 2 when you play that damn game on a PC. The first one was mid. The second one was good. Third one is great. But yeah, I don't count the 360 version of Witcher 2. Play that on a real platform, please.
That was fun too.
Then we got Thunder Taco, $5 super chat, 300 likes, and Cog lays on the table and lifts them legs up.
Yo,
hashtag lift them legs up, Cog.
Don't you?
So Adam, you weren't here when we were talking about Cog possibly wearing. Yeah, he's dependable. They were talking about Cog possibly wearing Depends on the flight to Japan.
No, Cog said he's gonna wear Depends.
I said I ain't got no problem.
I speculated
he just gonna sit there on the plane and you just. I don't want to sit next to him though because he started speaking.
So we were talking about, the idea that everybody's assuming that Cogs is going to sit there for 13 hours and poop on himself and not go to the bathroom.
Just make faces.
Just have a face. Yeah, just have a face. You just look.
Making faces.
All you do is like Cogs over there, and you look at it. He's like.
Yo, it get real hot in his area.
So then we said, what if Cog goes to the bathroom to change his Depends? He uses the
change table for
I got a worse.
He said the changing table.
He comes out with the Depends and said, I didn't know if I could flush these.
Yo, you wild. You wild.
We say, what if he uses the changing table in the bathroom to change himself?
The joint for babies, that little thing for babies.
Yo, he
a
go to
grown
flush it.
Man. On that,
he gonna flush it and the alarm go off.
It's just
ruined the flight.
Depends.
We got a Depends stuck in the toilet. We got a Depends stuck in the toilet.
Get kicked off the flight. No violent. Oh, sorry. What you gonna say? You gotta move your camera down because it says cutting you off.
Yeah, no, it cut. My camera's all messed up, so it's like I tried to mess with it and made it even worse.
Oh, okay, all right. So it just went hard. Yeah, you got bad short. You 4 foot something.
So
what else
we got?
Let me see. The Iron Rook again, $5 super chat. Maddie and me watching Hollow Knight fans harassing Nintendo over Silksong drought as a Fallout and Elder Scrolls fan. Like, what the hell? Yeah, you know what it is? Because, again, people associate the original Hollow Knight with Switch. A lot of people played it on Switch. That's where it became really popular. So that's what it is. So that, when Nintendo doesn't have the marketing that for the game, it's it's... You got the Game Pass back, so it's
that's right.
Like
it's new dawn is a new day, boy. Moving along, it's associated with us.
Then we got Void Lock, $2 super chat. King, remember Horizon series got buried twice. Yes, it did get buried twice.
And guess what? Hollow Knight came out and didn't. shout out to him.
And you know what's funny?
We're
not saying that they're the Hollow Knight. We're saying they're the Breath of the Wild, and everyone else is the Horizon.
Facts.
Then we got the Taco again, $5 super chat. F-Zero and Earthbound fans seeing Fallout and Elder Scrolls fans complain about 10 to 15 year wait.
That's wild.
That Earthbound ain't never coming out, bro.
Never. Then we got Richie Torres MMA, $5 super chat. Silksong went Planet Patrol on these other games and told them to play at your own risk.
Facts.
Then we have Mono Genome, $5 super chat. King, who do you have winning next weekend? Canelo is long and stiff. Pause.
Pause.
But TC might come harder and put it on him with a big load.
What? That's not boxing discussion.
Okay. First, your graphic description of two illustrious fighters is kind of repulsive. But I would say this, right? Canelo has been at that weight, and if anybody thinks weight classes don't mean anything, you're crazy. When Roy Jones went up and fought John Ruiz was considered the weakest, smallest heavyweight with a championship belt. He was easy pickings. Roy did not fight the man in the division. Even though Roy wanted to fight Tyson, he did not fight Tyson in his peak. Had he fought Tyson, he would have went to sleep harder than when Tarver put him under the rope. And
y'all must have forgot.
No, listen. But that isn't the Balco year, so we never know. Right?
Everybody was in the Balco years.
But back in the day, they had no weight class, and look how that ended.
Well, no, they did have weight classes. But okay, so next week, I think this is going to happen. Bud has a lot of bad habits, and as he goes up, his habits has not went away. He stands there and he catches the left hook. Sometimes he likes to parry the left hook. Sometimes he likes to jab when you're throwing the left hook. So he meets your jab and he's going to step in. He's fighting a very good defensive specialist in Canelo. And he's a counterpuncher. Canelo is not a seek and destroy fighter. He is a counterpuncher. If you look at a lot of his knockouts, it has always came off of shots that they didn't see. Plus, he's a very heavy-handed puncher. He breaks orbital bones, ribs, shoulders, elbows, and biceps. In every fight, every person that's fought him, even if they were in heavier weight classes, remember, he knocked out Kovalev. They said he is the hardest hitter that they face. A lot of you guys are going to think that Bud is going to go out there and be like Floyd. First, Canelo was younger, wasn't this Canelo that we have now. Second, nobody's Floyd. And damn sure not Bud, right? So Bud is going to go in there. He's going to have those mistakes. I think he's going to get caught with a counter left hook somewhere in around the 7th or 8th round. If he takes any shots from Canelo, Canelo's going to break him down. He got swole up from Majimov, and we saw what Ortiz did to Majimov. I'm not taking anything away from Bud. I'm actually going to put $100 on Bud because the line speaks that way, right? If he does happen to pull it out, it's a good thing. He's a special guy that can do it.
Right.
But I just think Canelo is taking him very serious. He spars with Boost Ennis, and we know Boost is now up to 154, is one of the top switch hitters in the game next to Bud. I honestly believe that Canelo's going to be a little bit more prepared for Bud. And honestly, in all respects, remember when Ali got beat up by Larry Holmes?
Yeah.
And he told Mike Tyson, get him for me?
Yeah.
And Mike Tyson went in there and knocked his brains out?
Yeah.
I love Errol Spence.
Okay.
He destroyed Errol Spence.
Yeah, he got
I want Canelo to go in there.
It sound like hate.
And mangle him.
Okay.
I want him to mangle. I want him to think that he was in a car accident. I want him to mangle him. I want him to be mangled, son. And I want him to feel like how I felt that day that he took my champion off the board, son. And my boy ain't been back since.
I know.
So
yeah, he did permanent damage to all
I want you to catch these hands next week. I can't wait. It's on Netflix. I want the world to see it.
Ridiculous.
There we have Mayo Riot, $5 super chat. Great show, Papi. Okay, is it just me?
That's
or
for some.
Yeah,
That's your
me.
audience.
That's all you.
That's all you.
Hey, man,
Right
nobody
there,
gonna take that but you.
Every time I say it, it's a problem. So I don't.
You added a different kind of poppy.
Yeah,
to
his
it.
poppy different. Pause.
Then we have James Thomas, $2 super chat. Hot take: Recore was underrated and needs a remake. Facts. I like Recore. Didn't
I like
Recore?
Recore.
Weren't they missing like one or two like
you could
animal companions at the end? Like
Yeah,
They put them in the DLC.
okay.
I've
Then
been
we
moved on
have-
after that.
Then we have
I beat that
gaming.
game. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, Recore was cool. Platform was cool too. Gaming Forte, $5 super chat. God bless having a multi-monitor setup. Picking between ILP and football is tough. Glad the Lions don't play until 4:15.
That's right. We stand on business.
Then we have Truckle Chuckle, $5 super chat. Japanese phrases for the lords to learn. Addict. Kimi no i, soretomo boku no i. Nishonu ga aru yo. Your place or mine, I've got sake.
You ain't catching me. First off, I don't even know if it says that. He probably trying to get me to say some off the walls stuff so he can clip me.
That's
The-
crazy.
He already got
fact-
soft saying it. He ain't getting me to say it.
The fact that you enunciated that so perfectly
Yeah.
is frightening to me.
Then we have Chuckle Chuckle again, £5 super chat. Sob. Koi dakedo kekon sheimatsu. I'm flattered, but I'm married.
Hilarious. Wow.
Then we have Cut Artistic, $5 super chat. Last week, I think we were so efficient and quick with the topics. I wonder what made the difference.
You not happy with the return of someone? Are you implying?
They just wanted to get out of here, bro.
Yeah,
And
they
I just be holding them up.
Yeah, that's what that is. That football talk. We good?
And then afterwards, King be like, I gotta go, man. I don't know why it was so
I
long.
was so long. Cog went crazy. Are we good?
Y'all like
Yes,
to
sir.
challenge
We are
me.
caught up.
All right, this is the big one. This is mine. This is hot off the presses, y'all. Shout out to IGN. Yeah, it looks like Pete Harris has a lot to say. So, former Bethesda exec says gaming subscription services, and I quote, worth jack well, you know the rest of the 4 digits of that, without proper support from game developers. He said that tension is hurting a lot of people. So for the context, Pete Hines, ex-Bethesda figurehead, was announced his retirement in 2023 after 24 years with the company. He opened up about the state of the gaming industry during a new interview with, I've never heard of DBL Tap. In addition to touching on the early days of the company, like behind Fallout and Elder Scrolls, Hines spoke about what he feels about the future of services. So he said that now he admits his retirement from Xbox, from Bethesda, means his view on the matter may not be up to date. However, Hines says he witnessed what he considered to be some short-sighted decision-making several years ago that now appears to be bearing out the way I said. Then I quote, subscriptions have become the new 4-letter word, right? You can't buy a product anymore, Hines said. When you talk about a subscription that relies on content, if you don't figure out how to balance the needs of the service and the people running the service with the people who are providing the content with which your subscription is worth jack-ish, then you have a real problem. He goes on to say that obviously he said this about this tension, hurting a lot of people, including content creators themselves, because they're fitting into an ecosystem that is not properly valuing and rewarding what they're making. So, yeah, pretty much this has kind of made the rounds.
I saw that last sentence.
Yeah, it's a very, very passionate one. Also, we know that other developers have spoken now. 2 Bethesda developers. Obviously, we talked about Arcane Austin, and then obviously the Tango situation. But in the wake of mass layoffs and studio closures, original Arcane founder Raphael Colantonio called Game Pass the elephant in the room and an unsustainable model. He added,
Wait, you said Arcane?
original Arcane founder, original Arcane.
Oh,
yeah,
the studio they closed, right?
well, they closed. They
called Austin.
Arcane
yeah.
Austin.
Yeah, this guy, he's not with them, but this is a
Yeah.
comment he made. He said, "I don't think Game Pass can coexist with other models. They'll either kill everyone else or give up." And then this is where things got interesting yesterday. So obviously, Sean Layden, who's had numerous comments about Game Pass and subscription service models, he put out a quote on
Like
LinkedIn.
the Avengers.
He put out a quote on LinkedIn responding to what Pete said. So Sean said on LinkedIn, "I'm just going to leave this here," quoting Pete. "I believe Pete's colorful quote hits the nail right on the head. The question is not, is the service profitable for the platform? The question is it healthy and helpful for the developer is what we need to ask." And then there was one more follow-up to what Sean said. And this was from Shannon Loftus. Obviously, she's been with Xbox Game Studios
Who's that?
7 years. She's been with Xbox Game Studios for 7 years.
Oh, she's not there no more?
No, she's not there anymore. Right
Okay,
now.
cool. That's good.
Okay. As a long-time first-party Xbox developer, I can attest that Pete is correct. While Game Pass can claim a few victories with games that otherwise would have sunk beneath the waves, the majority of game adoption on GAP, I'm assuming that's Game Pass, come at the expense of retail revenue. Unless the game is engineered from the ground up post-release monetization, I could and may someday write pages on the weird inner tension. This word it gets got up. Tension this creates with developers. And then Sean Layden responded. He said, "Yup, he's looking forward to her chronicle." And then the final thing,
that shit all just move in the same building. And just put together a book.
you're interrupting, sir. I'm
Sorry,
finished.
sir.
I'm
I'm just
finished.
like,
You just seem to be interrupting a lot. But it seems to be a sensitive subject for some. But then shout out to the Game Business. They had an article. Shout out to Christopher Drake. I know I'm going to hear a comment from King in a minute in reference to interviewing machine games, and it talked about Game Pass consideration, reference to Indiana Jones and stuff like that. So pretty much it says, the evolution includes the emergence of subscription service, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, launched day one in the Game Pass. Once more, it followed Call of Duty Black Ops 6, which delivered a significant spike in users for Game Pass the month before. As a result, Anderson, obviously the developer of Indiana Jones, was mindful that his game, Indiana Jones, might have players who are unfamiliar with this type of experiences. He said, "It's a very difficult proposition," Anderson says. "And for this game in particular, we also have to struggle with players who know who Indiana Jones is and those who don't. There are a lot of kids out there who haven't seen the movies, and this is going to be their first introduction to the IP. So we might try to make this the most accessible machine game so far. It's on Game Pass. There's going to be a lot of people trying this genre for the first time." He said it was very, very important to make the onboarding stronger and better than other titles. That was a big focus. As for Game Pass, we know the behaviors of players. They jump in for 5 minutes and they drop out. So that was the quote that went viral. You can take a certain amount of decisions based on that, but at the same time, you don't want to make too many concessions. It needs to be a great game for the player who plays all the way through. That's the most important part for us. Being the story-centric studio we are, it's a hard balance. You always know that you should worry about that more, but at the same time, you care about the grand scheme of things. So, again, this is what's been going on, pretty much the last week or so. The thought about Game Pass, thought about how it's affecting tension or development of games, and it's been pushback. Some people say, "Hey, we think this is a problem. This is affecting the industry." Other people think this is hyperbolic. This is way overblown. There's unusual hate towards Game Pass for some reason. So let's start with Addict. What are your thoughts on all of these comments? Obviously, machine game. I'm sorry. Oh, sorry, you got to go, right?
Give me a few minutes. I'll be back. But
okay.
Yeah.
Do your thing. We got you. So, Addict, let's start with you. And what are your thoughts about Pete Hines' comments? Obviously, Sean Layden and Shannon Loftus kind of backing up, and then obviously Machine Games and this whole controversy about subscription services and Game Pass.
I mean, when it comes to, exactly, does this hurt the industry? Does it not hurt the industry? First off, Sean Layden, I ain't really believing too much that man says. He's been very clear on being extremely biased, and he doesn't stand on moral grounds because of decisions he's made in the industry after he spoke about against decisions he's made in the industry. So when it comes to that, but I do lean more to believing, people like Pete Hines and Shannon Loftus a little bit more. Like, look, subscription services in the gaming industry is relatively new. It's only been around for a few years. It's a new model. Industries change all the time. They branch out. You never really know what the ramifications of having something like Game Pass, because keep in mind, people look at Game Pass. EA Play was EA Access before Game Pass even came around, and it was a subscription service.
True.
So, you got Ubisoft doing it. There's a lot of factors that goes into it. Do I think it's hurting the industry? To some degree on maybe the Xbox ecosystem, because I do think it does eat into the retail cost on certain aspects. Maybe not necessarily as much of games that's not on Game Pass, because look what just happened with Helldivers. Helldivers came out, sold very well, clearly on Xbox. So you look at something like that, that's not on Game Pass, but people still went out and bought it. Right. But I do think some indie games, because I've seen people in the industry, in this community say, "Oh, that game looks good, but that looks like that might be showing up in Game Pass in a couple months. I'm gonna wait out." So I think that was definitely a lost sell. This doesn't necessarily mean they're going to buy it, but I do think people look at something like an Expedition 33. That game was a phenomenal game, but there probably would have been a lot of people that would have bought that on Xbox and not played it on Game Pass. So I do think that is one of the reasons that they went multi-plat, so they can still feed the Game Pass subscription service, but make up the money on other platforms. And that move by itself is pretty much Xbox acknowledging that it's hurting their own bottom line in terms of sales, that they had to branch out and sell on other platforms. So, look, do I think this is like the tremendous hate in the gaming industry? No, I think there's way more practices in the industry that's hurting the industry far more than Game Pass or EA Play or Ubisoft, whatever their services is called. I think pay to win services doing more damage. I think season passes is probably doing more damages. I think games as a service in general has hurt the industry more than Game Pass will ever do. Like Game Pass can literally quadruple and then times that by another 2, and it wouldn't touch what games as a service has done. Fortnite in particular, came out and derailed the entire industry. There was so much money being made on Fortnite. The whole industry, and especially PlayStation, risked their whole livelihood to get a piece of that money. So, trend chasing's always been an issue in the industry, from, season passes. Everyone has a season pass now. Everyone has a games as a service now. Everyone's free to play now. Just the free to play market in general, games as a service, has made it to where developers like DICE is having a hard time selling games.
Right.
So it's just like, look, has Game Pass hurt some scenarios? Yes, but I will admit it has, but at the same time, there's an opposite adjacent to that. We have developers saying their game never would have got off the ground without Game Pass, because Microsoft was just throwing out bags to everyone. Their game never would have seen the light of day. Silk, maybe that, we don't know, but maybe that game would have took another year and a half to be made. Maybe because they were able to get that money, because, the Kickstarter did well, but you get that Microsoft money too. Now you can, we can hire more contractors. We can stress out less about finances because we got a money from a bag from Xbox, and guess why Xbox gave them that bag? Game Pass. So it's just like, look, every practice in this industry has causes and effects in both directions, negative and positive. And I'm not going to ever be one of those people that comes on this podcast and say there is zero negatives to Game Pass in the industry, because I know they are. But I'm also not going to be one of those people to say there is zero positives of Game Pass being in the industry, because I guarantee you a lot of these huge indies and AA titles wouldn't be around without that service.
All right. Addict has spoken. Lord King, a lot of commentary during my readings. So let's get it, man. Obviously Pete is outside. He made his comments. He said now he hasn't been there since, and maybe things have changed.
Since the Redfall thing.
Since I forgot how long it's been now, but so now his thoughts, about the subscription services and the tension it creates about games having to be a platform versus I guess having the developers taken care of, so to speak. What are your thoughts on that? And obviously Sean Layden echoing it, and now Shannon Loftus saying, "Hey, we agree with Pete."
I want to know what the hell is up with all these Xbox ex-employees with these diarrhea mouths. Like, what's going on with this? I'm trying to figure it out. Like, PlayStation dudes, when they leave that company, I don't know what tea they was sipping. I don't know what hypnosis they are under. They ride to the death. You got Shohei, shout out, I love Shohei, said, buy the remasters or remakes of games so you could get a new one. Like, he champions an unsustainable practice. Buy the same game again so you can get a new one, right? And they've been buying the same game a million times and they didn't get a new one yet. I'm just saying, everybody seems to have this weird vitriol, and it's always the X. It's always the X. Like, when Redfall happened, like, okay, let me just go to Bethesda as a whole, ABK as a whole. Microsoft couldn't purchase ABK at all if they were in good standings.
Right.
They happily wasn't. And it was a great thing when they purchased them because they brought unions in and they changed and restructured things. Listen, Bethesda has never looked better. Blizzard has never looked better. And King looks fantastic. Yeah, it had a little redundancies here and there. And
little
stuff
redundancies.
Yeah, stuff had to happen. But when you have mergers, when you have
major layoffs, the most layoffs in the history.
That happens in an industry like that. When you have mergers of that level and that size, you're going to have a fallout of that magnitude. And that's kind of par for the course. When you have smaller mergers, you have smaller layoffs and stuff like that. So it's kind of a ratio across the boards. I'm not saying one is greater or one is lesser. What I'm just saying is, as a whole in this industry, when you do have mergers, you're going to have redundancies in the spaces. But when that Redfall thing happened and everybody was calling for Phil and them to go,
right,
I aptly said, oh, no. Pete Hines should go. And they went and got ABK based off of the fact that all their games, that they had to go get a large publisher to subsidize what Game Pass wasn't offering. Now, with those 4 or 5 studios that they had, they couldn't release the games in a cadence that made sense. They had to get a larger publisher in order to do so. They went and got a third-party publisher to help facilitate that other vision that they had, that Attic aptly brought up, which is true. Them giving the games away inside Game Pass kind of eroded the sales numbers inside the Xbox ecosystem. But by placing those games in other ecosystems, you've shown that you're able to deliver dominant Game Pass, very sustainable in the ideas of...
Slowly, what's going on?
Oh yeah, something happened.
Yeah, it said the stream will end shortly.
the stream and restart it. Like, really, don't close out. Just end and restart.
In OBS?
Yeah. It's
all right, we saved it. Okay, cool.
Yeah, P. Hines shot me down.
Hold up.
Let's see. Refresh. Let's see what's going on. Okay, the stream.
It went away again.
Yeah, because I ended it. Let me refresh.
If you did it twice, then it might have.
No, I just did it once. All I did it once.
Yeah, it started a new one.
Oh, god damn, man. The streaming gods be hating.
They did laughing. They said they got me some.
Yeah.
All right, so we got to back out and go back in?
No, we're good.
We're good. We just waiting
Just keep going. It's just part 2 at this point.
Yeah, it's part 2.
Okay.
God damn.
Yeah, so I don't know what part it cut me off at, but
you would talk. You got the late in, and then you were at when people were gone, and hold on one second. I'm just waiting to see. Yeah, now I saw the finished joint. Sorry, I just want to see the stream back up on. Okay, there you go.
No, it's back.
Yeah,
up.
it's back up.
Yep, I see it now. I see it.
I'll do all the back end stuff.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Jesus, holy son, man, YouTube, bro, what's up? Anyway, make sure the monetization's off and all that. But anyway, continue, King. I'm sorry, I don't know where we got cut.
Yeah, I don't know where I got cut up at. But at the end of the day, Game Pass as for the consumer is highly
Yeah, that's where you're
beneficial.
going, the consumer.
Yeah, it's highly beneficial for the consumer. Now, talking for the developers. Developers that are inside the service that use the service has said that the service has gotten their views on said title to greater heights. They also said that without Game Pass, some of them would not have been able to get their games over the line. So I can say Game Pass. I'm not saying that Game Pass doesn't have a downside to it. Like Addict said, some people may say, well, I'll wait for it to hit Game Pass. Well, see, with Game Pass, you come into something that has a built-in backlog. If you've never had a backlog, once you pay your $20, automatically, you got hundreds of games that go inside your backlog that you've never played, that you got a chance to play and test. Now, some people said, like Machine Game said, that some people jump in, play for 5 minutes, and walk away.
Right.
Well, what you need to do is make a compelling game. When you make a compelling game, people sit there and play your game all the way to the end.
So Indiana Jones is not a compelling game?
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is his game sold. What he's saying is the grazing effect. When you go to a buffet, you just don't zero in on one food option. When you go to a buffet, anybody that's been to a buffet, you actually go out there, dibble and dabble until you find something that you actually like, and then you kind of base your meal around what you actually like. But on your way to getting to what you like, you're going to dibble and dabble all the way across around the boards. Now, maybe you get a smaller portion instead of getting a larger portion. This is the benefit of Game Pass. The benefit of Game Pass allows you to graze in that manner. Now, not every game is going to be afforded the Game Pass bag. Not every game is going to be inside Game Pass. There are studios and companies that are fighting to get their game inside Game Pass, especially unknown first-time IPs.
Right.
Those IPs use Game Pass as eyes to get that metrics out there. Yeah, they're going to sell someplace else, but they get these, we say 37 million, close to 41 million individuals that's inside Game Pass, be it core, standard, or the ultimate, to see this. Now, when people say that there's tension about,
let's get to that.
The tension comes, and I got to be kind with this because they are no longer with the company. Now, I've always said this. The reason why I love Muhammad Ali so much is because when he was a champion, they told him the U.S. Army drafted him to go fight in the Korean War, and he said no. Well, he went to jail. He stood on his principles, and he said he's not going to go fight somebody that didn't do anything to him, and he refuses to pick up arms against his brothers. And he stood on business. He didn't wait till he wasn't champion to stand on business. He stood on business at that moment. Now, I know this episode is going to probably be the stand on business episode.
Yeah, clearly.
But when individuals had the opportunity to stand up and be heard, largely, they didn't say a word.
Can I interject for a second? From what I heard, said individual who made said comment was one of the ultimate stand on business and was willing to, for what I heard, not allow his people to be laid off and allow his salary to be taken so that others may live.
Yeah,
that's what I heard in the streets.
That's a wonderful thing. Nintendo does it all the time.
Yeah, but that's a Japanese company. You don't see that in an American company, sir.
Yeah. Listen,
so we're not going to minimize someone sacrificing their position and their role
that's a
for
wonderful
the
thing.
benefit of the company.
That's a wonderful thing.
I've got confirmation, and Attic has got confirmation for multiple people on said person.
That's a wonderful thing. And I appreciate you for doing that. And I'm pretty sure that the other people that you sacrifice yourself for appreciated it as well. Should have stood on business saying Game Pass didn't work. But maybe, and I said it before, when people aren't in lockstep, they tend to disappear. If you're not moving with the herd and you're moving against the stream and you're causing the tension and the friction, well, Game Pass seems to be doing great. ABK seems to be doing fantastic. Redfall is finally completed. And a lot of the projects that were over at Xbox and ABK are actually getting done, or if they don't live up to expectations, like Arcane Austin, they got to be closed. I feel that when standing on business about Game Pass, be vocal when you're working there. You can't.
They did that. This person did
No,
that.
I didn't hear it publicly.
You know, but it was in FCC documents. We saw it.
It was
a challenge. What are we doing?
Yeah.
And this is before the model
listen,
that went multi-plat when they were doing that. This was a person that stood on business doing the thing.
Talking behind the lines.
I need that soundbite from Mortal Kombat. Fight.
Yeah, right. Listen,
but we have evidence.
No. That's FTC documents or like emails.
Okay.
Right. I'm talking about. This is public, right? What was said now, right?
Right.
That's what I'm talking about.
So he was supposed to publicly challenge the company.
In my opinion,
when he was doing the same thing.
In my opinion, the
real time?
emails are more better than what he's saying in public because they're not PR speaking; they're talking amongst each other.
He's going directly at you. He's going directly at the person that's making it. Y'all bugging.
And listen, and the tension is going.
Right.
And looking fantastic right now. The best at the service. Game Pass is the best. Now, I the reason why the industry that is in. I believe that battle passes that companies can't do what Game Pass does. That day and date thing.
The stream is bugging again. I'm sorry, King.
It dropped again?
Oh my God. I don't know what's going on. Keep getting an error. YouTube not receiving enough video.
No, I already know what they're doing. They shutting us down.
This is frustrating, y'all. I don't know what it's saying. Yes, it's going from it's.
Hey, look back.
Yeah, but it's like it's back and forth errors now. All right, we'll just keep talking.
Just keep going.
Let's back.
I'm sorry, Ken. I keep interrupting you.
Yeah,
I just wanted to let you know. That's all.
No, listen. Regardless to what, I think live service games does a lot more harm than Game Pass would ever do. Now, Game Pass has done harm to the Xbox brand. Right. And in doing so, you have trained the people that buy Game Pass, that are in Game Pass, to wait for Game Pass.
Right.
Opposed to purchasing games. Now, also, you have started training them to buy the upgrade package to get the game a couple of days earlier. That helps out. And we found out with Revenge of the Savage Planet helps out tremendously with these developers with their games getting these early packages. So they're finding their way. Game Pass is in its infancy, and it's going to be around as long as Xbox is around because Xbox is the platform. Microsoft understands that. And I noticed that Sean Layden said, and he removed this because before the question was, is it sustainable?
Right.
Now he says, and the question is not if it's sustainable. Of course, you're going to say that now that Satya came out and said they made $5 billion in one financial period. Now the talking points, and goalposts are being
moving. Okay.
Right. You're going to be against it regardless to what, because what you're seeing is the demise of somebody that you love. What I want to know, and what would be my biggest question is,
talk to me.
What level of loyalty do you have when they didn't show that level of loyalty to you? I always felt that him, Jack Trenton, Shohei, those guys were the untouchable, was the embodiment of everything that was PlayStation. And honestly, you know, when y'all guys aren't there, they don't look the same. And instead of championing that part, instead of talking about that part, it's still like you feel like you're still stuck in this console war and thing, like you were in the opposition. No, you actually work for a company that makes games that goes on that platform. So you're a partner in a sense. And I just find it kind of strange that every time you turn around, they're talking down on Game Pass. If it's somebody that doesn't work for the company any longer, or it's an ex-Sony employee or a current. So if you're current, have at it. But ex-Sony, I'm like, that's kind of strange. But regardless to what, we've seen as it is sustainable. Those questions is out the window now. No longer can you say that part. Now you're going to say, is it harmful to the industry? You can't quantify that. That is unquantifiable, and that's a talking point that they're going to stick with until it shows that Game Pass has fostered many more growth in the industry. I don't know how many people, and this is the reason why I can say Game Pass is good for the industry. I don't know what service allows you the same level of access to AAA titles, AA titles, single A titles, and indies that Game Pass does for the cost that Game Pass is. It allows you to stream, play anywhere on any device. I don't know who does that with that level of value. So again, until they can meet that metric, I say that those subscription services are harmful because they're not meeting at least the basic level of what Game Pass brings to the industry. They bring a different level of eyes, they bring a level of care to the customer, and they deliver above and beyond for that $19.99. I'm just saying, as an Xbox owner, as a Game Pass Ultimate, not core, not
Yes, we know.
gotta let y'all know.
Yes.
As a Game Pass Ultimate user, and have been that way since they made that tier, I see the difference when I go look at other services. And to me, the other services are more harmful because they don't offer the same thing, but they're asking for the same money.
Interesting. No, I hear you. Can't deny your consumer.
When did we start shaming on entry point of Game Pass? Like, when did that start happening? Like,
Today.
Today. You missed out. You missed out.
Well, since Silksong came out, I had to let dudes know. Like, they was like, Silksong is out, not for you. Like, not for you.
Yeah, we're velvet roping.
Get your, but I'm just saying what the industry is doing.
Anyway, Sav is back. Hopefully the stream remains. But Sav, this is a lot of comments. Pete is outside. He was asked about his time. He's asked about subscription services, developer attention. Then obviously we saw a short later echo what Pete said. We see Shannon Loftus echo what Pete is saying. And then obviously we had a couple of comments from Machine Games in terms of, how they think about games with Game Pass. So what do you feel about what Pete is describing?
I think when you talk about this stuff, you always have to make the distinction between how you feel as a consumer and how you feel as, somebody putting games into that service. So for me, speaking as a consumer, I couldn't care less what. The consumer part of me says, you're giving me this, and King broke it down beautifully right there at the end. He broke down the value for $19.99 or whatever it is now. I don't even look at it. It's actually for me, I don't get to use it as much as I should be using it. So I'm not getting the value out of it. But for what it provides for that price point as the consumer, I don't care how you got there. You got there, and as long as it's there, I'm gonna have it probably. Now the things that Peter's talking about, I can understand because it goes back to the argument of like, okay, because you can do something doesn't mean that you should necessarily, because there are repercussions in other areas. And I've always thought this, even as I have, whatever, banked 2-3 years of Game Pass. But I've always thought there's like a subscription service is tough for an artistic endeavor like games, because it's not like a movie that you film it over the course of a couple of months, and very quickly it becomes a product that feels more homogenized. It's something that comes out quickly, that you can put into a service like that and kind of churn out in a way that games just aren't and never have been and never will be, right? So the idea of putting all of these games that take multiple years to put together, to develop, multiple millions of dollars to bring to market, and to put it into a service like this, from the business side of it, from the creative side of it, I can understand how that feeling is like, well, this thing that I'm working on for the better part of a decade of my life, the true value of it out in the open is never really going to be seen because of the way these metrics work now, and how we look at success now, right? As opposed to, what it's traditionally been was just, hey, the game comes out, sales, how does it sell on all these multiple platforms, and this, that, and the other. The metric has changed. So it's hard to quantify that. Like King was saying, it's a hard thing to quantify about, hey, this doesn't necessarily suit the developer very well. Because as Shannon Loftus said, there are certain...
It says no data, the stream will end shortly. No data, the stream will end shortly unless you restart. And
keep going. Something's
Yeah.
clearly wrong.
Something
on, the YouTube
on their end.
channel.
Yeah.
It keeps.
And now it's
fixing
back.
it,
Yeah, it
and
keeps
Now it's
fixing
back.
itself.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just keep
so
going.
just keep going.
Yeah.
We're just gonna keep going.
Yeah.
Did you have the update that I had when I logged in?
For your YouTube,
Yeah, I had an update for YouTube.
I ain't seen no update.
No, I didn't see a YouTube update. Yeah, but I'll just continue and see if it's there.
Yeah, we'll just see. Yeah, dopest conversation ever. This.
Yeah. So to me,
It kept
it's
taking me out my thought.
it's a conversation that has multiple facets to it, and all of which are valid. All of which are valid. And for me, it goes back to the argument of like, hey, when the business infringes too much on the art, this is always going to happen.
Right.
Where it's like you're going to have so many people looking at the same issue from different perspectives and have different needs and wants. Like obviously the money people at Microsoft, they're saying it's profitable. It's profitable. Cool. How does that affect the people that are putting the games in it that quote unquote make it profitable? Right. So it's like what I think what Pete's saying is that like nobody's looking at it from this side and everybody's staying quiet about it. When I was in there, I didn't stay quiet about it.
Right.
What I said kind of fell mostly on deaf ears, and I made the decision to walk away, right? Because I don't fundamentally believe in it as something that can coexist with the artistic aspect of what we do, and the importance of the monetary aspect of it within Microsoft, right? It was like those two things were going to continue to clash and butt heads. So
Tension.
Yeah, there you go, tension. So again, it's one of those arguments that it's for me, as like I said, the consumer part of me does not care. If it goes away one day, it goes away one day. I got what I could out of it the time that it was around, and then if it's not here, it's not here. Right. But I'm not gonna woe is me about what you do to get me those games at $20 a month or whatever the case. I'm not going to do that. But obviously, as somebody who talks about the industry and looks at it and understands that there are human beings behind this, I have always felt that a subscription service for art that requires this much time commitment and money behind it, it's weird. It has to be a weird situation to getting it into this service that feels like something that's kind of on a conveyor belt, right? And just speaking on how I perceive Game Pass, like I said, I don't have the time to play all the games that come into the service. I'm definitely not getting the most out of the service. But even as somebody who perhaps
At one time
was
had
able
your
to
own
play
Game Pass service for the
Had my
360.
own game. Exactly.
You had your own service model.
My 360 and prior. It does, like I got that feeling from Game Pass. Like it was so much that even the stuff that I really wanted to play with in the service,
Jumped in, you jumped out.
you jumped in and you jumped out. And in a way that was totally different from a game that I went to the store, purchased, even if it wasn't like my favorite game. But I went in, I purchased this game.
That value proposition.
The value proposition is different. I'm going to give it the time and the effort because my hard-earned went into it.
Right.
In the same way that, again, it's still my hard-earned going into Game Pass, but it's not 60 or 70 or 80 bucks at a shot. It's 20 a month. It's this drip feed of money that I'm giving them for this value. But for whatever reason, my mind tells me, it's going to be there. Especially first-party games. Especially their first-party games, I'm like, oh, well, it's never going away, right? It's going to be there.
It's going to be there.
And as a consumer, that's a mental thing, but it is true. So as you know, if I can see somebody who develops games seeing that and being like, damn, like I'd rather get the zeitgeist moment in sales that I know the person spent their hard earned on this. They're going to give it the real shot. They're going to, even if it's a 7 to them or an 8 to them, they paid their hard earned. They'll probably play more of it as opposed to, I'm going to play it. The full release is out in Game Pass, but in my mind, it's still a glorified demo. And I play it for an hour and I'm like, and I'm done with it, And this game costs, whatever, $80 million, $100 million to make over the course of 7 years. And somebody's just kind of flipping it off like that. So I understand those arguments. They're all valid. I don't know the solution to it. Like the solution is Pete's asking the business people to not think like business people, and it's never going to happen. And that's a sad thing, but that's the reality of gaming and the business of gaming now. I do think those things are only going to continue to butt heads even more.
It's like they're diametrically opposed.
Opposed, 100%.
Yeah, I'll jump in. This is a great discussion. I like stuff like this because you get different perspective. And look, for the record, I know where King is coming from, and all I will say, being respectful. I will say that
I was
no, not saying that you're not. Good. No, I'm not saying you're not. I'm not saying that. I'm talking about, obviously it feels like Sean has been beating this drum for a while in reference to this, right? And to his credit, this is an OG. I just
think he's greater than that.
Right, he's an OG, but look, to his defense, you come from the way the industry's run for a certain way for so many years, right? And I get that. I guess my pushback towards him was just that, because I think we had this conversation on Defining Duke, which was like, I get what you're saying. First, we obviously they've got Xbox jumped ahead of the profitability thing, which was the initial argument, right? Right. Sustainability, they jumped ahead. Then the conversation shifted to, well, you could jiggle the books however you want, right? Then
that was crazy.
That kept on going. Then we got to where we are now, which is kind of like, okay, Pete is saying something that I echo, and which is a little bit of a different discussion about, is developer help. He kind of saw this coming a while away, and now he's kind of echoing those sentiments. The only reason why I did push back a little bit is because when it came to value, we do agree that there was tons of video games that without Game Pass's inclusion, obviously we see Hollow Knight right now. We see Expedition 33 is a great example, right? Where it's like, we may not even known about this game, right? But because it's on the stage, it's on the storefront next to all these major titles, you go, wow, okay, And then there's the examples of games, let's just be honest, that we wouldn't, I'm just going to speak for me. There's no way I'm even knowing about the Altars without Game Pass. Yeah. There's no way I'm knowing about Kunitsigami Path of the God, which actually Xbox themselves help fund to get the game off the ground, because Capcom didn't even have enough to get they funded that game. I did a podcast with Colin about that. He even said that is commendable. Then we got Ninja Gaiden 4, right? We see them Xbox jump in.
Oh, that was crazy.
Phil jump in and say, hey, Platinum and Team Ninja have been talking for years. They've been the CEO's been best friends for years, but nothing can happen and no Ninja Gaiden come. And then okay, boom, let's do 2 Black. Get that going, right? And then boom, now here comes a new. So there's a lot of examples of great visibility and projects existing just for the sheer existence of it. Now, I do want to get to the elephant in the room where Peter's going. Now, look, I'm a little different. I'm a little biased for Pete. I'll admit for First Street. Like I like Pete Hines a lot. Like every party that I know that's in the building speak very highly of him. He's a person, from what I was told, very straight shooter, very honest, die on the sword kind of guy. And I did hear things about, when things went down over there, that he was the one that kind of bit his business. And he was the one during the Game Pass exclusivity phase, would be like, hey, why are we doing this? And I could get it from a standpoint of, if you're Bethesda, and what was they used to be save 6 player 1, right? That was their mantra, player 1. I can understand where you like, okay, we're the player 1 studio, right? Our games are not really live service multiplayer games, right? So now you're telling us not to get that retail bag that we would normally get by putting all our stuff onto your joint. Like, I don't get this. And I think it's a fair argument that he was right, because eventually they kind of capitulated, because let's be real, when the business update happened and they said 4 games are coming over, right? I told y'all at that point, I was like, oh, it's a wrap. Y'all pack it up. Game Pass about to be out of here. They realized this whole business model is failed, and now they're going to be a publisher, and it's a wrap. But then Sarah the Queen that came out and fell in say, I said, look, Xbox still means Game Pass. So like Addict said, they figured out a way. They were like, okay, we could keep Game Pass, right? It'll grow, but we will, the social, which is basically, now it's multi-plat. Everybody gonna get, so you gonna get that bread on PlayStation. It's a simultaneous release, but if you happen to be on the Xbox ecosystem, you get that. And this is how they, in my opinion, figured out a way. Because at that moment, to me, I thought Game Pass was up. So,
it was almost over.
Right. So to Pete's credit, right? He did kind of say, like, I don't know what y'all doing. Just if we continue at the way we do it. Now, this is where I kind of, in Peace Defense, he was like, look, I've been going a while and stuff like that, so I don't know what the climate is now, kind of thing. And I just think we're at an inflection point. The game industry is changing, and for a lot of OGs, it's going to be a struggle for them. And it's going to be a struggle to adapt to a model. Look, we had Ben Fakay on. Ben Fakay told us straight up, because me and Addict, we challenged him, we having fun, like, why Joe Versace ain't talking, more cinemas. And he's like, look, we got the data. 80-90% of these gamers skip cinemas.
Yeah.
What do you do in the climate? Like, what do you do in the climate? And I agree with Addict 100%. Free to play. Generation Z is not trying to buy $70, $80 nothing. They're not trying to buy consoles and all that. Like, they like, why? I can stay with my old joint, still play Fortnite, still do what I'm doing, what you doing. You know what I'm saying? To the point where I'm seeing Marvel Rivals just talk about we put it out a PS4 version.
I don't like that.
That's what I'm trying to say. So what it's showing me is we are in this tension inflection point in the game industry we've never seen. People are not willing to move. Consoles are not getting cheaper.
They're going up.
They're going up. So now you like, dudes staying where they at. Mobile's on the rise. TikToks, all these things to take attention from traditional gaming. So it feels like us, what is it? Generation X and everyone else, we got the most money. They're going to try to maximize us because we going to spend the most. But it's like, it's not growing in a way that they are used to it growing in a console world business. And I think that's where we are. Now, this to me is Pete's strongest argument. And this is where I do have a question. Well, my question is, I look at Obsidian, right? Mm-hmm. Now, if you look at Obsidian from a whole, you go, okay, damn, all right, we don't know how that did, but maybe it did well, right? Outer Worlds, right now, we're going to see if it got any motion, and it's kind of not getting as much motion. They brought the price down. We have to assume, I'm just assuming, pre-orders may have been soft for the 70, right? But then you look at them and you go, Grounded, right? You go, look at, me and Adequate, look at the engagement on this game. It's insane, right? So they're figuring it out, right? So my whole thing is, it's like, I do worry if you're an Xbox first party studio, if you're a Compulsion, if you're a Ninja Theory, right? Yeah. And you don't make that, right? You make artistic, bespoke, cinematic stories, Dark and Compulsion, Hellblade with this very mental, high fidelity, but short cinematic, and you don't got no monetization, and you don't got no multiplayer, right? What is your perceived value in this ecosystem? How do you get to justify your existence and that you're doing well? Because what we were told before, like, yo, we want all that creativity because it allows, you have Call of Duty here, but then we have this artsy stuff here. Maybe the answer is just, hey, from now on, when South of Midnight 2 drop, it will be the Switch release, PlayStation release. Oh, yeah, maybe the answer is that, what I'm saying? And we're in the transition. But I think it's a fair question that Peter said, as far as like, how do developers who don't make those type of games, but that's just kind of one of them, right? Do you survive in that climate? So I think it is interesting. But I do agree ultimately that with Solve, which is the number one, I am a consumer first. Yeah. If Game Pass existed when we were growing up,
oh my god,
like, bro, just think about groceries is wild expensive. People don't got money to be spending. Talk about there's 6 releases this month. What? We got to pay this bill. We got this rent. We got this we can't be talking about something that's the most pro-consumer friendly move, And again, here's the elephant in the room that gets me pissed off. This is the smallest ecosystem. It's one option. It's Game Pass. It's an option. It's a payment option. You can still buy the game. And out of the 3 ecosystems, it's the smallest. So I don't understand how Game Pass is elevated to it's destroying the whole industry when it's literally the smallest group that has this option.
And to your point,
right?
None of the other ecosystems do what Game Pass is doing.
Exactly.
So how is Game Pass either an influence or a destructive force?
I will give Sean one minor little thing, which is like, okay, you could say because Game Pass is so disruptive, PlayStation was forced to do some kind of a competitor thing. And
Isn't that good for the industry?
True, but then they may have done their numbers and like, oh, damn, this don't work for us. Because they've been on record like, oh, we gave what you call it away. It didn't do good for us. You know what I'm saying?
I believe, honestly, they don't have the level of as many studios as Xbox. There are two different companies doing two different things.
Right.
And they cannot do it. Yeah. Right? I just feel that only Microsoft and Xbox's ace in the deck.
Yeah.
Is day and date.
Right.
I think that's the only ace because none of the other Nintendo will never do it.
They will not.
And Sony can't do it.
Right.
Because the way that their business model is set up, they don't have the studios in order to do so.
Correct.
And I honestly and the reason why I say they don't have the studios in order to do so is they don't have the studios to make simultaneous releases at the same time.
Right.
Like to make an Xbox version, to make a Switch version, in order to get that money back.
Right.
Microsoft has made all of their studios, multifaceted studios, with dev kits from all other companies, all other ecosystems, including Nintendo, which send the dev kits out late. I wonder why.
That's a bit shiesty.
Shiesty stuff. But again, they are going to recoup money on something that would have been looked at as a dead sale.
Right.
Now, you got to look at it from the business aspect of it, right? And I'm pretty sure that Pete didn't look at it from just a pure business standpoint.
Right.
The pure business standpoint, because you eloquated this perfectly. You're able to purchase the games inside Xbox.
Correct.
Or you can have Game Pass. There's a lot of people that have Xbox that don't have Game Pass.
Correct.
Right? So they don't partake in whatever benefits that the Game Pass has.
We just got recent data that Helldivers people buy games on Xbox. They bought, according to the analytics, more Xbox guys bought Helldivers 2 in that launch week than PlayStation
do. Yeah. Right. But what I would say is it's like, because of the presence of Game Pass, the way that game is developed and the way the money around it is dealt with and talked about, it becomes part of the equation, right? Even if you don't participate in that part of the equation, it's a part of the equation that brings it to market.
True.
So it is whether you like it or not, it's involved in how that game is presented to you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, okay, get at it. I'm sorry.
I say when it comes to like Xbox gamers buy games, they just don't buy Game Pass games. Well, why would they? Like, this service is literally implemented for a reason, for you to pay Microsoft money, and Microsoft has paid other people to get access to that content. You know, sure, does like Resident Evil 4 and all these other third-party games sell gangbusters, sell even close to PlayStation or the Switch? No, but they also have a fraction of the install base as well. So you can't expect them to be close to them because they don't have as many units out.
That part. It's the smallest ecosystem. So that's pretty much it. I want to beat the dead horse. But look, I got respect for the OGs. I don't want to be disrespectful, obviously, and stuff like that. But I do think part of this is an industry that is changing right before our eyes. It is a very harder way to adapt, you know what I'm saying, in this business. And I get it, you know what I'm saying, especially if you make those style of games. But again, this is for one ecosystem. To me, the people who I listen to a little bit more are people who are in this side of the ecosystem, who are developing for that, because those people, to me, are dealing with it firsthand. And to Pete's credit, he's like, look, I don't have the updated information. I've been going for a while now, you know what I'm saying, things are different. So, you know, and that may have changed, but I think it's, like I said, it's worth a discussion. And I just thought it was interesting. But it's funny that, you know, so again, we're hearing. The only thing I will push back and get the overall thing is that we're hearing this subscription services are like almost like this evil thing that is destroying the games industry. And again, I just want to be clear.
Well, I think a lot of people go off of like other industries too, because I know that like where I follow like, you know, Hollywood and a lot and like movies and stuff, like actors are always complaining about what the subscription service did to the you know, the entertainment industry over there. So I think people try to like project as well.
Right. Because
I would blame COVID more than anything else.
But what it is also.
Yeah, well, no, COVID's definitely. Here's the thing. These companies, a lot of industries dipped. They bombed during COVID. Gaming was one of the industries that surpassed everything, all milestones, everything. And I've been told firsthand by people in the know that they're not letting go of that money. To this day, they want more money than when they made when people was locked in their house for a month.
Yeah, no, it is what it is. It's a good discussion. And again, all I would say is, for me, like I said, I would not have played Cadency Bobby Path to Gavins. I would have played Planet Lorna. I would have played Expedition 33, Revenge of the Savage Planet, Alters. So many games I would never have played if it wasn't for the service. And, to each his own. But I just think we were in a transition point, and it's just going to be harder for the traditional model of people used to that way to continue to understand that this is how things are moving. So we'll see.
Yeah, and keep in mind, no one knows.
Yeah, where's
this is a
go.
good move or not a good move. But the thing is like, that's why I'm very big on look, it's great for the consumer, but you don't know the impact on the industry itself until years go by. For sure. That's
a great point.
Until I see PlayStation and Nintendo do day and date, then I can tell you that it's destroying the industry.
Right.
But when one person is just sitting there destroying themselves, let them destroy themselves. But apparently they not.
But to your point, right? Yeah. We were told that everything Xbox doing was the wrong thing. Whether it was coming with a lower price SKU, a Series S type SKU, we were told that multi-platform would destroy that. We've got early data that not only are people mimicking and copying that for their next generation thing, they're also now starting to flirt with putting their games on the way. So again, it's about how aggressive maybe Xbox is that makes people uncomfortable.
They don't like them.
But we can't deny that there's a track record of inflection points of where the industry went digital, hard drives, Xbox Live. We have a track record of who's been moving the industry forward, and then other people piggyback. Now, you may not like their messaging. They may be terrible with their messaging. They may be extra aggressive, whatever, but we can't deny. I don't think PlayStation's upset with Helldivers 2 right now on Xbox.
No,
I just don't get the impression. I don't get the impression.
I think they're looking at more. I don't know.
So we'll see. Anyway, let's get this Super Chats.
Let's get some more.
Right, I know we got cut off.
Did we miss Super Chats from the other channel?
Oh, God, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, guys.
Want me to go back?
Yeah, if we can. If we try to get this.
The first thing here I see is a Cedric H member for 62 months.
Okay, what's the last thing you remember reading on the last stream?
Oh man, because I left for a couple of minutes, so I don't.
We don't know. We apologize if we
What's the first one over here? What's the first?
Cedric H member for 62 months. No, that's all he. It's
what's the first super chat?
Bounty.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back. Okay, we did Forte, right?
Yeah. Forte, we did Forte. Chuckle, we did that one.
Okay. How many? There's like a billion Truckles. Like King did one. Cog did one.
Truckle did the translation.
Did he do one on King and Cog?
No, I don't remember those.
No.
Yeah.
Right, I don't remember. He did the Solve and you Japanese translation was.
We ain't doing that. There you go, Solve. I ain't trying to translate none of this. They're both fives.
Danze, yo, new chicken pansu. Wow. Okay, whatever. What is did he write what they meant after he said the Japanese thing?
No.
There was one that I think he put it into just a regular chat. I saw that where he's like, it's in the regular chat. So I don't know
Chuckle, we apologize.
I put it in the ILP chat, so at least I guess read it the way it comes. The way he's saying. I think he just want to hear you say other languages.
It's Solve got to read it because I can't read Japanese.
You put it in
our chat. Yeah, you put it on.
Hold on a second. Let me look at
Solve is out of control.
Okay, Cog. Let me see. Some Baki stuff. No, that's not it.
No, that's me. That's me and Addict. That's me and Addict.
Cog. Danse yo ni shikin pansu wadoku de kaimasuka.
Okay.
King, and then it doesn't say what the translation is. Then there's King. It says Boku no uina ni sweet kite.
No.
He's like, and again, he said the translations in the chat, so I don't know what that is.
Pause.
Okay, so on the second go around, we have Cedric H, member for 62 months, Lord Silver. Shout out to Cedric H, thank you. Then we have Bounty, member for 49 months, Lord Bronze. Them blood clots for Sony been fair.
Whoa!
Fire them, that's them, and talk bad about Game Pass. Them for dead. Them no have no respect and loyalty. Book.
This man doing too much.
He's looking for a drive-by. That's what he
live
wants
from Kingston.
I think he wants a meteor.
Fire for that.
You know what's funny? The thing I thought about when I said that meteor thing was that Final Fantasy VII meteor.
Yes, the whole summit destroyed the whole.
Then we have Boonty once again, $10 super chat. Everything needs change, and a lot of people don't like it. That's the problem. Nobody wants to change, but when somebody does change, they fighting against it until they realize that change is good. Yep, change is destructive. Nobody wants
That's right.
that.
Put your game day and date on Xbox.
Then we have, oh no, it's Solid Alex, hashtag Banjay Tech TV. Remember for 19 months, Lord Bronze. All these Game Pass detractors need to go back in the bushes.
Back though.
Then we have Afropovic, £2 super chat. Without Game Pass, Xbox is dead. Good for the industry. Then we have Richie Torres MMA, $2 super chat. Cog, the Mets are unsustainable. Yes.
Yeah, heard.
Yeah.
Hopefully we still got a lead in the wild card. Hopefully.
Then we have Karma God 91, $2 super chat. King, how about them Jets?
Oh yeah, I heard. It was a
Silence,
good game
the
though.
silence.
It was like
You know what's
35,
up?
32. It was good.
Yo, on everything. My
because-
team, the season didn't start, bro.
Because it's day zero of your foosball. You know, I will accept the
Yeah,
conversation.
we appreciate that.
Foosball.
Thank you for allowing us to talk about.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Bobby Boucher. The Iron Rook, $5 super chat. Shout out to Cock for putting me on to Kunitsugami. So happy to have walked that path. Wouldn't have otherwise.
Love that game. What a beautiful.
Shout out to Game Pass.
Shout out to Gabe. Shout out to Phil and the team on that one.
Yeah, but y'all want him fired though.
Yeah, I told you, man. Anything that's gamer sensibilities, that's that team. I don't care what nobody say because the stakeholders don't agree with none of that stuff.
None of that, yeah, true. Then we have Karma God 91, $2 super chat. If Game Pass was on PlayStation, would things go different?
Yeah.
I mean, it is on PlayStation minus day and day games. That's why it's different. That's it. Yeah, no day and date. Then we have the Iron Rook, $2 super chat. We had the Sega channel, Cog. Yeah, we had our subscription service. We did.
Yeah, we did in a way.
That was unsustainable. That was like $50 a month, bro.
$50 a month.
Wow.
It was wild. It was wild.
Two games. Nah.
Two games and shutting down the phone lines in your
Yo,
house.
Yeah, straight up.
a dial-up modem.
That part.
Then we got Spony Love with the 200 yen. Only a few weeks away, gents. Hashtag TGS. Yes, sir. 2 weeks away.
Yes, 2 weeks.
Blessings. That's scary.
Excited. We are caught up.
Nice.
I'm not looking forward to no 13-hour flight. That's
Yeah, get ready. So,
I'm saving
King,
all of
what's up?
because the new season of Kaiju number.
Oh,
8
you got all your
out.
shows. Yeah, you get
Yeah,
all your
I'm
shows.
like,
Get
I'm
all your
waiting for
shows
all-
out.
like,
Make
they're up
sure
like 8 episodes, and I'm
make
like,
sure
nah, I'm
y'all got
watching
all your
that.
YouTubes. Download all your videos. You want have them offline so that you can watch YouTube videos. Trust me, I got tricks for y'all. Don't worry about it. Anyway,
Well, I'm hoping the flight
no,
there. I'm
nope.
hoping the Wi-Fi.
as soon as you over the ocean, once you out
Oh,
there,
yeah.
you the United
Facts.
States is a wrap.
Shut it down.
Yeah, get ready, man.
Yeah.
Get comfortable with your handhelds and your movies. That's
You
it.
know, hopefully I'll be playing
Something,
you know,
nice.
something related on the way there. You know, it depends on how lucky I am.
How we get? Let's see how it go. Anyway, King, this is your topic. PS5 in the news. It seems that you found this. You're very astute about finding out.
Actually, normal time I'll be looking at King's topics like I guess, but this is one of the ones I do think.
Yeah, we got to
Like-
give. We can't KNN him on this. We got to give him his flowers for astute journalism finding. So,
KNN in the building.
KNN in the building, you know, with a legit source, Video Game Chronicles. I was impressed. It wasn't like, you know, Wild for the Night. You know what I'm saying? .com. We don't like PlayStation.com. But PS5 Digital Edition consoles are reportedly getting a quiet storage downgrade. New Digital Edition consoles reportedly come with nearly 200 gigabyte less storage starting this month. And it said, Sony's reportedly planning to downgrade the new digital and PlayStation 5's consoles in Europe. Shout out to Billy Coon,
Bill Baccoon.
Bill Baccoon. Okay, thank you. Clearly, I do not know who this gentleman is. Billy Coon. We gotta live that.
Really racist.
You know what that remind me? Remember the martial arts, the brolic dude? What was it? Billy Blake's?
Yeah, Billy
Billy
Blanks.
Blanks.
Billy
Yeah,
Banks, Billy
that's what I
Banks.
was thinking. Yeah, but we ain't gonna call him another
Tybo,
name.
baby.
Tybo.
Tybo.
Yes.
I mean,
Made a
I mean,
fortune.
you had King dress up as other stuff. So I mean,
Listen,
I
I had him dress up as a
Blanks.
video game character.
No,
I don't know what
that's
you
something
talking about,
else.
Attic.
That
I don't
people
know what
played
you.
was racist.
I don't know what you talking about, Attic. We were playing Donkey Kong that day.
Yes, that's
Starting this month, moving on to Disney.
eating bananas, saying banana. That was the most racist thing
That
going
was a
on.
Nintendo Switch themed show. Starting this month, the digital edition of the PS5, which doesn't include the disc drive, will come with 825 gigs of storage, down from the 1 terabyte. And apparently, it will go sale in Europe starting September 13th. It will still cost the same price as the current 1 terabyte digital edition. And yeah, they said the standard PlayStation 5 will retain for now, but this is the topic, a secret reducing of storage. So, King, this is your topic.
I heard that your PlayStation 5 Slims is taking Ozempic. Y'all lost some weight
Hey,
in
you
your
know the
storage
interesting
area.
thing, King? You know the interesting thing, King? No one's talking about it. I
You
haven't
know
heard
why
really
they ain't
anyone
talking
talk
about it?
this.
Because Game Pass is unsustainable and Game Pass is destroying the industry.
Hey, too busy running their mouth.
But these dudes is actively charging more and giving less. Yesterday's PlayStation is not today's PlayStation. Please, folks, check on your PlayStation. See if the storage is still intact. I heard they coming through like a thief in the night, stealing your PlayStation gigs. You 200 gigs less, son. You went in there and paid more and came out less than when we first started this journey. Yo, only they can make it absolutely worse. They say, yo, wait a second. These dudes is raising prices. How about we raise the price and take away the memory? Yo, they said, buddy, I got a deal for you. He said, yo, listen, I know Europe, you have supported us throughout this whole thing. You have purchased the most consoles, and your consolation prize for helping us get to 80 million shipped, we taking away your memory. Yo,
That's the reward for your hard service, for your loyalty.
They walked up to you and did a Men in Black.
Not like this.
Erase your memory. Yo, so I just want to know how many of y'all was planning on downloading Call of Duty. That's your 200 gigs right there, son.
You are messy.
That's how they get back at Microsoft. Take away your 200 gigs so you can't put their games in there.
You're ridiculous.
It is the best thing that I have ever seen. This generation is incredible.
Yeah.
And leading the charge is the market leader. I want to know, is this going to destroy the industry?
You want to know where the comments is at
I
for
want
that.
to know because the last time y'all raised the price, Microsoft raised the price. Now, if you show on Microsoft, y'all could get away with taking away memory. I want to know if that 2 gig turned to 1.5. I'm just saying, y'all are calling out stuff that is optional. This is not an option.
That part.
I want to know if they do it still say 1 tera on the box? Or do you say 825? Did you purchase the 825 box?
The 825.
Yo,
Why does that sound like a regional hood console? The 825.
The 825 box.
We 825.
We 825 boxes over here, son.
Yeah. We call it the 825. I don't like that.
I want to know if you Europe guys got the 825 box. After September 13th, you're paying full price for the 825 box. And I want to know, well, I affectionately call it the Ozempic Slim. Only they can do the most disrespectful, uncustomer friendly thing that you could possibly do. I've never heard of this. I mean, first of all, I never heard of raising the price to beat the base price when you launched. But y'all did it. Y'all did it. And we are here. We're here now. But what you said is, how else can I mess this up? How else can I take these guys for granted any further? I want to know, when are you guys gonna actually stand up and say, "No, that's enough is enough"? What is enough for y'all? What is enough for y'all? Like when they selling you $12 dish trays for $100, when they gave you little baby plastic, sold you little baby plastic feet that they couldn't give to you for free. I want to know, when is enough enough? When are y'all going to say, this ain't happening?
So are you implying that people are not concerned enough with their own ecosystem and the practices of their own ecosystem versus other optional models that consumers enjoy?
I'm going to tell you right now, if Xbox would have did this right here, they would have banned them out the industry. They'd have probably, you would have seen them piling them up in the middle of the street, setting them on fire. Like they would have had a congressional hearing based off the fact that Microsoft is doing non-consumer friendly practice. The FTC would have came in and said, where's the FTC on this? Like,
that's what you want to know?
We got to protect the customer, right? They for the customer, right? The FTC is for the customer. Why aren't you isn't it Brixis or whatever? What they got over there? What you got in Europe is a CMA. Where are you on this? Like, y'all was there when they was trying to make a merger. Where are you on? That's on customers. Y'all need to divestiture this. And bring it up. And what y'all need to do is go full third party. No, y'all can't buy that to get that away from them. But these dudes can money hat and do type of weird stuff. But they also did something right in front of your face. Right in front of your face, and you have nothing to say about it. I want to know where the FTC stand on this. I want to know where the CMA stand on this. I want to know where PlayStation channels in general stand on this. Where is that 825 box? What's up with the 825 box? Why the 825 box out? That's a weird ass number.
Remember they used to say the health of the that was a talk, right? The health of the industry. We'd try to save the industry was what the vibe for why they was against certain. Why you ain't saving my gigs with my European partners? Like, after the 13th, it's up. Like, that is the wickedest day. The 13th, if it's on a Friday, it's even up more for you dudes.
King, they gave them more time than a day with that price change, though.
Yeah, they gave them 2 weeks. They said, get your affairs in order. Because we taking away that memory.
We only doing that because it's going to take us 2 weeks to recall these other ones.
So all the 200, 25 million that they got in the warehouse, they're going to take out all that extra memory and put 825 on the box. I want to know, I want all your 825ers to stand up and represent your set. Represent your set, because after the 13th, y'all going to be officially known as the 825ers. And I want to know what's going on with you, because right now, you can go get a Black Series S that is 1 tera. It's not 825. It's not 825. When you get 1 tera in the box, you get 1 tera in the box. I want to know what's going on in Sony, what's happening, who's in charge of this, and who made the decision to target Europe. What did Europe do to Sony?
King is spoken. He's got bars. Attic, your thoughts on this terabyte, this storage reduction on a PS5 digital?
I do think we should be speaking up about this.
Yeah.
Like, this is kind of crazy if you think about it. And it's like, I can understand doing something like this to like lower costs for like, maybe they wanted like a lower SKU, so they lowered it so they can get it like a PlayStation out there for a cheaper price. But they're essentially doing what like the grocery industry has been doing for the past couple of years, where they're giving you the same product at the same price at less quantities. Like if you go look at, pictures of, just about anything, it's like less ounces, less quantity of that's in the actual packaging. It's where like you used to get like these big things of coffee, because my mom like was obsessed with coffee. Now it's the same price, but it's got a little got maybe 20% less than it's got in it. Like, this is some nasty work, and I'm very disappointed in the industry for not calling PlayStation out on this, because I didn't see no one talk about it. Not a YouTuber, not a
shout out to Video Games Chronicle. Okay.
But you get what I'm saying.
No, I get what you're saying. No, I get what you're saying. You're talking about the different. Massive.
I'm not saying literally no one in the entire industry is talking. I'm saying, where was the IGN articles? Where's the GameStop articles? Where was the rotating promotion, Starfield's dead articles that was going up every other day. Like, it's just like
implying that it's more beneficial to have negative news about other platforms versus certain platforms that are brand leaders. Are we doing this?
I think companies are maintaining their relationships, and that's just because to me, there's no real reason to like bring this up. Now, maybe could they made an article? Yes. I didn't see no one tweeting it. I didn't see no one talking about it. Because normally the time, like, they'll have like a bunch of people from the industry. Oh, look what X and X wrote. Everyone go check it out. Like, no one was talking about it. I didn't see it anywhere in the industry on Twitter. Maybe that's just my Twitter. Maybe these days, I've got a certain amount, because I ain't gonna lie. Like, you knowing me once or twice, I won't unfollow you. I'll mute you. Because that way, if it gets like down to, you ain't gonna. Because I remember there was one time I was unfollowing people, and it wasn't like anything malice. It's just like, I was trying to like maintain who I see and what I see. So I was like, look, I don't really interact with these people, and then I started having people like screenshot me not following them. Why did Addict unfollow me? I'm like, okay, I guess I ain't doing that anymore. So now my new thing is like, first off, I don't block people. Like, I mute you. I want you to be in the abyss, and you thinking I'm seeing it, but I ain't. So it's just, I want you to be in a dark room screaming, but no one talking to you.
I can't with you.
So it just comes down to it's just
morbid today, aren't we?
It's very, very morbid. He was the most for people.
I just feel like serious anti-consumer stuff.
Yeah,
we should be coming together as an industry and saying no.
Yeah, we shouldn't have double standards.
And I
feel
like it's only very selective when this stuff is done. And maybe I am reading too much into it. Maybe people do check people and stuff, but it's just like I don't feel the same. Like, I feel all of this. We got to do better on how influencers treat each other, how streamers treat each other. But when it comes to the companies that's robbing us blind, everyone's quiet. No one's talking anything. No one's bringing up anything. And it's just like, to the point, I remember when Microsoft did all those layoffs, and I just made a statement that I don't feel like corporate should be able to lay you off the day and date. I don't think it should be legal. Oh, that's how corporations work. Doesn't mean I agree how it should work. Like, it's just like, these corporations, they're not your friends. You might got friends in the corporation, but the entity is not your friend. They will rob you the moment they can. They've done it over and over again. And people need to do better on that stuff. I feel like the industry in a lot of ways needs to improve on the way we interact on a variety of stuff. If I can fall back on doing personal attacks and follow people
and you're doing
follow people on
fantastic
Twitter and quote tweet people attacking. Well, there's some you still gonna get an added quote tweet. There's some of you that be tweeting. I'm like, nah, I got time today. And maybe it's because I generally don't have time to mess with you guys anymore. You won. I have left the Twitter sphere. I don't be fighting you anymore because I don't got time to deal with your nonsense. But some of you I do.
Man, funny. So, your thoughts on the PlayStation 5 downgrade storage? Where are we at with this?
Let's be real, like, it has to be a reason for it. And it can't just be greed. Like, it's just like, oh, we're just going to downgrade you.
So I personally feel like they want to keep the same prices, but something has to come down in order to maintain some of those prices.
And that's the thing, though, right? Like, that's the crazy part about it. That 5 years into a cycle, and we've talked about it, 5 years into the cycle, the consoles are more expensive than they were at launch.
Ridiculous.
In order for them to prevent for them to making them more expensive, they're doing things like this, like reducing hard drive size by like 200 gigs. Like, where are we? Like, this is the thing that's insane. What has happened in the world where you, at this point, are not able to manufacture your console at the very least at cost, right? where you could just say, okay, we're breaking even.
Right.
No, like if we don't do this, we're losing money. It's insane. This should not be happening, right? And we could
And then,
point to a
funny,
number of
Saul?
different
They
things.
say all the time. They say, "Oh, we're making the most money we ever made." Yeah, because you doubling prices on everything you were making.
Yeah. And again, yes, we always talk about, hey, pay with, speak with your wallet. Don't buy this stuff.
Right.
Don't abide this stuff. Don't purchase it. But I mean, what are you gonna do if you haven't picked up a PlayStation or whatever, and you want to pick one up now? This is the time, and then you look at the prices. It is what it is. You make a decision, yes or no. But it is what it is now. So it's just like, to me, it sucks because I'm looking at them. I'm like, I don't necessarily feel like they're doing this because they just want to just eke more money out of you or whatever. Right. Like I feel like Nintendo did it more for that reason. No, I'll be honest. Like when I look
feel
at
like this move is for them to compete, not money grabbing. It's competing money grabbing.
Exactly.
They can't make the money in the back end if they don't compete on the front end.
Exactly. But Nintendo doing it on the Switch 1 at this point.
Wow.
They've sold in different iterations for whatever, $300 or less. You have the Lite, which sells for like $200 or whatever the case may be. Them doing it on that end is like, you're not telling me that a machine you released in 2017, which was already a machine you made with old parts at that point anyway, because Nintendo's not about taking an L ever. You're telling me that now it's cost too much to manufacture, you gotta up the price? That sounds egregious to me. This feels like them, as bad as it looks, it feels like them doing what they can so they don't have to raise it up again. And again, it's a business thing.
Right.
As the consumer, you look at the big business and you say, guys, your console's been on the market for 5 years. You're already looking forward to the next thing within the next 2 to 3 years. Eat that cost so that you don't have to go through this, right? Right. It's business. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, do that. These dudes ain't buying these consoles. They still on PS4, B.
Facts. Don't you buck up on me like that.
We got to get you.
People ain't buying the consoles because there's no experience that you can only have on those consoles for the most part.
Especially when you put
We just
Marvel
recently-
Rivals on PlayStation 4.
Yeah, we just recently started having next gen or current gen only games, and we're like, what, 5 years into the generation, and we're saying that now? Like, we should be the point where there is nothing on.
I thought they believed in generations.
Bro, my nephew the other day, right? Because he doesn't know that I have his Switch 2 already purchased for Christmas, right? He doesn't know. So he hadn't played it yet or anything like that. And he was staying over at my mom's for a week because my sister, like, his school schedule is weird. She hadn't started school yet. So he was staying with my mom. And he's like, oh, can you bring me the Switch? I was like, yeah, I can bring you the Switch, but I don't have the old Switch. He's like, oh, what happened to it? Well, I got the new one. He said, oh.
I'm sure he was breathing.
He was like,
Oh, really?
So I bring it to him. He's like, Theo, you could just leave it with me, you know what I mean? And get yourself another one, right? And I was like, no. I was like, no, why would I do that? I was like, you know how the drill goes. If you do what you're supposed to do, maybe Santa Claus has something waiting for you, at the end of the day, whatever the case may be. And he was like, he said, or I could just take the PlayStation you gave me and trade it in.
Hey, yo.
I was like, dude, you telling me that this machine, mind you, the PlayStation I gave him was the one that I paid $1,000
Jesus.
I'm like, he has no care for it as a PlayStation. He does not care about anything that PlayStation individually does.
So what does he care about?
He cares about Marvel Rivals. He cares about Roblox. He cares about Fortnite, which he will play on the PlayStation, but he would just as easily turn that off and go to the Series S and play it on there. And if he had a Switch still working, functioning, he'd be playing it there.
That's crazy.
And I was like, and he was like, I'm like, this machine that I bled and sweat over.
Yeah, they don't care about none of that.
He's like, I could trade. What if I trade that in? I'm like, dude, I gave that to you. Yeah, but it's mine now.
Hey, yo.
I was like,
Ingrate.
I respect the hustle, though.
Jesus.
He said it serves no purpose here. And I heard out in Europe, they down with the 825 gang. And I'm not trying to be associated with no black gang.
Listen, it is what it is. But no, I mean,
how do you handle situations like that where like you know they have one coming, but they're not patient? So like, do you just tell like your sister, don't take him to anywhere you can trade anything?
No. My sister knows because I wouldn't get it without asking her first. So I So
no, I'm talking about you maintaining him not trading in that to get it when he already has one coming in. Like,
oh no, my sister's not allowing that. She was like, "You're not trading." She's like, "No," because she's like, "What do you mean? That's not. It doesn't matter if he gave it to you." I have a rule, and I had this rule with my nephew. Now he's almost 30 years old, but when he was small too. I was like, "I gave that to you, but I still control it."
Yo, chill. You got life. You got movie rights.
What type of lifetime warranty is this you got?
Chill, so that's
I
extra.
control in that you got that as a gift. You're not trading that in. You trading something you bought.
He's like, that's
or
yours.
Your gift.
He pretty much said, "That's yours."
It's
mine too.
It's yours. With a
reminds me of that. I don't know which Friday it was, but where he tried to get us. I'm like, "Yeah, man, it's my bike. We can just keep it over my house."
Todd,
yeah, that's right. You keep it over at my house.
Be careful if Saab buy you some Depends as a gift. Because he gonna control your Depends.
Keep those.
He gonna put you on the baby table. Be careful for that beast. Card on the changing table.
That's wild
You know how
work.
foul that is that I give you this gift from the bottom of my heart and you go and trade it for like a third of the price. Like,
Third of the price, go get what I want.
What's wrong with you? No,
Yo,
He gonna get a smooth 250.
yeah, man. Sal trying to suspend that boy Game Pass.
Yo,
So just clarify.
Tell him he's
So
better
you've
off
never-
selling memory
You've
to
never
those dudes in
sold
Europe.
anything. Just to clarify, Saul, you've never sold anything anyone ever gave you, ever.
that doesn't apply to me.
That doesn't apply to me.
do as I say, not as I do.
Not as I do.
This man said it's going to be repercussions if you get
you
rid of
had
that
to
console.
see his face when Attic asked him that question. He said, "Whoa, wait a second."
So, whoa, who gave you permission to throw this back on me?
I said, "Oh, wait a second. My camera went out."
That's OG rules. That's OG rules. I like that. I like that. I like that.
If he was like, whoa, I don't know, something's wrong with my mic.
I'm going through a tunnel.
Look,
But
man.
I will say though, I have been like back in the day. My dad one time took me to GameStop, and I'm like, I'm changing this bunch of stuff, and he's like, okay, cool. And then he didn't really realize what that was until he saw like all the stuff that he purchased. And then even then he was like, okay. It's like, all right, let's see. And then when they tell you
How much whack credit you getting?
he was like,
Hell no.
Oh, no.
he did that
ain't-
once. I forgot what it was, but he did that once. Like, no.
I got one worse for you. I have a cousin. She actually, there's a reason she stays with me because I feel bad the stuff me and her kids used to do to her. Like she was like one of those people where like they had money, and she wouldn't pay attention. She didn't only really pay attention. She had like a mental state of how much she's spending, and as long as it didn't go over like $150, $200, she would turn around. We just throw a bunch of Yu-Gi-Oh cards in there.
We don't know.
And one time they accidentally threw something that was like way more than we thought it was because someone changed where it was. Yeah. And she's like, I didn't put this in my buggy.
This wasn't in my cart.
This is the same person that I did work for to buy me I think it was Oblivion. And then when I'm sitting there at the GameStop, I've told this story before, and I'm like, okay, I'm getting it. And my Aunt Patty's like, yeah, okay, here's the card. And then he just starts, oh, this is rated M for this, this, and this.
I hate that.
No.
I hate that dude. There always be that dude at the retail snitching. And, man, I know what you're going through. I hate that dude.
She looks at me. She looks at him. She looks back at me. He ain't my kid. That's fine.
Oh, so salute to her. Salute to her. She doing the Lord's work. Yeah. Oh, that's what's up. I had one of those. My boss was like, JW. She's like, we not doing that. She's trying to take the weapons out the G.I. Joe.
You wasn't
well,
getting
I wouldn't get nothing.
She knew my mom wouldn't care.
Yeah.
Like as long as
he had a lion without the Thundercats.
She said Thundercats was demonic. That was satanic.
Oh yeah.
When they was doing thunder and all that. Oh yeah, they was like, you gotta get this out the house.
Animals.
couple
Yeah,
years
Sword
later
of
because
Omens, Mumra.
Sci-fi.
Oh, this is too spiritual.
I got a
teaching
story for
kids
you
to
guys on that. A couple years later, because she's extremely. I got a story for you on that. A couple years later, the same my aunt, the same person, because she's extremely Christian. She was like started looking through the Yu-Gi-Oh cards. It's Dark Magician.
Oh, it's over.
She made us boil all our cards.
Boil the cards.
Boil the
That's
cards.
witchcraft in itself. Boil. Why they had to be boiled?
What he should have did was add some kerosene to the water and just throw a match.
Wait, Addict. Hold on. I can't let him. Why did the cards have to be boiled?
Nah, you gotta
Because
boil
that
it
was
out.
the only way.
Satan got to be
demons
boiled
out
out.
of there,
Oh, this is like a purification of the.
Yeah, it was like a
Your
purification thing.
because you know Satan don't like hot water.
Oh yeah. Not in person. Them
Satan
cards
don't like
worth out.
soap.
Yeah, I had like the original blue eyes in them that probably be worth $2,000 or $3,000 right now. That deck itself that was burnt.
That's
She probably
wow.
boiled 600-700 of my cards, and she boiled a bunch of theirs.
Who says?
He said boil him on the butter table. Yo, he's stupid.
Wait, you said 700 cards?
Oh, it took her like 2 hours to boil all of our cards.
Oh no.
Yeah, I don't like this
And
boiling.
it was like one of those soup ones. It's like this big.
But she had a cauldron.
No, she had a crock pot.
The thing is, it sounds like she into witchcraft.
She had a crock pot and steamed the joint.
King. She had the steam deck.
It was like this. Okay,
She had
so
the first steam deck.
Here was the stove. Here was the stove, and it had this giant soup thing that she made chicken noodle soup out of. And then to the right was the cabinet that went all the way down, and it was literally books and books of Yu-Gi-Oh cards in a line, and we had to watch her take them out and drop them in the.
She was setting your joints on fire in front of the kids.
Yo, listen, he went and salvaged all of them. But she was doing this to them.
It's too much.
She said, from them bubbles.
What's the joint sound? How it go?
Bubble, toilet, trouble.
Wild toilet trouble.
Cauldron, bubble.
Yu-Gi-Oh card.
They would be worth. They would be worth an absurd amount of money if they didn't get.
Yo, he went to school with his Yu-Gi-Oh cards. It was floppy, son. He slapped them down on the table like dominoes.
And you know what's funny? You know what's funny?
Yes.
Like when it first started going down, because I was over there, I was on the phone trying to get my mom to come get me. I'm like, come get me now.
Nah, I would have ran away that day. That's the day I would have ran away.
You got to get away from that.
I would have ran away.
Wow, I have nothing to beat that story. That is the wildest thing I've ever heard.
And then your cards like lost all the color, and they were like.
No, they were gone. They were boiled.
Yo,
we're not
wait,
talking
so
a
wait,
little bit wet.
But yeah, okay.
Oh no, that's nothing. I had one time where me and her got in a discussion because she said, "I'm seeing the devil in the mirrors." I'm like, "No, that's your reflection."
Oh God, yo, so addict, time out. So so she's heavily Christian. So she stays with you now.
Yes.
So what you got to do is take up all her credit cards and her debit cards and cut them up, right? And boil them, cut them up and boil them. And
there was a time where there was a time where she got into it with Grace when me and her were still together, and she called her the B word, and she walked off, and she called her that. She wasn't even halfway in here, and I was already up walking in there. I was like, "You gotta go." I was like, "You ain't disrespecting people in this house." I was like, "You can't. You don't gotta go home, but you can't stay here." She's like, "I got nowhere to go." I was like, "Salvation Army got beds. I'll call them right now for you."
She looked over at you and said, "You're full of the demon. I will boil you."
She's not excessive like that.
As she used to be. Wow,
that's the wildest, funniest joint I've ever heard.
That's West Virginia.
Now, yo, I remember that one time my mother told me to clean up something, right? I'm a kid. I'm laying on the bed reading my comic book. And she's like, you got to take out the garbage and you got to do this, that, and the third. I'm like, So I just got this book, 25-cent Captain America, whatever the hell, and I'm reading it. She came in there and said, David E. Johnson.
Oh, when you call the full government is
she said the whole name.
The whole name.
And she grabbed my comic book and ripped it.
Oh.
I just looked at her as one tear fell out my eye.
Hey, yo.
And in my brain, I said, I love you a little less right now. I said, those dishes and that garbage could have waited, but Captain America will forever be ripped. I had to tape every page back together to read that book. I'll never forget that. But your boiling story,
and she gonna make the kids watch it boil like it's a seance. Like, nah, don't do that.
No,
she had a draft pick.
At first, she stopped doing it. At first, she was making us hand her the cards.
Oh, nah.
And then she stopped that because it was taking too long. So.
She said, what's your favorite card? Pick a card.
Pick your card. What's your favorite? You love
your favorite? This your favorite?
Because I remember I just got a starter deck from the old Pegasus stuff. It's like one of the first starter decks ever.
That's crazy.
And I remember just seeing it, like the colors blend in together.
Oh,
yo, it just turned soupy color.
Yeah, that's evil. That's just pure evil. We gonna move. I ain't really got much to add. Yeah, PS5 wilded out. You know, we it's got to be, I think, with Samsung. This is their way of like, we don't want to raise the price anymore, so we go stealth nerf your storage. And that's messed up. And I just hate this generation from that standpoint. Too much. As the generation's going on, the price is going up, and once again, I'm worried about my beloved consoles because this is just too much of this stuff. But that's all I got. So we got the super chats.
Microsoft, don't follow them on this one. They bugging.
Yeah, they bugging.
Let me see. We got a couple. Let me see. We got Pragmatic Eagle. Member for 69 months, Lord of Gold. They're a cult king. We all know what cultists do and what they don't do. Then we have Afropovic, £2 super chat. Less storage is better for the environment.
Somebody says, so are we saying to boil our PS5s?
The carbon footprint is crazy.
That's what crazy exes do. You guys don't boil your own stuff. You leave your ex to do that, or your current girl.
Yeah, that's wild.
Your PlayStation is full of demons.
We have Oh no, it's have you seen some videos of like they said my girlfriend took my PS5 and put it in the washing machine?
Oh no. I'm glad Xbox ain't as popular. Burn PlayStation.
We got it's solid Alex #ban J something whatever. $2 super chat. PS5 shrinkflation edition #825.
825 gang.
825 gangs.
Crazy.
Then we have Afropovic again, £2 super chat. The Orange Muppet did this to you.
That has nothing to do with tariffs, bro. So you can sit there. It's already in the box. Okay, so stop making excuses for them doing horrible practices. It's that they chose to do this to you. Said no, the memory is too much. We gotta take some out. It way too much. Take some memory out.
Then we have Vince Vanta, $2 super chat. He said it's switched 2 times, sucker. That's right. He said that. And he got left with that thought too. You'll be waiting till December. Then we have Mayo Riot, $5 super chat. Koala Care is the name of the changing table.
Yo,
yes, that is true.
That's nasty.
They're called Koala Care.
That's some nasty work. The fact he know that, I don't even like that he knew that. But we're gonna move on. Stop laughing too much with this.
Because the image is so horrifying.
Yeah, because I'm too big a person. You can't have no muscle bound person or some baby. Stop it.
And it folds out. And it got
to
fold out.
The idea that you would use that instead of just changing the drawers.
Yo, he pull it out soft and hop up on it. and let his feet dangle off the edge.
For no reason. No need to do that whatsoever.
Why are you by yourself, changing yourself, hopping up on something?
It got a wipey at a Depend station right next to it.
I can't. We gonna move on.
That's it. We're caught up.
I'm having too much fun. Last topic. This is me on the bonus round. We just got to talk because we missed it last week. Perfect Dark. Shout out to Jason Schreier. Developers lay off staff after funding deal falls through. Crystal Dynamics was close to moving the game to Take-Two, but negotiations fell through. So long-running studio Crystal Dynamics, division of Embracer, was forced to cut staff and fully abandon the game Perfect Dark last week after failing to find a new funding partner. Following the game's cancellation in July, Embracer had come close to striking a deal in which the video game publisher Take-Two would purchase the game from Xbox, who owned the right. Take-Two would then fund and publish the game, but the talks collapsed, at least in part, because the companies involved were unable to come to terms over long-term ownership of the franchise. Perfect Dark franchise. Said the people who requested anonymity, why am I butchering that word? Okay, because they were not authorized to speak about sensitive negotiations. So yeah, this is a hot one that kind of came out. We kind of find out through Schreier that there was a chance that it was could be saved. So yeah, let's start with you, Attic. What are you feeling? Take-Two to the rescue, but it falls apart because of IP rights.
It's interesting in general that it was an even possibility it could be saved. I know a lot of people are trying to like put the blame on Xbox for this particular thing. Look, it is every right of Microsoft to determine that the Perfect Dark franchise is worth keeping around and not selling. So can't force someone to sell something. You can't force it now. You should put more blame on Take-Two for not licensing the IP and publishing it like normal business in this thing. Because it's kind of like, and I don't know if Take-Two was deliberately doing this, but in the perception of like the public, it's like one of those things where it's like, we're going to use the public outlash because we know how much bad publicity you've gotten from this game to like kind of to our advantage to get you to sell the whole IP to us. It's like now you're going to be known as Xbox, Microsoft, the people that saved Perfect Dark, that saved Hi-Fi Rush. We want something similar that was done for that. We just need to own Perfect Dark. And I understand Take-Two's perception on it where it's like, look, you want me to help you grow the Perfect Dark franchise, but I don't own it. So I understand why both people broke it up. I just think at this point it's like it wasn't something that could be done. I perfectly understand Microsoft's perspective on I'm not going to just sell you an IP like Perfect Dark because you got to look at it from multiple perspectives. People don't buy IPs just for the gaming portion. Main character. She could easily be in movies, other games,
transmedia.
Yeah, so there's a lot of aspects that goes to than just saving the game portion. And keep in mind how much money Microsoft's already spent on this Perfect Dark game. Are they willing to take the hit on the IP as well? And especially if Take-Two wasn't trying to offer competitive prices to get it. We don't know how much they was offering. Clearly, it wasn't enough. If there isn't even an amount, that would be enough. So, I get it. I do. And I understand. I'm one of them. I'm disappointed because what I saw on Perfect Dark, even though we found out it was kind of, false advertising to a degree, I still liked what I saw. And if the game was going to be even resembling what was there, I would have liked to have played it. But at the end of the day, put this over there where you have that Fable Legends, you have that Scalebound, lock that sucker up, lock it up and throw that thing in the ocean because this ain't coming back, my guys.
Yeah, it'll look good. Almost the news you almost wish you didn't know. In a way.
Yeah, it is, but I like that we knew. It showed that Microsoft was at least willing to have that conversation to save it. But when it came to we want to own the IP, that's clearly where the deal breaker was. And I don't blame both parties for walking away because let's say you do, okay, how about we handle this one and we come back after the first one and then we negotiate on the IP. Once the IP is mad successful, now you've doubled the price you're paying down the line. So like
that part.
And not to mention, we don't know how much money and how far along this game has been. So we is Microsoft just going to allow another company to finish the game, which might cost them a fraction of what Microsoft put into actually making the ground floor for this game? And then they want to pull in on the back end and take buy the IP as well? I get it. Like, I do. Like, as much as I would like to see this game, I understand why both parties walked away from this deal.
Yeah. So, your thoughts. We find more info. Perfect Dark Take-Two almost had the Superman cape for the rescue. But it came down to the IP. Negotiations broke down. Where you at with this?
Yeah, I mean, Attic put it perfectly. It's like, yo, like, to Microsoft, it's very hard to find situations in which people are willing to part with IP. And I say that as, obviously like IO Interactive was able to get Hitman away from Square. And then we have Atari just recently bought 5 IP from Ubisoft. Not the biggest IP, but they bought like Cold Fear, I Am Alive, Child of Eden, and Grow Home and Grow Up, right? But the idea that IP moves from owner to owner doesn't happen that often because to Addict's point, it's a couple of things. It's that, right? It's the idea of like, well, maybe down the line we want to do something with it. 2, if you're saving something, a project that's halfway done or 3/4 of the way done, whatever, if that turns out to be good, you look bad. The optics of it are bad if somebody else is able to finish the thing that you could not finish, or would not finish. So that's why a lot of these companies don't do that. I would say this: it makes sense that a company the size of Take-Two would want the IP. I say if they still want to try to, because it feels to me like there's enough of this game done where it's worth it to try to.
They saw
something, right? So my thing is like, we just talked about them a little bit. IO Interactive, once they're done with this James Bond game, talk to them. They know spy stuff. They're good at that. They're good at that.
Hitman clone.
Can't go like that.
It doesn't matter.
It just be.
I like what I saw.
It just be Hitman with a brassiere. No,
that's fine, and that's fine. Hitman's great. Hitman's fantastic.
But wasn't it
Hitman
first
is
person
good for
for Perfect Dark what we saw as opposed to
It's
third?
first
it used to be
person,
first
but
person. They don't know how to do that well.
No, they've. I don't know they've ever done that, right? So I can't. I
I'm messing
gotta
with
say
you.
that. No, but I know that it's true that they've never done that, right? But if you want to see it live, I remember saying before we saw that it was, they brought Perfect Dark back as a first-person shooter. I was like, what if they take her and make it a third-person action game and still be a spy, still be a this, but it's a third-person action game instead of first-person. Could be like, again, IO would be a fit for that.
No.
I do think there are devs out there that are capable of bringing this type of game to market.
I'm sorry.
I mostly like what I saw from the James Bond stuff. I have nitpicks.
I know.
I have nitpicks.
I know. We talked about this already.
Yes.
Trash game.
So yeah, I don't know. I still think it feels like it's far enough along where somebody could take it over. But they would have to, concede that part that they're not gonna be sold the IP. It's not gonna happen. So, and usually a smaller dev studio is not gonna be requesting that necessarily. They don't have that leverage. A 2K, Strauss down, they're gonna go in there and be like, yeah, I want to own this.
Yeah.
Give me the marketing rights to Grand Theft Auto 6.
King, your thoughts? You have a lot to say. You reference Perfect Dark. You hear it now. Take-Two had the cape. He was going to save it. But the IP.
Out here trying to save people that don't want to be. You can't save us. You don't want to be saved, bro. And see, Phil came out and told people a long time ago, you can license any of our IPs. We have no problem with it.
Right.
You act too big for your bridges, bro. You want to come license it? Hey, you close down a studio. You didn't get the return off investment. A lot of people saying that their game is almost done or could be done. And I think we have the development team that can actually get that across the line. And we're willing to license that game and fit the bill for probably say 25% of the cost or 50% of the cost or whatever. We go halfies on this. But what we want is the long-term usage of the IP. And Microsoft said, I guess you've been smoking today.
They do it too much.
Like, say, listen, bro. Now, how about I spin this back? Like, how about I spin the block on you, right? How about I get a month demo of Grand Theft Auto 6 on Xbox? How about you launch inside Game Pass? And how about we have the exclusive marketing rights and no other company can say
Oh,
Grand
for
Theft Auto and
Perfect
check it out. I'm talking about stupid things.
Okay.
They're saying stupid things to each other.
Oh,
right?
got you.
Right. So Microsoft countered with more stupid things, right? And so how'd that sound? And Strauss said, "Are you smoking?" Say, exactly. That's what I was trying to tell you. You must be smoking. So listen, how about you do just like everybody else? License it. We do a 50-50 deal. You could publish it, you could put it out, and the IP stays exactly where it is, like everybody's. You don't get the chance to come in and license an intellectual property and walk away with the intellectual property as ownership, right? Nobody goes out and licenses Spider-Man and takes it away from Disney. That doesn't happen. All right, so they were not realistic at all in that thought process. And if they were genuine coming into the table, if they really wanted to save the title, or if they felt the title can fit their portfolio, then they would have went there with real business practices, talking about real business tangents that can actually happen. But they didn't. I think it was disingenuous. I think it would also lend to the fact that, well, we tried to save it. And that conversation permeates through the air. Oh, Microsoft, they did this with a Hi-Fi Rush, and they did this. It goes back to that. They gave Hi-Fi Rush the biggest opportunity in order to sell, and they sold it, right? And Crafting Games absolutely loves them. And all they wanted to do was keep the IPs that they wanted. What was that? The horror films.
Yeah.
See, when Microsoft goes out, or Xbox goes out, or whatever, Microsoft goes out and purchases certain companies, they are going for the IPs. When they went and got Rare, they went to get Banjo, Perfect Dark, and whatever IPs else they had under their belt. That all belongs to Microsoft now. You would invalidate that whole purchase by taking one of the coveted IPs that they did go out to go get. Because had the initiative not been as dysfunctional as it was, that's why it's no longer here, that game would have actually hit all its checks and balances and came out at a timely fashion, and we would not be having this conversation. But the fact that that studio was mismanaged, or a quadruple A studio that never did anything, it was absolutely mismanaged. That's why they're no longer here. Right? Matt went over there and said, "What the hell do you got to offer?" And they put together some virtual slice, whatever the hell, that fooled everybody to make us think that it was coming out. And I just feel, honestly, for anybody that's associated with the title to have it dragged on further a week later, after they forgot about it, the initiative is gone. All right, we already know that title has been shelved for now, but if it's in a state that it can actually get pushed across the line, I would like a studio other than IO Entertainment.
Why gotta be other than them?
Because I don't want a Hitman clone. And I've seen James Bond, and it just looked like Agent 47 without the barcode and hair on his head. All right, so I'm just like, I'm cool on all of that right there. Y'all can keep that right there and do that over there. Do that over there with your stuff. We don't want that over here. We like how we do things. Y'all can do it over there like that. But that's it.
No, listen, I mean, you guys said most of the points I was going to say is, look, I guess I'm surprised that Take-Two saw value in it, because
that's crazy.
To me, that goes to show there was still something, even though we heard that the thing was a vertical slice or whatever, but like they had to get some, because here's the thing, like I know Take-Two is in the business of hits.
Yeah.
Nothing less. Borderlands, GTA, NBA 2K. They wanted Perfect Dark. Like, bro, you saw something. You got something going on there for you to say, okay, we gonna jump in. What's up? Now, I agree, say with Addict King, but all y'all, like, to get mad at Xbox for saying, fam, you want the whole IP? Control the whole IP. You could do whatever you want after that, and then you make another whole like that's a lot. That's a lot. I could understand that. You know what I'm saying? And now I get Take-Two's thing. They like, okay, probably like we want it. We don't just want, the one thing we got a whole rollout for it and stuff like that. It just sucks, man. It just sucks. Because my thing at the end of the day, the studio is just gone, right? At the end of the day, that's what's supposed to be. Yeah. They're gone. But the other part of it too is that I had this conversation with Maddie, which was like, because Maddie was like, bro, like, because I didn't even go, he's like, But Xbox ain't gonna do nothing with it. You know what I'm saying? Like now the IP is just gonna sit there, and that's fair, right? But there's a part of me that's like, okay, we don't know. Remember the jokes we used to have? Daryl Gallagher, when they first started, it was quadruple A energy, right. And they had every who's who name in the industry. Like, oh, they got that person. Oh, they got LeBron. Oh, they got Steph Curry. Oh, this person's working on this game. Oh, that studio gonna be crazy. And then one by one, exit. We hear the leaving. The Shy report come out. It's turmoil, and then here come the Crystal D shirts, and then he bringing his squad. So to me, after all that and all that investment, and it still don't work. And I'm the Daryl Gallagher fan, but part of me do got to look at like, okay, what was going on over there? Xbox, you still get a lot of the blame here because you should have been knowing what's going on. But there's a part of me that's like, what if scenario was, yo, them dudes is running up, running up the budget. We got to get something back. We've lost wild bread with them messing around. I'm just throwing out a hypothetical situation. So it's like I could understand where Xbox like, nah, we're not just giving that IP up. We lost wild bread with this situation. So I get it. It just sucks. And the last point I will say is that like it reminds me of the WB joint. Like some people, I understand Take Two to a little point. All he says that like. You're not buying. Remember when WB was getting rid of their joints? Mm-hmm. You're not buying Rocksteady without the Batman.
Yeah. So why would you buy the developers?
Right. So I understand that to an extent, but I can't. It's like I said, I can't get mad at Xbox saying no, fam. You're not getting the IP. You can do the one-off. You can work something out, but it just sucks. I just hate that I found this out.
I got a question. I got a question for the team.
Yeah.
Do you think that Microsoft has plans for the IP?
I'm gonna be honest with you, no. I'm gonna be real. Scalebound is giving me no faith that they're going to do anything.
But they didn't own Scalebound.
True, but it's just like we've been complaining for a banjo. I keep saying banjo. Like for so like they just ain't moving with the, and then especially with this new leadership, when this everything is big hit.
Don't you think after they do the Spyro the Dragon with Toys for Bob,
but that's the spinoff.
Yeah, but Toys for Bob can double back down and do the banjo.
To me, they just in the business of it. If it ain't blockbuster money and it ain't super duper IP that we, you know what I'm saying? Like we just saw the ZeniMax joint, the MMO that looked like it was promising, and then it's like, you want that or you want more Fallout games? Fallout, pick it up. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So I get it. That's the business we had. Dudes ain't taking no risks. It's on that type of energy. But I hope so. I hope I'm wrong. I hope that we get one of them stories.
Those games will have to be digital only, and they will have to come out at a smaller budget.
Yeah.
Because with games like Silksong coming out and South of Midnight and games of that ilk, you're able to make games at a cheaper cost. I don't know.
Yeah. I hope I'm wrong. Look, we still, to your point, we have outliers of things like, oh wow, they helped fund this small thing. Oh wow, they gave this place a home. We love that Tango got a home and Tango got saved the craft on and joint. So maybe still potentially hope. We'll see, but that's all I got. Unless y'all got anything else, we can get up out of here.
No, we're good.
No doubt. So we get to chat.
Let me see. We got a couple. Let me see today. Afro Povic, £2 per chat. Take Two trolling. Didn't try that ish with Max Payne. That's true. Yeah. That's it. That's all I got.
Oh, no doubt. Let's get up out of here. Lord Addict Power Restored. Where can people find you? What you got going on, sir?
You can find me on Twitter at Lord Addict ILP. I'm gonna be releasing some videos this week on some stuff I've been playing behind the scenes. We will be having some stuff going on next week.
Oh yeah.
Hopefully. Well, no, it's actually the week after next.
Okay.
Is it?
Is it? I forget.
Yeah. No, it's next week. Man.
It's next week. Yeah, it's close. Yeah.
Yeah.
Next week?
Yeah.
Oh, no. I know what you're talking about.
The Saturday thing.
Yeah. So, I'll be leaving here early because we have some stuff in we have some stuff going on in New York. So after that, and we'll be flying straight from there to Tokyo.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie to you guys, man. There's a particular game, and I don't know if you guys can figure it out. But I was like, guys, you got I'm that 13-hour trip, man. It'd be great if I had something, played something on my Steam Deck for that 13-hour trip. Like, come on, guys. I know if any of you are watching it, man. don't make me do nothing for 13 hours because I will veto.
It's messy.
I will. What do they say? Hunger strike. I'm a non-do nothing strike for 13 hours, and it's gonna be your fault.
I'm taking my Steam Deck and my Switch.
So yeah, hope you guys enjoy the content we have. Dedicated to. I am looking into. I'm pretty sure I have figured out a way to do, the stuff that we want to do over there. It's not cheap. The phone.
It's gonna be crazy.
The phone thing is like $12 a day every day we're up there. The good thing is my particular plan. All I gotta do is pay the 12 and nothing else. So I don't think it would be too much of an issue with that. But I hope you guys enjoy the content we have planned for you guys out there.
That is more than my bill a month. If me playing $12 for 2 weeks, that's more than my bill. I just got to give them $29 and then put my joint on, what is it, roaming? Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
When in Rome.
Now I will be honest with you guys. This content's going to be crazy hours. It's because you got to keep in mind it's like a 12-hour difference or 11-hour difference. It's not going to be something that most of you are going to see. It's probably going to be early in the morning over there for some of it, and then it's going to be late at night too. So if we do something at like 11 o'clock, it's 11 p.m. here. So keep in mind I will probably try to sit down with the Lords and set up times where we're all doing something. So you'll see it. And I'll try to make sure that I have these streams already set up so you can see exactly when these durations are going to happen. Because we're not streaming the whole time we're down there. Probably stream a couple hours a day.
Someone is.
Huh? So we'll probably stream a couple hours a day. One or two of us might do it. But I hope you guys enjoy the experience. Because my thought process was, you guys got us to Tokyo, and now you're going to experience our first time in Tokyo live for some aspects. Now, obviously, depending on if there's, because there are restrictions to what you can stream down there, so we have to abide by those. But we're going to do as much as we can for you guys.
King After Dark.
No doubt. Lord, we're going to find people find you going on, sir.
Yeah, just look out next week for more content on the stuff that I briefly mentioned today. So I'll talk more about Hell Is Us and Chronos. I'll play a little bit more of the Star Wars Outlaws on the Switch too. And then maybe we got some other stuff going on.
Some
so
other
we'll
stuff
see.
going on too.
Yeah.
No doubt, Lord King. Where can the find people find what you got going on, sir?
You got find me not being as messy as I am on Xbox Frontline News, where I bring news to you daily at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and on Frontline Gaming Streams, where I'm playing your favorite games on various consoles, not just Xbox. That is Switch, that is Steam, that is also the PlayStation. You heard me right, folks. The PlayStation, and not that old basic PlayStation, not the standard PlayStation, not the core PlayStation. We're not down with 825, gang. No, we're not. I am a pro gamer. As you can see, I try to take it up a notch, right? So unless you're playing like me, don't talk to me. All right?
Messy.
But I can't wait. We got a couple of more weeks to go. And next week, y'all know, I don't know, I might go live for the Bud Canelo fight. I might do that. But this week we got some stuff. Addict, did you see The Conjuring this weekend?
No, I was supposed to, but a lot of stuff popped off, and I couldn't. So
I didn't see it yesterday because wifey got cold feet.
Well, I might go see it Tuesday because it is the half day thing. Look, The Conjuring ain't my big thing, but if you want to do an R&R, I'll see it Tuesday, and then Thursday I'm seeing Demon Slayer.
All right, so if you're gonna see it Tuesday, I'll see it Tuesday.
The following, Thursday, so essentially one Thursday I'm seeing Demon Slayer here, and then the next Thursday I'm seeing it up there. So I think we'll have a lot of R&R for you guys.
So I saw that movie Caught Stealing yesterday. So I'm probably doing R&R about that. A very strange film. Pretty good, but very strange film. So I definitely want to talk about that. But go to the Patreon. The cowboy stuff is up there. That country music is up there, right?
Yeah, let's go.
And anybody that says my tractor is sexy, whoever recommended my tractor is sexy, I got a special place in hell for you. Okay, I'm just gonna let you know that. But other than that, a lot of the songs was dope. Also we have up there Kaiju number 8. We finished that with Dip Down Anime. And also we're in the middle of Jujutsu Kaisen right now. I'm at a part where it's about to pop off, and I'm telling you right now, Naruto is my all-time favorite anime. This thing is bumping up against it, boy.
Oh, okay.
Like the fight scenes is crazy. Okay. I love everything about it. So please go to Patreon. If you're not a member of the Patreon, go over to the Patreon, go check it out. We're putting out more content than ever. And shout out to Addict for getting us to do some in real life stuff in Japan.
No doubt. Look, man, salute everybody again. Salute everybody that saw me at the pop-up out there, Soho with Shinobi. That was super dope. Shout out to Sega and all that. Yeah, man, we got a lot of stuff coming. Again, tune in next week. We got a lot of stuff coming. Again, salute to everybody who's been supporting us with the Lords of Gaming Network YouTube channel. You know what I'm saying? Got content going up there. Consistently, you're going to see more from that coming. And apologies to the Patreon. I know #Cogly's been away. It's a bit of a rough week for me. But I'm going to try to get back on my 1-2 with all of that with Attic and stuff. Get y'all the fun content up there next week.
Question real quick. I want to ask the chat, and I'll go off yours. Should he react to the Naruto versus Pain or more Demon Slayer and then go back to Demon Slayer? Put in there what you guys want to react to, because I'm okay with either one of them, but I do feel like that Naruto versus Pain, I could clip farm the hell out of that.
Asher Parrott said no.
Yo, and whoever put that uneasy right up in there, another special
that's
place to help.
Yeah, he said you're welcome.
Uneasy right.
They said just Demon Slayer. He said he needs more Demon Slayer before they go.
Right,
wait, hold on. Donald Taco said, "Nah, we need some Ippo." What's Ippo? What's IPO? What's that?
Oh, IPO's this is the boxing joint.
All right, he'll watch more Demon Slayer.
All right, I got that all on Blu-ray.
Yeah, look, that's all I got. But yeah, we got a lot of stuff coming. And again, y'all, 2 weeks. I gotta throw it up for y'all one time. Big Tokyo celebration. We're so close, man. In 2 weeks, we're gonna be out there, and things are starting to come together. Thanks to you guys. Fun plans, super stuff. We're so close. So it's starting to become a reality. It's starting to be real. So yeah, we're gonna have a lot of content for you. But that's all I got. Anything else, Alex, before we get up out of here? Before YouTube stops hating on us with terrible streams?
They definitely.
We got a couple.
Super chats.
Super chats came in. Mayo Riot, $10 super chat. Poppy. Shout out to Mayo Riot.
That's for you.
That's for you.
Dave Reezy, $2 super chat. Cog branded Depends got more storage than PS5.
Yo.
That's wild.
That's wild, crazy.
Yo, that is it.
All right, everybody enjoy your Sunday. I'm about to see if
rating no one because
there ain't nobody because I got to go watch 49ers and see if I'm going to be upset for the rest of the
doing better than the Jets. That's it.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. All right, y'all enjoy your Sunday. We're about here.
Peace.